There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Hold down This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Hello and welcome back for week number 9 of the OCS. We're getting further and further into figuring out what teams are going to be having a chance to go into the playoffs. My name is Skimmy, and the big dog is always known as Juves is along the ride with me as we kick it off for another week. It's another week, another patch. 10.14 has dropped. We're here to sort of see not only how the teams adjust to a potentially different meta. We saw obviously a whole host of changes happen in 10.13 there, Juves. But once again, another week where there's a bunch of new players playing as well.
Yeah, I'm actually one of those dudes who doesn't read the patch notes, and then I assess the patch notes as we get into game, and then my teammates say, but why'd you pick this? But why did you ban this? And I'm like, what do you mean, why did I do that? Of course I did that, it's OP. No, it got nerfed this patch, so it's going to be interesting to see what teams teach me about the patch notes, but all jokes aside, definitely going to be a little bit of a shake-up in terms of how things and teams play out in draft, so super excited to see this week.
So you will be. As you say, obviously there's a whole host of teams at your disposal. 11 teams in total are what we're looking at, so an odd even amount. We'll bring up that standings to see exactly where teams are at right now. As you'll see from the graphic itself, there are 2 frontrunners night and day ahead of the rest of the competition as the middle of the pack. As we've coined it, it is the mess. So many teams neck and neck. So many teams within touching distance as well. Only a single game separating them. A lot of teams looking to try and sneak their way into those final spots at 5th and 6th to get themselves into the playoffs. As you'll note, some of these teams have an asterisk next to their record. That is because there is an uneven amount of teams here. Some would have had a bye round. Some teams won't have played. So, all to go for so far. As you can see, the Die Cup sitting at the top, undefeated. They've taken down Mammoth Academy, who are still the favourites, sitting at 2nd. But things get quite interesting as we look for that top 4 because, as you say, you've got a joint amount of teams there. A lot of this is going to come down to head-to-heads. Yeah,
and I mean, I think like you know how you talk about it being messy. Majority of those teams actually do trade head-to-heads, so it's like it doesn't clean itself up anytime soon, right? You know, it's 6-3. Considering games in hand, they're almost they are just competing for 2nd, right? It's not like they're competing for 3rd, 4th, 5th. That's not what their eyes are on. They're not saying, okay, guys, just sneak into playoffs. No, they're well and truly there near that 2nd position. And if the Cubs do drop a game, well, all of a sudden, you know, 1st is on the cards too.
Certainly is. I mean, as you say, there's a whole ton of teams that are looking to really try to establish themselves, and the fluctuation in those standings based on week by week. You know, a team can start off the week at 3rd and end by 8th. You know, we're looking at such major fluctuations week by week. It's a little bit crazy, but let's actually showcase what teams are playing, what best of 5s or best of 1s. 5 best of 1s at that, as I clarify as we jump into this one here. It's going to be the opening match between RMIT taking on the University of Queensland's Union. A big matchup there as we then go into our second matchup with Chiefs Academy taking on the Die Cubs as Legacy Genesis then do battle with the Gravitas Academy. Followed up by Order Academy taking on that of Mammoth. And to round out the evening, the final game of the night will be Pentanet.GG Rise taking on UTS Esports. A whole host of action, a whole host of games that should look to try and do not only form checks, but also to sort of potentially break up the mess between those head-to-heads as you highlighted.
I don't think these games actually break the mess that we have up. I think it's going to take a few more weeks and a few more losses and wins to put together by a few of these teams to really start to see any significant, light between any teams. Because, you know, you look at teams like UTS, right? We thought they were done and dusted potentially, and not much happening in their department, right? Roster changes every week, but they will all of a sudden picked up a few wins on the trot. So do you put them in the mix to not necessarily make, you know, the 1st place position, 2nd place position, but do they sneak in at the 6th or the 5th or wherever you want to put them? So for me, it's just too much mental math, and it gets too confusing because I don't have it in front of me. And then if I did, it would be a spreadsheet of about 5 pages. So I choose just to let it be.
15 different conditions as to, if the stars align and this happens, then this might be the outcome that we get to look at.
Yeah.
Let's, I suppose, highlight and focus on the first matchup. University of Queensland Union going up against RMIT. RMIT have been one of those teams that have had interesting performances, right? They dropped that game to UTS, as you highlight, but then the next week come out flying. Their last week performance against the Chiefs Academy, it was crushing, 17 kills to 2. They looked very convincing on the champions that they were playing, and this seems to be the identity for me for RMIT. If I think them, I say, give Landon the tank, he's comfortable on this, put Frost on a carry. The question mark continues to be Sinset, a new mid laner.
Yeah.
But since he has come in, he's also sort of out of this dilemma, I guess, of I can play controls, I can play assassins, but I can also do the damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that kind of put a stop in the momentum of what RMIT had was the fact that they lost Chungi. Chungi obviously going over to Mammoth and competing in the OPL, and in recent weeks having some absolute blinders. So goes to show the caliber of mid lane that they lost. But yeah, you're definitely right. They do have this identity of Frost on carries, Frost on champions, where we just build a team composition around him. And every week in the draft, we've seen Sincha just being target banned, right? Like they've taken away his Diana, they've taken away his Kassadin, and when he does get the champions that we do see him place a lot in solo queue, then he does have some really big pop-off performances. It's just whether or not the champion pool is deep enough to deal with the target bans, right? As we see here already, the Diana and the Galio targeted at him.
Yeah, remove as much as you can at this stage, and why would you not? I mean, I think that's going to be a focal point for me, and the bigger reason why perhaps Union have gone for the first pick, blind pick of the Graves. Unshackled has been playing really, really well so far. I would like to see him actually try and target Sinsa in the mid lane there and make his life not as easy as it has been so far. But RMIT are going to come out the gate swinging. They're going to go for the Ezra once again. It has been a pick that has been favorited here by Frosts, and I was actually looking at some stats going into this one, which really caught my eye. The fact that Frost receives 30% of the team's overall gold and actually does 32% of the damage as a whole. So comparatively speaking, himself going into Farmer, actually quite night and day between the amount of damage and gold they receive. And, it's kind of telling, to go back to that point from before, if they have this clear identity, buff up Frost and he'll do the job.
Yeah, and I mean, they're the team, RMIT is actually the team who probably took Direwolves the furthest, right? They took him to like an Elder Soul, potentially nearly got it, and Frost has been playing the likes of Vayne and things like that to top up his damage meters, but Farmer and Revenge definitely play a bit of a different role on their team, and it's not necessarily like as an ADC and in a competitive environment, you don't necessarily need to be topping damage charts. The one time I would argue that you need to be doing damage is when the statistic in how much gold you take doesn't match the damage. And so, in Frost's case, sure, he's doing the damage and he's taking the gold. But, Farmer and Revenge play a lot of different things, if you will, right? Like, keeping in mind, too, a lot of teams have played the center with a tank. So you definitely lose, a bit of damage in terms of statistics there. So
Well, I think one of the heroes you'd had to say is the fact that we're going to get a Blitzcrank again. We saw it come out last week. It was this exact matchup, right? It was the Ezreal Blitz. They played it into a Kaiser Braum, a bit of a free matchup in any state of the imagination, quite honestly, in terms of how they punched it and how they sort of showcased it. I think the biggest tell of that game was they were so far ahead in that game, they were able to actually Blitzcrank cook in a Malphite, welcome the ultimate, and still crush that team fight. So for me, I look at this and go, they're literally drafting the exact same thing as they did into the Chiefs. They're going to get the Maokai again. The Wukong was taken away. Imperius found great success with his initiation. He looked very comfortable on that job and obviously going to fulfill the same role. So it literally looks like we're going to get the same matchup time and time again. Now, if I flip that script, however, into the side of the Union, we've actually never seen a Karma pick out of them. Now, obviously, we've seen a ton of this be used as a mid lane flex, play these double support comps. Haven't always been so convinced by that, though.
No, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of Karma. I think Karma's strong. But the problem with Karma is that you can fall behind, and if you do fall behind, you need to play the game perfectly, and if you don't, then your champion becomes very useless very quickly, because you're not a tank, your utility is not there, you don't have items, and your scaling's good, but you just aren't allowed to scale. And so it's kind of one of those champions where it's high risk, high reward, but you almost got to play perfectly, and I think we've only really seen it be truly successful in the LCK when you look at Deft and Keria play it and they take bot lane turret at 10 minutes, whereas playing Karma into Blitzcrank isn't an easy task, and I think this is why they've opted in to put Karma in the mid lane, put Revenge on the Alistar, much safer lane into Blitz. But now the question marks that I have is that Amatul has been a carry of this UQU lineup for as long as I can remember. I think potentially every game that we've seen. And now instead, he's on a utility mid laner and not necessarily a carry.
And that's such a beautiful segue, because that was going to be my highlight point there. The fact that we're seeing a lot of these teams that have that focal point of a very hard mid lane carry and saying, look, we want you to play support. We want you to sort of facilitate the needs of the team right now. And as I mentioned, there's a bit of a statistical mismatch between Frost and Farmer. Typically speaking, it is Amatul that leads the line with that damage and gold acquisition. So to say, look, now all the pressure is on you, Farmer, to try and shut down this bot lane into what is going to be a very volatile bot lane matchup. Obviously, 10-14, Alistair's had a small buff, I should say, to his Pulverize. So 2 seconds knocked off that cooldown. Potential now to see 2 of those used in a team fight, especially given the amount of CDR he'll no doubt be itemizing into. So we're looking at, you want to call it a quote-unquote protect the cog more, but in a weird kind of fashion.
Well, you know what's funny? There's kind of like a little bit of a misconception that if you're playing utility champions, you can't carry. Right? But I tell you to look at, Faker in, I think it was 2017 or 2018 when he was playing with like Blank as his jungler and things like that. And, it was the run where SKT didn't necessarily make playoffs, but Faker was having some like real blinder 1v9 performances on Galio. And Galio is not your traditional, like, you think of that when you talk about a 1v9 mid laner who's just going to be doing significant amounts of damage, right? But instead, Faker played the map like extremely well, made plays inside lanes, like roamed and just did the correct things. Then that's something that I'll be looking at Amatul to do, right? He's not going to top damage by any means playing Karma in the mid lane. But one thing he can do is he can get priority, move into enemy jungle, get prio, move to a side lane, and he can really enable his side lanes and help them to get to a point in which, they're really just steamrolling the game. And so it's often, the onus is often on the player that's playing the utility champion to get stuff done.
And that's what we're going to have to highlight, right? The fact as to how present can he be. He's going to be going into the Vladimir matchup, so Vladimir's obviously going to need a little bit of time to try and get some items online. We're talking Protobelt, we're talking Spellbinder, we're talking 2-item Power Spikes, generally speaking, right? You're looking for those major ultimates that can come online, but have the ability to try and dash into the backline to ensure that it gets maximum uptime and value upon that. But, with what we have so far from the Union, we've got double knockups, we've got 2 hard carries. Obviously, the Graves can look to try and find that exact same value. You'd hope that mid lane is going to be enough for that to be an even trade. You're looking at the Battle of the Bruisers top side, where the Chogaf's just going to want to try and stack up those feast stacks and become a monster. So if Graves can get in a comfortable situation where he can power farm, we've seen how punishing Unshackled has been. The flip side of that is, I just wonder, you've got RMIT here, they've got comforts, it worked in such a convincing fashion against the Chiefs Academy last week. Why change what doesn't need to be fixed?
I mean, it's probably just, something they've been working on during the week, and it's not necessarily, I can tell you as a player, when you do these types of compositions, say you win the week before, right, and you play a 1-4 comp, and then the next week you go into a game and you play a 5v5, it's not in the back of your mind that you're trying something that doesn't work. The only reason you're picking it is because it works. You know what I mean? And so, for them, it's not necessarily they're changing anything. They're just playing a draft that with champions they're good at and they're comfortable in doing, right? And you can honestly fall into the trap of just drafting the same thing week after week, in which certain times I definitely agree with it because it's the playstyle that suits you. But also you don't want to become a very linear team where it's very easy to draft against you week after week. You know what you're going to be playing against, because if you were to ask me what would UQU play, I would say, they're just going to play R button comps and 5v5. And so this composition, whilst yes, can team fight, it's not necessarily the head ram R button comp that we've come to know, right? There's a little more, they have options. They can play off the back of their jungler, getting priority and invading and abusing jungle matchup. They can play off the back of Amatul, leaving lane, roaming and doing things. So there's more things they can do as opposed to just pull trigger and go. And it's probably going to be one of those times where we either talk about UQU showing a little bit of an evolution or adding evolution to their game, or, hey, why didn't you just do what you did last week?
And I think it's a late time to sort of make this change, and I guess it's the parallels between both these teams, with one going, this worked for us, let's stick with it, where the other team is saying, let's try this, against what is, as the standings procure, a weaker opponent for us to go into. So what better time, really, more than anything. I guess if I look at what the Union have so far, there's a few more nuances as into the ease of execution.
Yeah.
You look at RMIT, it's, as you say, press R, go for the win, or find a pick, go for an engage, and you collapse upon that. That person's most likely going to die.
Playing with a Karma mid lane and a Graves jungle isn't necessarily as simple as you think, right? They look at UQU. They have an Alistair combo to engage. Cho'Gath's not really necessarily known as your a one true engage champion. So a lot of what UQU is going to be doing is disengaging, kiting back on the Jarvan, on the Vladimir, and on the Maokai. So they're more of a disengage comp, I would argue. Whereas RMIT, this is what we've seen from them week after week, these kinds of drafts, where they're just happy to pick Landon on either Malphite or Maokai. I think it's safe to say we're going to get one of those two Landons when we get into a game, right? Jarvan jungle, just a gank heavy, rule heavy pressure jungler. Sincha on those farming, real scaling mid laners, right? Like the Diana, the Kassadin, the things like that nature. And then Frost, if he can get his hands on Ezreal, he's going to take it. And if you give him an Ezreal counter pick like a Vayne, he'll take that too. So they're not straying from their identity at all. And it's something that we come to expect from them. And the thing is, UQU knew this coming in and they had a lot of time to prepare. So let's see if this preparation pays off.
Certainly will be a point of exploration, if you will, because one thing that's super interesting outside of this matchup in particular is the teams as a whole. They actually hold the highest average game time for their matches. Coming into this one, it is UQU, a 39-minute average is
really?
how long their games tend to last, compared to that of RMIT, which sits at 38. So both teams definitely don't like to get things wrapped up quickly. They want to make sure that they can find themselves in an early game, or perhaps look to try and bounce back in the mid game. But for the most part, we're seeing back-to-back Elders, back-to-back Baron spawns. We're looking at multiple win conditions before they say, we've got enough juice in the tank, let's go for the win.
Well, because actually both of these teams, and again, I don't have this statistic in front of me. This could just be real anecdotal and what I'm remembering as of recent. But for me, at least, both these teams tend to fall behind a little bit in the early game. They tend to, be down a few thousand, or at least be down in a few lanes that they shouldn't have. And then when we're talking about how this game's all over, let's pack up, they seem to just win a miraculous 5v5. So if there's one thing that we can't argue about, it's that both these teams know how to team fight.
It's happened time and time again, hasn't it, Juve? Let's see exactly how things pan out in week number 9. Here we go for the very first game of the night. It is University of Queensland's Union on the left side in the blue, as RMIT's Redbacks rock the red. As we are in 10.14, a new patch, which highlights a few new talking points. We mentioned before the arrival of Alistair. Predator going to be taking on the Jarvan, and Fleet Footwork on the Graves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Fleet Footwork on Graves, to be honest with you, because you don't need the sustain. And then, the Fleet Footwork scaling is, sure, it probably scales, but it doesn't scale into a point of where Graves is relevant, because Graves isn't, a hyper-scaling champion. I'm going to stop here because this is a really cheeky invade coming out of UQU.
Certainly is. Landon's going to find that face check. Out goes the sapling. That's going to be the connection as the Impale lands. Now, it's going to be Unshackle getting dropped down to half, but they've got a ton of mobility and a ton of lockdown based on the Glacial Augment there. You're going to find one final. He's just going to go for the execute there. That's a first blood. Cheeky invades, and it rewards them with the first blood.
Yeah, this guy must have watched my YouTube video. I made a Graves YouTube video and I gave tips, and this was one of them. So well played, Unshackled. There you go. Enjoy your free LP. But... All jokes aside, it's a really good invade, and this is something that, I like to see from players. If you have the strong level, I think a lot of the time people forget the game starts at level 1, right? And if you're stronger at level 1, why don't you try and get the lead? I feel like sometimes there's a little bit of a gentleman's agreement where it's like, we're not going to invade. We'll start level 1, we'll go to level 2, hey, at level 3, we'll start playing the game. But no, this is you've decided, nope. Starting the game at level 1 here, and Imperius is in a lot of trouble.
He certainly is, and Unshackle's going to continue to go for this one. Ooh, only seconds away from going for that one. He's going to flash forward regardless. Hits the smite and forces the flash away from Imperius as well.
Yep.
And this is kind of exactly what we wanted to see. I mentioned during the draft that Unshackled has been in such fantastic form already in the first 3 minutes. He's already showcasing that. Yeah,
and it just shows that he knows his jungle matchup, right? And you pick things like this Karma to get priority, and Karma doesn't necessarily have priority right now, but this stems from getting first blood at the red buff, and you'll take a little bit of a sack in priority for the first blood for sure. And, this is what we're going to see for a majority of the game. It's just going to be perma-push and perma-invade from Unshackled. But I don't necessarily like this from him. Feels like a little bit of a forced spot lane. Maybe it works out, but if it doesn't, he just loses a lot of tempo. And yeah,
Oceanic does not have a flash, and as you say, they're going to just push them away, but nothing is going to be burnt for that one, so it's going to give Jarvan a bit of time to go for a camp clear uncontested, try and buy himself back some time.
Yeah, but don't like that from Graves. it's a little bit of a pop your head in, give vision, but now Jarvan, who had no business in getting any Scuttle Crab, gets top Scuttle, and if he's, willing, and if he's, crazy enough, he gets to even maybe take blue, but hang on a minute.
So close once again. This
I think
guy's
he's
not had a
dead
good
yet.
start so far. Amatil's going to go for that one. He's going to start off with the tether. The blue buff is online. That's going to be the smoke screen. He's locked in place. Clint, across the wall, hits the Impale, and he gets locked down again. You give him all this vision, all this information, and he still falls down for the second kill of the game.
You know what's wild? If Imperius doesn't use his E there, he actually lives, because he can just flag and drag away, but he used his E to secure the last hit onto the crab and paid for it with his life, so not a good start for RMIT, but UQU are just utilizing their priority extremely well. And this is how you play when you have an aggressive jungler, right? You draft lanes of prio, you let the jungler just play in the enemy jungler's face, right? And we're talking about Karthus off stream. And this is exactly how you would play with a Karthus skimmy, right? Except you'd be looking to defend the Karthus more than you'd be looking to be proactive and finding the Jarvan. But really, this is how you play Graves. And it's this is a different side to UQU that we're not used to seeing.
A masterclass to start things off, a new draft, a new identity, but the same old result as it stands so far, as they found themselves in a very convincing spot to start off the first 5 minutes here. And I want to return back to that point you mentioned before about the level 1s, because as you quite rightly mentioned, there's been a lot of times where we don't see much happen at that level 1 stage. And so Headbutt knocks away the Blitzcrank there, so no foul happens underneath that tower. But yeah, no, we definitely don't tend to see much happen at level, and a lot of that time it is looking for the gentleman's agreement, scouting out the vision, will an invade happen, getting down some vision to make sure that those junglers can be kept, on lockdown with the vision. But this time, such an early lead like this, and it already builds them up a 1k gold lead. Yeah,
it's a 1k gold lead, and it's also, a bot lane that's looking really good for them. We talk about Frost and Wash being the two real strong points of RMIT, but they're down 10 CS in a lane where I don't necessarily think you should be down. There's no real threat from Alistar onto Ezreal, right? If Ali goes to combo you just arcane shift away and you're laughing, but they seem to be doing a very good job. Potentially it was the Graves gank that maybe just skewed the lane a little bit, but if you're a UQU fan, you're happy with the game state. Mid's even, top's down 10, but has 2 assists to make up for it.
And jungle is in a whole host of issues right now. The health bars, the resource bars are telling of the game state between these two so far. First Dragon goes across to the Union. Mid-pro allows them to rotate through that one quite easily, and bot had the pressure and the assistance if need be. That's going to be another scuttle. That's going to be all the tempo favouring him. And, talking about the fleet footwork, what do you think he was looking for in this, as opposed to sort of like the phase rush? Because that tends to be the staple.
The fleet footwork just keeps you healthier when it comes to jungle camps, and it also just provides that little bit of utility or that little bit of survivability in a skirmish or in a team fight. But I would argue you probably get more value out of phase rush in a late game team fight than the fleet footwork, because how hard is it to get on top of someone who's just phase rushing around, can't be slowed, or how hard is it to get away from someone who just pops phase rush and fighting you in their jungle? And whilst Unshackled is making it work, I'm not the biggest fan of fleet footwork. But yeah, for me it's phase rush, because also, right, alternate universe, Jarvan isn't that behind, flag and drags on top of you, you only have the fleet footwork, right? And if Jarvan actually has a rune such as Conqueror, potentially we see a little bit of a close skirmish, whereas if you take phase rush, you just kite him for days. There's no way for Jarvan to get on top of you.
He's not going to be able to find those opportunities for a whole host of time in this game. A lot longer until he hits that level 6 mark right now. We'll be wanting to use those Predator boots, but will not find any avenue to use them at this stage just yet, as you saw there. Nice little denial from Clint to hit the rupture at the last minute to keep, landing at bay. Won't have a teleport, so have to walk back to that lane. And going to sacrifice all that CS underneath tower, which is going to bounce back the CS discrepancies back to even. Twist to his name as well, so a lot of gold.
Yeah, so little interesting macro rotation here. UQU putting their bot lane into the mid lane and sending Karma to a side lane very early on. I don't think this is the play for them. They wanted to. They could have just flipped for a Rift Herald at 8 minutes. But, you don't want your Karma to be laning against Ezreal and Blitzcrank, right? One hook lands, then Flash needs to be burnt from Amateur. So maybe just a little makeshift lane assignment in terms of securing this Herald, but we'll have to wait and see. Important to note, Ezreal's on Tia and Cull, so there is absolutely no way they're contesting this.
Yeah, he definitely does not want to fight with those items. The ward goes across, but will get cancelled out there by the control ward placed by the Union themselves. Another 4-man rotation, first to the fight, first to the party, and first to get the first 2 objectives of this game. That's a lot of firsts.
Yeah,
it was pretty good in this one.
And so UQU just did that to ensure that they maximize like their minion wave eating, if you will. You know, they didn't want to lose any minions to a slow push top or lose any minions mid lane, and that was probably just the quickest and most optimal rotation for them. But they're definitely in good stead in this game. Now that they have the Rift Herald, they can look to start, you know, forcing a turret down, start getting some chip damage down so they can get the execute from the Herald.
Let's see where they decide to invest that pressure on the map so far, as it is going to be the 8-minute flip, as you highlight. And it is going to be an Israel that's looking to farm up and keep this Cull in his bag for a fair bit of time right now, sitting at 80 stacks. That's a whole host of damage as an interrupt will get cancel down that recall. Nice little Mystic Shot goes into the Beyond and actually snipes him out, but it's not going to harm him too much in the grand scheme of things. Still up by 10 CS, still up in farm camps. Imperius now only just hitting level 6. We'll have that Cataclysm, we'll have that Threat. Still will do a fair bit of damage with the Predator boots. Going to be still quite hard, though, for him to find those avenues of success.
Yeah, I mean, Predator is, for me, is a weird one to take on Jarvan. So a lot of the time we saw Warrior Jarvan. If you can remember, you know, not too long ago, probably Split 1, Warrior Jarvan was kind of a theme. And but people would take like Electrocute, and then sometimes they would take Conqueror. But the one real popular build, or the build on Jarvan that really rose to popularity, was you'd go Cinder Hulk, you would take Conqueror, you'd probably go Stoneplate as a second, and then you would just stack that Conqueror up, auto-attacking someone, and, you know, potentially end up dying. But the Conqueror really synergized well with that specific build path. And, you know, the fact that you go Predator, I haven't really seen it be used. I haven't really, you know, said, oh, okay, that's why he has it. Whereas, you know, potentially there's some Conqueror value we'll see later on into the game, because I really think, as a rune, Predator does fall off in the sense that once teams, you know, grouping up and playing around neutral objectives, the Predator is far less relevant. Predator, for me, is a rune that needs to get you a summoner spell blown in a lane, needs to get net you a kill early, and then you can really snowball. But the fact that really I haven't even seen it be popped, it's kind of concerning.
And it feels like the story of this jungle matchup as a whole, right? You got the Fleet Footwork into the Predator. Both have invested very much into. We need to win early to try and snowball a lead. Obviously, there can only be one victor, and that has been the Graves in this outcome. And, you know, Imperius, he's going to be quite curious as to, well, at what stage can I find value with this Predator? Will it be around this next Dragon? Because once again, you know, you're still looking at this Ezreal, waiting for that big power spike. Won't have the Manamune just yet. And definitely doesn't want to go into an Aphelios that is well on his way to getting the Infinity Edge.
No. Definitely not. In terms of strength of AD, it's definitely in the Aphelios' favor right now. But, you know, once Ezreal gets that Manamune and potentially that second item, I think we see a little bit of a momentum shift towards the Ezreal. But the CS discrepancy can't keep growing. If you want to remain relevant in this game on Ezreal, you cannot be behind. And he's not behind a catastrophic amount, but, you know, one mistake.
The initiation, that potential mistake, as you highlight, that's going to be a teleport committed here by Land, and we're going to see a full-blown 5v5 out. Goes to Twisted Advance to try and find that key target. It's going to be Smite stolen away. That's 2 dragons to the side of the Union so far. Damage from afar, the ideal weapon set up here from Aphelios. He has no pressure on him, and he's able just to go for the 1v5 hype train on his own. Landon has flashed out of the pit. That's a double kill for an Alistair, funnily enough, at that. So he's going to be a beefy boy. And, well, you've just got literally a team fight clinic.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't really even close. Aphelios had the perfect guns for that specific team fight, and it's kind of one of those scenarios where when your jungler commits for the smite as opposed to the team fight, there is a really good chance you are nowhere near winning that fight. And it's one of the great baits about of all junglers. It's you get the smite still, you're a bit of a hero, but if you don't, then sometimes the team fight turns out like the way it did. Imperius just went in for the smite skewer, missed it, gets blown up, and all of a sudden it's a 4v5, and really good teamfight positioning and fighting from UQU. And now they break open the mid turret just to add a little more, you know,
insult to injury, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, up by 5k as a result now, Juves. It's a disgusting early game that has put them in such a strong part. This is even before the 15-minute mark. They were up by such a huge amount of gold. Everything has gone their way. Yeah. And to, you know, bring it back to what you were mentioning, you know, you win the smite fight, you win the fight, you win the objective, you win everything.
Yeah, I mean, there was not one thing that happened in that passage of play where I thought, okay, you know what, that's not so bad for RMIT. They didn't get the dragon, they didn't keep their mid turret up, and they didn't win the team fight. And they burnt all of their summoners in the process. And if you look at the summoner spells of UQU, you know, Flash still up on Aphelios, Flash still up on Karma. Lash still up on Cho'Gath, and all these important members that will be influential in the next skirmish that we see still have the important summoner spells. And, there's an argument to be made that when you have summoner spells up, depending on the gold deficit, obviously, let's be realistic, but when you have a summoner spell advantage, you should really never lose the next fight. And so, not necessarily the onus, but you should just be looking to force on these summoner spell cooldowns, because I really fear for the, for RMIT and how they'll be able to fight back.
Still a fair bit away until they hit their power spike. Still waiting for that first item to come online for the Vladimir as well. And, this is a composition that the Union have that are very well equipped to protect their carries. Hang on that minute, because that's actually going to be action in the bot lane. Okay, well, that's just going to be a Graves following out an AD carry. Since gets his teleport up and available, comes to the fight and says, well, it looks like it's already finished, but then it's going to be Imperius rocking up with 2 buffs. Going to go for a lane gank, but it's too little too late because the Union are already going for a reset. Wash going to try and get out some information. He finds that Clint is left to his own device. That's more time wasted for the RMIT jungler.
Yeah, and I mean, and you know what, again, to add another, salt into the wound, it's the teleport that was burnt from RMIT, so another summoner spell goes down for nothing. And one thing I wanted to just mention was that Farmer picked up an Infinity Edge while Ezreal picked up the Manamune. And if we're talking comparisons, one is significantly more expensive than the other, so that's just how far behind Frost is on the Ezreal.
Better rotations, better turret play acquisition. They're up by a fair chunk of money. As we highlighted before, that's going to be the second Herald to complement the second Dragon that has gone their way. Going to go topside as well. Look to break open another turret and make life that much more difficult for Landon. Is a staple champion, hasn't found the windows of engagement, I suppose much in part to the fact that Imperius has been very crippled this game. The Jarvan obviously going to fulfill the same kind of role as a Wukong in terms of armor shredding, but Frost is a whole bunch of time away before we can look to try and be that empowered member, as they now are going to try and collect Tonto Unshackled. They will be successful. A 4-man commit, but they do get a shutdown.
And you can almost make the argument that the shutdown going on to the Maokai isn't necessarily a bad thing, because if he can sustain the damage of the Aphelios and the Graves, then Ezreal can just have a field day throwing Qs. So it's, I was going to say, in the defense of RMIT, it is extremely hard to play the game if you don't have a jungler, and that's what the game has been since level 1, right? Like, Imperius got late invaded, punished on his red, punished on his blue, ultimately ended up dying as well, and so RMIT are just playing the game in a reality just 4v5, right? All Imperius is trying to do is trying to catch up, worrying about himself, and so the onus really hasn't been on them to do anything. It's been more of, okay, what are they going to give us? And, getting a shutdown onto the Graves, that's the first step to a comeback.
It certainly is, and they're going to have to see what they can try and find as a result right now, because despite Unshackled falling on down, Farmer is definitely not looking to slow down anytime now. Summons the Herald and gets the second turret of the game. And now we always talk at great lengths as to the ADC meta and the comparisons between the builds. If you've got a cheaper build but you're still behind, you're not going to be that involved.
No, Ezreal's
a fair bit of time.
Ezreal needs to be hitting his key items and the key power spikes before Farmer. If Farmer is on the clock in terms of itemization or matching itemization with an Ezreal, then there's a problem, because all the Farmer's items are more expensive than Ezreal's. The reason Ezreal was so strong is because he hits his 2 items relatively early into the game, gets a stacked up Manamune, and just completely takes over. But the fact that you're down CS, or not necessarily down kills, but down turret plates and down turrets at a minimum, it does not fare well. And RMIT Wash is on the flank.
Amator's going very adventurous right now, runs into the river 1v5, actually managed to evade every single bit of damage, then Clint rocks up, goes for the feast, and flashes in to get a kill. Such unfortunate set of circumstances. That's a flash pulverize in as Blitzcrank gets evaporated, and the Union just find opportunities that just should not be afforded to them.
Yeah, well, that was RMIT being the aggressors, looking for the pick, and to be honest, I don't mind that. If they have enough damage to get through an Amateur and create a 4v5, then sure, but the damage wasn't there, the follow-up wasn't there, the hook ultimately missed, and I think Sinister will be a little bit disappointed in himself. Ended up walking in towards the Cho'Gath with no HP and getting tromped on. So, I think it was a, let's say decent idea, but just poor execution coming out of the side of RMIT.
Yeah, that has to be the narrative, the follow-up to the conclusion of what was that. Now the Union put this game on a timer as if it wasn't already. You know, you've got an Ezreal that wants to farm, you've got a Vladimir that wants to farm. They want to try and reach these item spikes. 4 minutes is what they've got to really deal with now as to when this soul is going to be decided, and that's going to give them a whole host of beefy stats to continue to be as durable as they have been to find these situations that present themselves. 7 kills to 1 as we get closer and closer to the 20-minute mark. The gold lead has not shrunk by any stretch of imagination.
No.
It's continuing to grow up to now 6k.
And you imagine if you had a Cho'Gath that was just full tank with Mountain Soul as well as the Alistar, then I don't think you're winning a team fight 7v5. You know, you could sub in 2 players into this game and potentially it would still be a team fight win for the side of UQU. But this next Dragon is definitely something they want to contest, but it's also one of the ones that they can also give away. And I know I'm contradicting myself, but sometimes, Skimmy, just sometimes, if you want that glimmer of hope, just let them get Elder Drake, like let them get the soul, let Elder Drake spawn, and just barbecue flip the burger and try and get the soul and try and get the Elder Drake. Sorry.
Yeah, we've seen a whole host of those very situations happen in the Oceanic region on last fortnight of gameplay. So wouldn't put it past you for another thing like that to happen here again today.
I lost an Elder to a Jinx Rocket recently.
did
Yeah.
Did you watch about the replay? How close was it?
I didn't smite, and then yeah, I didn't. I
Wasn't close at all.
I didn't expect it. Okay, I didn't expect it. It happened, and I was like, oh, this is what I'm talking about when I say we flipped the game. We let the game get to this point. We still won, so it's fine. But nevertheless, it's always a flip. I swear, when that dragon spawns, everyone gets nervous. Doesn't matter how far ahead you are.
Up by 10k, but your mouse is still shaking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to be hoping that the Union don't fall victim to a moment of action like that. The side lanes will be responded to. Protobell is now online here for Sensor, but a big talking point has to be the fact that now Ezreal has hit one of the most major item spikes that he can look to do. Saying it though, Ephelios can't be too far away now from completing that Runan's Hurricane, and if he has the right weapons once again, if he has all that pressure taken away from him, as you say, it just feels like a free win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's nice seeing Ezreal come through with those 2 items, but it's you know, it's even nicer seeing an Aphelios come through with 2 items, especially with Karma that has an Ardent Sensor going to be buffing. So, you know, we still looks like it's in UQ's favor. But the one thing that this Ezreal build does extremely well is Frost can keep the fight at his range, right? You look at Graves, such a short range carry. Karma, you know, doesn't necessarily have the most range, or it's not really a threat in killing Ezreal at the very least. Cho'Gath really needs to be in melee range to do a lot of damage as well. So if Frost can play teamfights to perfection and RMIT can really just funnel around him, then they can keep the teamfight at a range which is comfortable for them and potentially win it.
You mentioned at the start of this draft that it was going to be a composition that the Union would excel at when it came to kiting.
Yeah.
So far, they haven't really had to really showcase that. They have been the ones that are able to get aggressive and win on that front as well. But they will have, obviously, those tools, as you mentioned, be quite indispensable when it comes to kiting. Obviously, the utility build coming out from the Cho'Gath here, the Shurelya's, to complement the Karma shields as well. So, even playstyle would work for them so far as we get closer and closer to that doomsday moment. 60 seconds on a soul point to look for. Vision gets dropped in the Baron to make sure they're not going to sneak that one in for free. But the map does belong to the Union themselves, and you can see that based on the way they're posturing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they even just trade Baron for the Dragon, but I don't see why you will. But you know, it looks that they got visions on both sides of the map now. So what you see normally, you see one side control, right? UQU no dragon spawning, so they just want to get dragon control. But, you know, at the moment they got wards in mid lane, wards on Baron, and they've got wards in the blue side jungle of RMIT. So that just goes to show how much control they have over this game. And I think the 6,000 gold lead isn't really doing it justice.
It definitely feels like a lot more than that at this stage, as we now do see the 2 items online for the Aphelios. It's got the red buff as well and a Gravitum, so a different variation of the Dream items coming into this team fight.
Yeah, different variation, but I think it's still going to be the same result.
Still as strong as ever.
Yeah, yeah. Like, he could have the worst guns in the world, and I think he's still doing damage with the Ardent and with how far ahead he is, but oh, he's burned the heal. He didn't want none of that.
He was not having any of that. Yeah, Blitzcrank was scaring him. He had the hook as well. He had the flash. Could have gone for something crazy there, but decides just to say, my presence alone will scare you out of this one. That's going to actually give themselves some time.
Now this
Union now split.
This isn't good. They are split, right? Farmer can't get into the team fight here, so potentially they just flip it here. Try and steal
So
that.
going to be a ward that goes across this Dragon Pit. Are they going to go for the flip? They're going to go for the Moonlight Vigil. That's going to be the damage from a 5-3-man knockup. Can they try and find any follow-up from this one right now? The Sincer's going to be locked in place. 2-man Cataclysm. Human Play goes out onto 2 members as well, looking to try and do as much AoE pad damage as they can find. That's going to be the explosion. Unshackled finds the jungler. He's had his number all game long, and he finds it again at a critical moment in the game. We don't get the soul, but we do win the team fight once more.
So far, it's a 1 for 2, and if you're RMIT, it's not that bad, right? They had no business in, as I jinxed it potentially, but wait a minute, a little bit too deep.
These WQs, that's a freebie. Frost will pick that up, but will he fall down to his own demise? He will. Farmer connects with the kill. The shield is there as well. They do have a jungler. Whether or not they decide to go for a Baron play at the stage, they would have a ton of damage to do, so he might just go for a red buff steal as well. They're going to get everything here.
Yeah, I think I just start talking too early sometimes about saying how things aren't too bad, and then all of a sudden they just go to worst case scenario. So we're gonna see UQU secure this Baron, and if it wasn't an uphill battle, it sure is now. But actually, the teleports have got them off. They they're scared of the Vladimir. So okay, it wasn't that bad. They got the Mountain Dragon, right? That was the objective that they wanted. They traded some kills. You know, this is just good from RMIT. This is what happens when you get priority and you get into the Dragon first. If you're at the objective and you can put your tanks in front of your carries, it is very hard to then team fight. You know, UQU a little bit lazy with their setup, not ready in time. Vladimir getting a lot of damage down. It's a Glacial Cho'Gath, so not that tanky, and they end up going 1 for 2 here, but at the deficit that they're in, it's kind of a good scenario for them.
Definitely a win for them. Bought them some more time, and obviously compounded by the fact that the Baron got interrupted as well. So more time for them to play around with, more chances for them to find those decisive 2-item spikes that could be a big point. As you saw, the Cataclysm Hemo play going to be a staple of their lockdown and explosion for them to try and find those fights that would favour them. Going to be an uphill battle, as you highlight. Definitely doesn't feel like the case of the game just being swung around in a heartbeat as such, but you know, here we were thinking this game was going to be said and done under 25 minutes. It's been stalled out just a little bit longer now.
Well, I don't know if we said that, because statistically you came at us with some facts.
Well,
And
I came
facts,
in, and yeah, both teams averaged a record about 38, 39 minutes. That was the stats. We held that for a second and thought, well, that just seemed like an irrelevant stat based on the way this game was going, but who knows now.
So we got about 13 minutes left in this game, at a minimum 13.
More stalling.
Yep, 13 minutes, and you know, RMIT getting priority on this mid-wave and priority to get vision onto the Baron buff. So really good use of tempo from them, and using Ezreal, because Ezreal's one of the best champs at just gaining mid-priority, because you have the Frozen Fist, and you're just consistently throwing Qs out and hitting them like that, you know, at a sort of good damage, but they're getting engaged on maybe. That's a fast alley.
I can revenge. Yeah, there it is. WQ combo once again connects. Frost is forced to, I think, shift away.
Alistair ulted.
Hook silenced. The dream weapons here from the
Yeah,
field
you don't
gives
want
him
to
so much
fight.
protection. That goes the Indomitable well. He's taking 0 damage underneath that tower and can literally walk out of harm's way.
Anytime Aphelios has these guns, you just say, okay, that's your team fight win. You know, even if you're, no matter where you are, in what context of the game, you just say, okay, that's fine. You can have the map for 5 minutes until you waste those guns. So I think that's what we're seeing now. Just give a little bit of everything until the time comes.
Wash continues to hunt.
Baron started.
Hooks, but the Baron will get started up once again. Now they're going to be doing this blind. And as Wash will go across again, does have one final control ward left. But they're going to take so much damage as a result just to try and place down that vision.
It's interesting that they don't go for like a bit more of a commit onto the Baron, and I say that because Aphelios has really good guns, but hold that thought, maybe a bit of a disengage. So Aphelios has perfect guns, right? Starting the Barons, no problem. Yes, the Vladimir is super scary, but you have the Karma, shield, you have double sums on Aphelios, and you have the Smite secure, right? If Cho'Gath uses the Nom Nom Nom, then the Baron is definitely going over to UQU. So, you know, potentially just a little bit of nerves coming on through.
I mean, as you say, there's Feast, there's a 2-item spike, 2-item discrepancy between the junglers for smite differences, so they've definitely got a lot of guarantee when it comes to those objectives. Level 16 is just around the corner here for Sincer. Done such a fantastic job of remaining relevant, staying ahead of the clock, and bullying the fact that, yes, if you are going to play this double support comp with a Karma mid, I'm going to make sure that I can build up the biggest lead possible.
So Mountain Drake spawning against me, and again, RMIT are just finding their way into River first, but this time, the important thing is they don't have mid lane prior. So they need to make a decision here. What do? Do they just give up mid wave? But, you know, this is actually a good thing for them because Vladimir is now on the flank. Vladimir is just solo catching mid, and it's going to be a very hard fight for them. Look at Vladimir on the flank and potentially, Philios ult.
Yeah, this is awkward positioning right now.
Yeah.
You can see that the Union want to try and force this fight right now, but I realize if
They're
they
just
go
getting
in, it's a
chunked.
collapse of a Cataclysm. There's a Hemoplague that can come out as well. Imperius looking for it right now. That's going to be a two-man knock, but as a result, Cataclysm gets flashed out of as he follows it across the ridge. He's just going to 1v1 your jungle. There's no contest for that one. Out goes the Soul Point. Now they're buffed up. Now they've got Mountain Soul, and now they've got mitigation. That should be enough damage and control to win out this fight. Vladimir or not, it's just too much to ask to try and shut down this Aphelios that's been ahead of the clock all game long. The Ezreal has not been relevant enough here, and the Blitzcrank hasn't found those decisive picks as he just outranged them, but a flash, a dash, and a kill connect with the white flag going out for the ace.
Yeah, that was a very good team fight out of Revenge and Clint. And I say Clint, I know he didn't do much, but he knew his job in the team fight, and all he did was stop Vlad from getting a flank onto the back line, and he really just played goalkeeper and said, okay, you're not going to be able to land a Hemoplague onto my Karma, onto my Aphelios, and I think for me, sometimes, you know, you don't have to do anything to be an MVP, and that's what we saw there. But, Skimmy, Baron is still not taken by the side of UQU. They seem to have a bit of an allergic reaction to the Baron buff, and so, as I was saying, look at Clint at the backline here. You're probably looking at him thinking, okay, Treyarch's trolling, he has Glacial build, he's not actually doing anything, but he's stopping Vlad from getting entry to this team fight, because imagine if Vlad could come out on the flank here, right? It would be very dangerous, but he's just playing goalkeeper. Vlad, by the time Vlad gets in, it's just too late. The team fight's already won. Revenge as well, multi-man knockup. Super well played, and the front line of UQU knew their jobs in this team fight.
I mean, as you say, playing goalkeeper, as soon as Vladimir showed his face, he was going to get silenced. There was a Rupture ready and waiting. There was a feast to look for that 100-0. The front line, the back line, they knew their job, and the kind of panic more than anything from RMIT to say, we need to do something.
Yep.
And fell down victim in the end. Now, surely, they've gone for one final shot. They've got those major shields. Look at that shield on Aphelios. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what it would be like to be a carry and play a champ where people want to kill and protect me.
He's just not taking any damage, literally. As Lana gets dropped down to half right now, will there be an opportunity for Frost to try and disengage himself? Out goes the True Shot Barrage. Going to connect with the Hemoplague as well.
He's got another health bar from shields,
He's
by the
just
way.
going to tickle. Well, that's it. He's back to 100. Did he ever go below 100 is the question. Surely not.
Well, he didn't, and then the fact is that RMIT burnt ultimates, right? Vladimir used his ult, Ezreal used ult, Maokai used ult, and so everyone's full health on the side of UQU, and if there's a time to take Baron or a time to take a team fight, it's now or never, really.
Baron down to half. What ultimates are left? It's just a Cataclysm and a Blitzcrank silence. Will that be enough to try and win out this one? They ban out the teleport, and now they turn on towards Sin, so he's going to go for the blood pool so far. As soon as that expires, he's in a whole host of trouble. WQ combo, the Bruiser boys get it done. One of your biggest late game win conditions just evaporated as the Baron buff continues to be aggroed.
Look at the Mountain.
That's another double kill. Graves is
damage.
having so much fun this game from start to finish. It's never been in doubt.
No.
He is a carry ahead of his solo lanes.
Yeah, it's been a very clean game so far, and I mean, who do you point to on the side of UQU to say, hey man, really good game? I think they've just all done their job, all played extremely well, and yes, the game has probably, you know, exceeded the time in which I thought it would take to win this game, but what it says to me is they're just being safe and methodical.
Certainly are, and it's now going to go for the Nexus itself. The turret's going to fall around, there is nobody left ready to try and survive this one. They're going to get a casualty, a silver lining if you will. They hook somebody into the fountain, but that's not going to change the outcome here. University of Queensland's Union take the victory in 32 minutes.
Close.
A creative level 1 rewards them with a very strong early game, and from that point onwards they said this is our game to win, and it never really looked like it was in doubt.
Yeah, it was very close to a 38-minute blinder, like we said it might be, considering these game times of both these teams. But the level 1, I think, just sped that game up that little bit more, and sure, they got a lead level 1 and they had a plan and they came in and they did it, but you still need to play the rest of the game out, right? I've seen many of the games where you get a lead level 1 and it doesn't transition into anything and take your foot off the pedal a little bit, get a bit comfortable, but no, they did not, and they managed to grind out that win quite cleanly.
There we have it, 10-14. Alistair comes back, and it found so much success in our opening game of the night. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we do return, it is the league leaders in the Die Cups, currently undefeated, taking on Chiefs Academy. Welcome back to week number 9 here in the OCS, as we've just had the University of Queensland's Union take down RMIT's Redbacks, and in convincing fashion too. It was a new patch, as we highlighted. We got to see a few new picks, but more notably was the fact that we saw a creative level 1, which really showcased if you have a clear game plan coming into this one, you don't play it passively. You go in and say, we know you're playing this composition because you're very comfortable at it. We're going to remove so many of those win conditions or those success factors, and as you mentioned during the cast itself, it felt like RMIT were playing 4v5. I think one of the funniest things for me was the fact that Unshackled was the highest level in the game. He had 100 CS over the opposite jungler. I think he was matching that with Vladimir as well. The guy was an absolute monster. I mean, that's the dream, right, for Graves, is to be so far ahead. We mentioned it during draft. Hey, maybe there's a composition where lanes go even. He can just farm away and bear storm. I don't think we quite expected it to be as destructive as it was.
No, and I mean, to be honest, I wasn't. I was like, okay, you have that little lead, but what are you going to do with it? And sometimes not amateur, in semi-professional, it's very easy to just rest on your laurels, right? It's not you're not comfortable yet, and so it's sometimes you're just I'm just going to play this one out. I'm going to play it out slowly. I'm not going to be the reason that we lose, and blah 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 blah. But they really just full throttle. Let's not let him take anything back, and they managed to just close it out. Really, I was surprised at how clean it was, to be honest. I think there was like one little hiccup at a team fight where they lost the Mountain Dragon, and we were like, maybe we're going to see a little bit of a comeback, but no, they were always in charge.
Certainly were. That 4-minute delay from that Dragon Steel didn't really change much in the grand scheme of things.
No.
Right, well, let's get ready for the next game. So coming up next, obviously it's going to be a big one in terms of the Die Cubs getting to play another match. They're going to get to sort of see what they can do when it comes to retaining their undefeated status right now. They've obviously got the star-studded roster, but in recent times it has been a case of bringing back Kimchi in a supporting role, it being a case of making sure that Udisoft was sitting on the sidelines and giving Why Not his big chance to really flourish in the Academy roster itself. Chiefs Academy will also be looking for a bit of that success right now, as they actually fell victim to RMIT with that composition, so they'll be looking to bounce back with some strength here today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Chiefs Academy are a weird team. They're a team that I actually expect to be performing a little bit better than they are, right? I look at the names and I'm like, okay, I expect more from this team. I think that they've had some disappointing performances in which, they're looking at themselves and say, damn, we could have done a lot better. Because I really expect big things from Winterer. Like, I've seen him in solo queue a lot and he plays extremely well. I see Kanade. These players, their names, I recognize they're players that I see, but for some reason, it's not coming together for them. And, on the side of Die Cubs, it's important to note, Skimmy, that Cupcake is back. He's back in the mix. Arguably their best support player, as well as Why Not maintaining or keeping his spot.
His KDA is definitely inflated at the moment. He's living life large right now and sort of speaks to that veteran status that you come to know and expect from a player of his caliber. Chiefs Academy going to open up the draft with the Volibear.
It's the nerf Volibear. So, I don't necessarily think Volibear got nerfed in terms of laning because you never really chomped minions to heal. If you use 2 chomps on the minions, then I assume you're losing the trade anyway. But Jungle Volley probably took a little bit of a hit, but I still think it's okay. And this is an interesting one for me, right? I talk about Orianna being Way's best champion, and then he's got Orianna, he's got Zoe, and then to be honest, we haven't seen much from him in terms of a champion pool outside of that, but still managing to get his hands on Orianna, which I would argue is one of the stronger picks in the meta right now.
It certainly is, and it tends to be this matchup in particular that is hotly contested. Orianna in to the likes of Ascendra. The Ezreal gets taken up for free. They actually opt into it over the Varus, which now Chiefs Academy are thinking, hang on a minute, is this a bait? Do they want us to pick their Varus? Why have they let this one through? Now they're considering the option of an Aphelios, but they might just decide, no, we want them to we want them to ban away one more option before we decide to go for it. Currently now hovering the Nautilus.
Yeah, I don't want them to take anything in terms of AD carry, right? Because, there's still so many options available that are fine into Ezreal. You can pretty much play anything into Ezreal. You can get away with like the Ashe, you can get away with the Aphelios, you can get away with Varus as well, right? So you've already got 3 champions you can comfortably play. that do quite fine into Diacub's roster. But the thing that you do here, if Kim Jun does play Syndra, is you leave Syndra as a flex. You can play Syndra Nautilus in the bot lane as an example, right? You can get away with that. And so the longer you leave your flexes, especially on blue side, the better it is for you because red side is the one with the counter pick.
Just checking here. Nope, we've not seen Kim Jun play the Syndra in the bottom lane just yet, but
No.
we have seen teams more and more as the patch progresses and as the season progresses, really more than anything, showcase that, yep, we are a team that is willing to adapt. And obviously in that same notion has to be the fact that Karma continues to be omnipresent and sort of follows the same kind of pattern of we can flex this anywhere we like at this stage. Even top lane, given the fact that Orianna is locked in here, and you can't imagine that going anywhere else. We have seen it being played in the top, but it's nowhere near as much success as elsewhere.
Yeah. And, you know, jungle brands coming on through, targeted at 1, alright, getting rid of that Nidalee, getting rid of the Graves. There's something that their champs we really haven't seen him play though, you know. It was on Lee Sin duty, had some, I would say, miserable performances on Lee Sin, right? Still managing to get the wins, but definitely didn't look comfortable at all. And seeing these champions targeted at him, maybe there's a resurgence in what they're willing to let him play or what he is going to play. Quinn Band is interesting. Maybe Zoranus been spamming that one in solo queue, but what that says to me is that Volibear is probably going top lane. Trundle coming on through instead. So this is nerfed Trundle. Trundle has been nerfed this patch, so we were going to see what type of priority teams would have on this pick, and still there, still ever present in the meta. It's very hard to get rid of a champion like Trundle, right? If it's remotely playable in a competitive scenario, then I think 9 times out of 10 it's going to get played because it just has such good utility. Subjugate has so much value, and that is like one of the last champions we really see fall out of a meta. Carry champions really have to become a big problem to see teams stop locking that in.
I think that has to be your talking point, right? The fact that he has this utility, but that wasn't what necessarily was targeted in that nerf. It was just the fact that his Frozen Domain, his W ability, just a little bit less attack speed now. So you still got that annoying pillar, you've still got the Chomp that denies AD, and the Subjugate, which is just out of this world crazy. Well, there you go. It is going to be the Kaiser coming in as the AD carry choice to complement the Nautilus. A very destructive level 6 combo. But can at times suffer from a lack of range. But the final pick is going to be the Scion, a pick which continues to take storm here in the Oceanic region. And the final pick, a staple for Zoranus in the Ornn. In
recent days, I've actually played so much Ornn into Scion. I've just been autofilling, playing Ornn. Well, not even autofilling, like queuing top, because I actually love playing Ornn. I think he's so fun. And I verse so much Scion for some reason. And I actually genuinely think it's a bit of a skill matchup in terms of this top lane matchup. So you can really hard outtrade Ornn as Scion if you channel your Q correctly and don't get buffered by the Ornn. And so we'll see a lot of those trades, and it actually can become quite a volatile lane, right? Like Ornn has a lot of kill threat onto Scion, and so does Scion. But obviously they can just trade minions, and it is what it is. But I'd be keen to see if they, you know, just decide to mechanics max on the tanks in the top lane and play for solo kills.
Will there be those big buffs, or will they just be looking to try and stack up the grasp, looking to try and stack
it's
up
just grasp stack,
their items? Or are we going to have these, as you say, these big sort of outplays where it's like, I'm invulnerable to CC at this stage of the game. Look, try and utilize your combination because I can just now punish you as a result and find a sort of small windows of opportunity. That's what we're going to have to try and highlight here. As you say, the new, the nerfed Volibear. Really, those changes were targeted towards the jungle camp. Just a little bit less sustain as a result now, but
it's still fun.
I don't really think he was one of those junglers that really felt like he was in trouble in the first place.
No, and I really like Diacub's comp because of the Trundle. So you pick the Scion, right? You know, Pillar, very good into majority of the champions on the team of Chiefs Academy, right? Has a lot of value in terms of making the tanks not so tanky. But they also just have really good engage and disengage. Ezreal is just kind of a self-sufficient, self-pure AD, right? Karma can then focus on, you know, the likes of Orianna, as well as Trundle with the pillars and things like that. Like, it just feels like that Diacubs have a lot of tools in their kit in this game to deal with the side of Chiefs Academy. And that's not to say I don't like Chiefs Academy's comp either, right? You know, I do like that what they've gone for. You know, the Syndra into the Orianna can become a volatile lane. And Orianna really needs a strong jungle matchup because she can be punished early, right? Especially in this Syndra matchup. And the Volibear, for me, fares very well into Trundle. So I'm expecting and really hoping Chiefs Academy put a big emphasis on this mid lane. They really should put Orianna behind, utilize the prio they then get with Syndra to influence the side lane. I don't think it should be any other way.
And I think that's a good sort of area to target because Wei has been in some really good form himself at the moment right now. He's been looking, on the clock in terms of CS, in terms of his ability to try and find those key shockwaves or key targets to make sure that his role is fulfilled. What I'm worried about is the fact that the Diacubs have such a strong early game. Obviously, they've got the range and the ability to try and keep these guys at bay for the first few levels at least. Level 6 is when we talk about that big power spike between the Kaiser and the Nautilus. But, the Diacubs are one of those teams that accrue these major leads in the early game. That could be from kills, that could be from turrets, objectives, you name it. But then when they get those early leads, there is a reason why they're undefeated.
Yeah, but I would argue that yes, they probably have the better lane in terms of bot lane, and they probably have the better lane in terms of top lane, in terms of individual matchups. But Nautilus loses every lane until he lands a hook, and then you lose lane. So if this Nautilus manages to just land a dredge line onto the Karma, because for me, the Karma is the one that they're going to be going on. Yeah. Ezreal can still buffer that hook a little bit, but, Karma does become, one-shottable because Kai'Sa, whilst known as the scaling AD, the way her Q and passive pop works combined with the W, and you can just insta-pop it, you have a lot of burst, and your laning phase is actually quite strong. So if they manage to land hooks very early into this lane, and don't let themselves get whittled down and poked out, then this is definitely a point of power, or at least a point to play around. Because the other thing is, they have a Volibear, which is guaranteed CC. So unfortunately for this Karma, if Nautilus flashes forward, trades flash, and then Volibear comes in from a side, then he's as good as dead. And so it becomes a game of how do we protect the bot lane that wants to push, wants to poke the Karma, wants to poke the Nautilus and the Kai'Sa, and how do we punish them for wanting to poke us?
And that's what I think is going to be of great importance for me to sort of bear witness to as a part of the mid lane matchup that you highlight, but to sort of see how they manage the bottom lane, because this is Cupcake, that veteran status. The guy is absolutely phenomenal. Calrock, let's not forget about this guy. He plays with a different support week in, week out, but continues to dazzle. So I look at these two teams and go, you've got these power shifts, but then you've obviously got, as you say, the flexes with what can then happen in the blink of an eye with a hook. An interesting set that I actually found between these two teams. The Diacubs, this entire split, have only died 60 times compared to the Chiefs Academy that have died 127.
There you go. Double.
A lot more disciplined when it comes to deciding if they want to die or just not being in positions where they will fall down.
Yeah, I think a lot of their games have just been clean, right?
Certainly have been. And we'll be looking for another performance like that here today. As mentioned before, Chiefs Academy got a bit of a shellacking last week. They'll be looking to try and bounce back here today. You already outlined some key critical matchups for us to keep our eyes on between the mid and the bottom lane, but the top lane where things could get spicy depending on the personas that both laners want to bring to the match here today. We're going to find out as we jump into game number 2 of the night here in the OCS, with Chiefs Academy on the blue side and the Diacubs on the reds. Anything that catches our eye different on 10-14 here? For the most part, it looks pretty standard. Yeah,
it looks standard, but the one kind of thing that Why Not did, cheeky thing, was he started a pink ward on Trundle and didn't go for the refillable. So he starts with the machete and the pot because Trundle's clear is quite healthy, right? Gets a lot of health back from minions dying and jungle camps dying. So is really self-sufficient and has no dramas clearing. And so we see that pink ward go down in the dot bush there. So already some very good, vision, and especially because it's in the bot side of the river, right? Potentially we see Volibear wanting to walk down, and this ward will spot Volibear out.
That's what you mentioned when you talk about these level 1 starts, the vision gain. This tends to be what we see coming out from teams as to understanding where their opposition is and playing around that fact. Why Not can find himself another convincing start here. He could look to replicate what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and there's two things at play here, right? It's that Ezreal Karma want a starting lane so they can pull wave or just get the push. But also, Why Not is now pathing towards his bot lane. So they know if they play aggressively, poke and get Chiefs Academy under tower, they're going to have a jungler to back them up if Volibear does decide to gank. So it is a very good start from Diacubs in terms of vision control as well as where they're pathing to, because now you have a volatile lane. You have a lane in which Chiefs Academy want to make volatile with the Nautilus and the Kai'Sa, but you also have a Volibear who's going to be pathing away from that lane. So potentially a little bit of a mistake, right? Because I would love for Volibear to be down here at level 3 and just force a 3v3 because honestly, my money would be on Chiefs Academy to win that one.
I wouldn't put it past them. You talk about these 2 hard bruisers that can get in, soak up a ton of damage, but have the utility to ensure that there's some big uptime.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nautilus, no slouch to the damage department, especially with his passive. That does a deceivingly amount of absurd damage there, but Volibear obviously getting into the fold of things too. So we'll have to keep our eyes on to how they play this out. As it stands here, 3 minutes in, both appear to just be going for the full clear at Notion as well. But question is, will we see a lane gank come out from Why Not?
Well, I'm a firm believer in that junglers or trading flashes in volatile matchups is super duper worth. And what I mean by that, right, is that if Volibear just started blue, right, let's say Volibear just solos blue buff, okay?
Okay.
I know it's not the most optimal and efficient clear, all right? Let's say he solos blue buff because you don't want to give away where he starts, but, Scion can leash. Goes to Gromp, does red, and just goes straight to try. Even with try being warded, if Nautilus just flash auto attacks Karma, and Volibear then shows, Karma has to flash away. And then all of a sudden, the lane that's going to be miserable for you is no longer that bad because the Karma just has to play, 1 or 2 paces further back and really has to respect. And if she doesn't, you just revisit that lane and kill her. But, instead we see a full clear. And in all honesty, this lane isn't going as poorly as I thought it would for Chiefs Academy anyway. So they're playing the lane well. They're not really getting poked out and they're farming quite well on the turret.
Yeah, certainly are, and that's what you're banking on as a success condition is to try and navigate, levels 1 through 5.
Oh, I like this though. This is what I said.
Be a turbo farmer. Mincam going to do a drive-by through mid
Stun
right now.
land.
There's going to be a stun. There's going to be the fun. There's going to be the damage, and that is a first blood condition looking to be unleashed on the Rift right here. He flashes forward for one final auto. Will connect with it. Will Mincam fall down? He does. He loses the blue buff in the process. It's a 1-for-1. It's a disaster as Wei gets himself a kill. Trades. Action continues across the map right now as Kanade's in a whole host of trouble, forced to flash away himself. One more Mystic Shot will do it, the auto to heal, the flash away. 4 minutes on the dot and these teams are ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, the lane that wasn't going too poorly for them now just gets miserable, right? This was so bad for the side of Chiefs Academy in terms of their bot lane. Flash burnt from Nautilus, heal burnt from Kai'Sa, HP just in the bin completely, and probably a little bit of an overreach. And the reason I say that, Skimmy, is because if they didn't go for that play, the Chiefs Academy in the mid lane, if they just took the flash, then Wei's just dead next time around. And sometimes you just need to be happy with the little bit as opposed to just getting the whole thing.
But I will get something, and it is to your point from beforehand of burn those summoners and come revisit. Well, that is exactly what they do as Mincam shows up to bot lane, and without any flash being present here for the Diacubs Joy, that was an easy hook, and that was an easy execution.
I didn't see that, Skimmy, just to some technical issues on my end. So thank you for clearing that one up for me. And you're probably wondering why I was talking over the gank. I just didn't know the gank was happening.
Look, mate, I was on board with that discussion. I was like, look, he just knows it's a foregone conclusion. This guy's so five-head as an analyst. He's just like, it happens.
No,
I knew it was going to happen.
I didn't see it happening. I'll be honest with you.
But there you have it. It's a nice little win for them. Not going to really disrupt too much here in the Diacubs camp, as they're going to be able to return back and show face for the first dragon.
But
it's going to be an Infernal Dragon that goes off.
And this is what I was talking about Karma as a pick. Like, yeah, it wins lane, but it's so volatile if you give away like a Nautilus or something like that, because it's just an avenue or a window for Chiefs Academy to play around. But it's, in the same sense, it's also a window or an avenue for why not to play around. But just at the moment, the Chiefs Academy are just being really aggressive, really proactive, and they're not letting their last week, the shellacking they copped last week really affect them. And it's really good to see because, again, I said to you, Skimmy, this is a Chiefs Academy team that I expect a lot from. I see Winterer, I see Mincam, I see Elo, I see Kimjun, and I really expect them to be playing a lot better than they have been. So it's good to see them starting strong against the league leaders.
And this is a very early power spike, as you can see, based on what you mentioned, with them getting that desirable trade, getting that kill, and knowing that still their opposition don't have those flashes. They're hitting that power spike where they only continue to get stronger as level 6 comes online, and they've got the double
Volibear
to
6.
jump in there.
Yep.
And Cam is hunting around. We'll have that Stormbringer, the ability to jump onto that turret and disable it. Waiting for Mincam to land the stun. Will it come out? No, a Shockwave comes out in retaliation. And this is, bear in mind, a Syndra with a flash and a ghost. Definitely doesn't want to get locked in place.
Yeah, Winterer just missed absolutely everything, but The dive still looks like it's going to happen. I think this is, again, just a little bit too telegraphed. Like, you don't need to force this hard. Sometimes just being out of vision is scarier than showing in a lane like that. I don't mind Volibear going in to push, right? But it looks like they're still trying to make this play on mid lane. And sometimes, you know, giving that much information really lets the enemy team make a counterplay. But they're calling it off, and Winter is going to go home.
That he is. He's going to go back, and both junglers right now sitting pretty dead even, but it is going to be Wynot that has a slight advantage because he was the one to reset first and get himself on the ball ticking with that jungler item, working his way towards that Cinder Hulk.
And so, again, this lane, really well, going really well for Chiefs Academy. They're not down a turret plate, they're up 1 kill, they're even in CS, or ahead, sorry, and, you know, they're quite happy, right? You know, we see Karma, we see Ezreal, we expect them to be ahead in lane, specifically because of this matchup, but it's looking okay, and this is where it could get a little bit dangerous because Wynot has pinged on the way, so maybe we see a little bit of a turret dive in bot lane. Got to keep that wave of turret.
Kanade very close to hitting level 6 himself. Doesn't have the flash at the moment, but will have the ignite, but Kimjin is just about to hit on time with that heal. Mincam has his ideas set elsewhere. Despite the potential gank attempt that's going to happen on this bot lane, he's going to go for the Herald himself. They're going to reset. That is a very low Nautilus. Is he going to go for it? Out comes the pillar. There's the subjugate now. Looking to try and collapse. The wave's in a bit of a weird spot right now. Dicubs need to push this one in. They need to force that crash. Subjugate is going to expire. Now they can turn around here. If they can pick up a kill, they're going to get so many turret plates as a result.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a kill as well as the turret.
Can they juggle the aggro? Yes, they can.
Oh, Syndra's down here though.
Pick up 2. He's going to soak up all the damage. He's going to actually get collapsed upon him.
Okay.
He's going to fall on down. That's a double kill. This is the worst case scenario for the Dicubs. They took so long trying to make their play happen.
Yeah.
It bought enough time for Winter to do a full rotation through mid.
Extremely telegraphed play, and the really good thing about this is that the one that died is Kanade. So Kim Jun still gets the kill, also gets to push his wave out, and doesn't lose anything in the process. And really good roam from Winterer, and you know what we're seeing is the pressure that Volibear put on mid lane, right? Sure, it didn't necessarily amount into a significant lead, but it amounted into enough so that Winterer could leave and assist his side lane when they needed it. Because what I was going to say before that, Skimmy, was that I don't like the way that Chiefs Academy are playing away from their bot lane. They had no summoners on Ezreal, no summoners on Karma. I wanted to see Volibear revisit that lane one more time, but Winterer did it for him.
We just had to spin it to the works. This changes things up just a little bit. Now they're going to decide to play around this one now. Wei returns back to this matchup, but he's actually got a small advantage so far over the Syndra with the Merc Treads.
And that's what I was talking about, the Sion. I think it's like a slight Sion-favored matchup. In terms of, like, you know, if they're even skill or relatively even skill, then I think the Sion does have a pretty good time in this lane. But in terms of scaling, I think the Orange just far outscales the Sion when you think about the ornaments that come on through as well. So, you know, top lane just becoming a little bit of an island, not much happening, but jungle matchup for me is going in the favor of Mincam. He's picked up the Rift Herald, picked up a few kills in the mid lane, and really enabled his bot lane as well. So, going to be interesting to see what else he decides to do with this lead, because he has Rift Herald now. So the next play, which I think is going to happen in the mid lane, I think he's going to be using this Volibear ultimate to turret dive mid. Potentially just breaks open the game.
Break open the game, break open the base, and look to try and take down this game. That's the call, and that's the action. As Unleash Power goes out, he cancels the shockwave by jumping in the air. Pixel perfect with that one. Now a 3-man collapse in his turret, and there is no way it survives right now.
Well, Chiefs Academy
very low in the turret plates. There's only one remaining, and that is for sure the execution.
Yeah, Kaiser and Nautilus, even in River, hovering for this play, so they really wanted to commit for this turret. They didn't get it, but they got all the plates, and a stiff breeze really puts that turret down, and we might see a 5v5 for the Dragon here.
Yes, looking to be the case. That was a good timing for them to go into Herald turret and out towards the Dragon. The second of the game. It's going to be a Cloud Dragon to play for. Dicubs aren't in the area at the time, but out goes Call of the Forge God. It's a 2-man knock-up. The smite goes across 1-for-1 so far. 2-man headbutt as a result of following things up. Here goes Golden Kanade looking to try and disengage as much as he can. Depth charge has already been used, but he's going to fall on down and go swimming with the fish. Elo going to try and fight from the afterlife as Kimjun jumps in like James Bond from afar. But Kalrock has the attack speed, has the autos, and gets himself the shutdown. A team fight win for the Dicubs here. Despite losing the Dragon, they might look to pick everything up.
It is the classic, you know, use your resources for a turret, overstay for a dragon and lose the team fight because of it. You know, they didn't have some key ultimates, right? I would say Volibear is a crucial... Volibear ultimate is crucial when it comes to winning a fight like that in that specific area because he can just land a multi-man jump. But, you know, really well team-fighted. Sorry, really good team fight coming out of Diacubs. Ornhorn coming on through, hitting multiple members. You know, Ezreal Karma just landing so much poke, and we really saw the power of Trundle in that skirmish. Having Subjugate on and just running through people, and yeah, really well team fight from them.
I mean, the Bruisers just walked into the front line,
Yeah.
tanked on a world and said, you know, carries, do your business, do your thing. And, you know, it seemed to be very much that case where at the end, Kim Jong was like, well, I need to try and pick up something. Went for that Hail Mary attempt. Yes, he picks up a kill, but the kills went across to both AD carries.
Yeah, and it's also one of those relative team fight strength things, right? Your Volibear doesn't have ult. He's a very strong part of your team right now. Kai'Sa on these items, you know, I think he didn't have the pickaxe before this fight as well, but Kai'Sa on, you know, a Manamune, I think is not as strong as an Ezreal on a Manamune as well, so it's just relative team strength, and then you take the Volibear, the Trundle Subjugate into account. I just don't think it's a fight you win, and you should just be happy that you got all the turret plates in mid, and you really made some good ground in, you know, scaling into this game, but I think they just wanted a little bit too much in that scenario, but this is cheeky from Chiefs Academy here.
Certainly is. It's going to be the lane flip at 30 minutes in. Don't see this too often, but regardless, it is going to be the situation we're presented with right now. As Why Not rocks up to the situation, he goes, hang on, I'm in a whole host of trouble. Out goes to Subjugate, but you can't subjugate that one. Far too squishy when 4 members swarm around you. They're looking for the turret dive, and it might be successful as well, as they're going to actually pulling them away from the first turret. The Tempest's not going to mean anything. You're knocked up against the wall. That's a wall bang. That's a death and delete, because Exhaust won't save you. The boys are back in town, and Chiefs mean business.
Where was this Chiefs Academy? Every week we've been watching. You know, Pato took a step back to focus on coaching and really help this team, you know, improve, because a lot of the players on this team are kind of, you know, first time competitive and first time in the OCS, so maybe they just needed some weeks to really ramp up, and Pato just needed some time to focus on coaching as opposed to playing, because this is some really good League of Legends coming out of Chiefs Academy.
It certainly is. It's been a case of them having a clear game plan and for the most part being able to execute upon it right now. Stun goes out, but the Shockwave is the response. Why not hunting for it? Max range on the pillar. No flash, no ghost, no chance to try and run away from this one. The Unleash power does not do enough, especially when you got the Rainy Hose, and it's just going to mean he is going to fall on down for his first death of the game.
Yeah, I thought he actually was going to turn that. I thought he was going to turn that, but, you know, Syndra didn't have enough balls down.
Wasn't able to play soccer on that occasion. Was ganked away.
The second Rift Herald looking to go to Diacubs, but again, the second Rift Herald doesn't have as much value as the first, right? Because you're no longer playing for turret plates. You're just playing for that charge to, you know, take the turret, but I think when it loses that value, it really becomes a power play, and he didn't pick it up. Oh, I thought he was going to lose it. I thought he was actually going to lose the Herald there. We've seen, you probably weren't around at that time, but there's a famous jungler in Oce who was always second to me. His name's Spooks, but he has the most Rift Herald misses. Like, he would consistently do Rift Herald, but then never pick it up. And he'll just walk off.
What's the reasoning behind it?
Sorry?
What was the reasoning behind it?
He just forgets. He just does it and he forgets to get it.
That sounds so tragic, dude.
Yeah, and so there's like a running joke about they delegated like Rift Heralds on the team he was on, and they said, okay, you're no longer picking up Rift Heralds. And he's like, yep, okay. So then he would never pick Rift Heralds up anymore.
I suppose you remove away half the responsibility, right? Like, well, if you know I'm not in the area to take it, you can't smite still, it's not a jungler gap.
No, well, I mean, like, he'd still go get it, but he'd leave it on the ground for his support to pick up or something.
I love that. Let's see what happens
Oh,
here.
that TP's
That's going to be a
questionable.
teleport straight into a whole bunch of CC. And Threnis, you come up to this fight with full HP buy, but you're going to get dropped down as swift as just that. The All-Not goes out, but it's only a one-way train, and back to the fountain for you. As the Herald gets dropped on down, but it does nothing to try and make up the fact that Ornn is missing. And once again, clean timing from the Chiefs. They find a fight, gifted an opportunity, and then they can go for the second dragon in their favor.
Excuse me, when I was, you know, trying to work on my casting, I was once told that focus on the good things, right? Focus on what a team is doing well, okay? Now, this is the one time I can't focus on what Chiefs Academy are doing well because Zoranus just straight Giga Turbo inted with a teleport into the mid lane, okay?
It was not lit.
I can't say, hey Chiefs, well done for punishing that teleport because the teleport was just mega bad.
He came in and with the home guards ran straight back, and yeah, it wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty, but hey, they were there to catch the ball, right? Zoranus threw them a ball and they caught it.
Definitely did. It was like they're throwing a frisbee. They caught it, they took it, and they'd be very content with the fact that as a result, 17 minutes into this game, they have 2 dragons to their name, and they've built themselves up a healthy 4K gold lead.
Yes, and it's definitely like, you know, I talk about relative strength, right? Like this Syndra is well and truly online, probably sinning a little bit with that, with the Oblivion Orb in the inventory, right? Because, you know, they do have, Oblivion Orb is extremely cost efficient when there's no magic resist, but Ornn's got MR, Trundle's got MR, Oriana's got MR. There's a lot of MR coming on through, but maybe he's just looking to one-shot the Karma or the Ezreal, so we'll see what happens there.
Interesting bit of trivia here for you, Jubes. Fun fact, every single game Diacubs have played, they, with 100% success rate, have been the team to take the first 3 turrets.
Oh, really?
The case here today
No.
has definitely gone against the grain with them in this kind of strategy.
You know, this is probably one of the stronger Diacubs rosters too, right? In terms of, it's Kalrock, it's Cupcake, Wei and Zoranus are the 2 stables as well. And so, you know, the argument you would make is that who provides more value and who's the better one out of Ubisoft and why not? And Chiefs are really just, at the moment, I'm going to say, that's a flash from Oriana, Shockwave lands, but she's stunned, dead.
Anywhere Chiefs go, they roam as a pack. We talk about the wolf pack for the Diacubs. Well, the Chiefs are saying that they've got their own memento, their own motto.
Yes, the Chief Club. Wait, is it? Chiefs Esports Club? It is, yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
They group up, forget the side lanes. We play ARAM, but we are a squad that rock on up and say, go back to your base, you're not allowed out of the house.
Yeah, and I mean, they're probably, like Chiefs Academy are just really content making these picks because that pick there, it doesn't change much, right? In terms of game state, nothing's coming through, nothing's really happening. Red buff resets, gets smited. That's tragic because that should be on the Ezreal, but it doesn't change much. What it means is that they get their waves that little bit deeper. They probably get some vision that they shouldn't have gotten. But the really important thing is that Oriana has no flash, right? Oriana has no flash for this next dragon fight. And for me, Oriana is such a big part of this team. Yes, Ezreal has hit his 2 items power spike. He is up 30 CS, but he's not up, you know, any amount when you look at Kim Jun's items. And Oriana's just going to be easy to shut down for the Scion, for the Volibear in this next team fight. So Diacub's going to have to play this extremely well.
It certainly will, because there's a whole bunch of pressure right now mounting on them, isn't there? It's starting to get a little bit scary as to, you know, a few more slip-ups. The respawn timers continue to grow. The power spikes continue to go against them. One power spike that will definitely favour them, you had to say, Jubes, the fact that we've got the Miramana Evolution, we've got the Trinity Force online as well, and you combine that with the Cupcake Ardent Sensor, this is a major, major win that he'll have over Kim Jun.
Oh, I would say that in terms of strength, right? Because it's only a 3,000 gold lead. In terms of relative strength, maybe next team fight goes Diacub's way if they all play it accordingly, right? But, you know, you got to look at the Volibear too. The Volibear has the Righteous Glory, has Tabi, Cinderhulk. Very strong at this point, but, you know, when I see an Ezreal tick those items with an Ardent isn't necessarily an item. Ooh. Ardent isn't necessarily an item. Wait a minute. Ooh, I thought he was going to pull Shockwave there. Yeah, I was just like, wait a sec.
You're debating yourself that situation. Like, I see a teleport. Is there a grief about to happen?
Yeah, but what I was saying was, Ardent isn't an item that's necessarily like the most efficient on an Ezreal, because Ezreal, a lot of Ezreal's damage comes from spamming Qs as opposed to auto attacks. But
yeah, sure.
Nevertheless, like, hey, I'll take it if I'm playing Ezreal for sure.
Far easier to evolve the Manamune as an Ezreal compared to the Kaiser, and that's why you can see there's a bit of a discrepancy there so far.
Look at that.
He knows his strength, and he is not afraid to take any kind of courageous angle to try and find himself an avenue into this fight. They've been impeccable, you'd have to say, with their timing on finding these engagements before big objectives like this. 20 seconds, they'll put themselves on Ocean Soul point.
Yeah, and the moment in which I think we'll see Kaiser really, you know, overtake... Ooh, stun lands. I think the moment we'll see Kaiser, you know, sort of overtake Ezreal in terms of damage. Wait a minute. Fire goes through.
Hold up a minute. Here's a Shockwave that connects with Kim Jun. He's going to have
no
to
flash.
battle between the AD carries. One falls on down. That's why he deleted from the fight so far. massive knock-up as the All-Out comes on through. Where are they going to go to follow things up here? It's a double kill so far from the Kaiser.
Yeah.
It's a battle of the AD carries as the Mystic Shot gets flung out from afar, and he jukes out there but pulls the flash away. The Bruise just soak up the damage. He's free to run away, but the team are crumbled around him. They're going to flash on his head, and he says thanks for the money. It's why not in a dream.
Oh!
And that is going to be
Quadra.
the ace. An absolute bloodbath just took place in the mid lane. 9 kills,
Yeah.
but it can only be one survivor. It's the ace,
And
and it's the Chiefs.
And for me, again, Skimmy, love it when it pays. I love it when it happens. I was talking about how Orianna having no flash is extremely dangerous this next fight coming on through. Kim Jun identifies that, assassinates Orianna off to the side, and it just becomes a mechanics max team fight. And for me, best I've ever seen Kim Jun play in the OCS. If you keep your eyes on this man in this team fight, watch how it plays out. Wei is kind of, out of position, I would say, but does land a good shockwave. Now, Kim Jun, okay, no flash, one-shots him. Watch Kalrock and Kim Jun now just trade autos, and it really looks like it's going to be a very bad day for Chiefs Academy at this point. But I think the big mistake here was actually killing the Scion, Skimmy, because he came back and, on this health and with the percent HP damage he does, they have to run, they have to kite it out, and both ADs just stay alive until the very last moment, but it was crucial that Kim Jun stays alive and he's the only one left.
They're going to be spewing there. Zerenis with a major knockup flash forward to try and get that kill. There's no time to analyze the previous play because another one's happening right now. That's an easy 2-kill pickup for the Chiefs. They put themselves on Soul Point, and from Baron to Dragon and back again, they control the jungle, they control the tempo, and they're going to look to try and start this objective up now.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Skimmy, that fight that Diacubs nearly won but didn't, it gets a lot worse now after that. That was the one window, and the hook lands. Yeah.
No flash.
It's
It's up in about 5 seconds. He can't even use the shockwave. There's a massive true shot barrage. Can Kalrock do the 1v4 dream? They stopped the Baron max range hook. He can channel and buff for that one as he delches out with the arcane shift. I'm getting tense. I'm getting scared, but they have bought just a little bit more time.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was, your Ezreal's power spike, you've all kind of power spiked for that mid lane fight, and if you lose that, I don't find a way where you come back into this game, right? Like, Kim Jun literally went to base and bought a full Runarn's Hurricane from that fight. So, my eyes are on both these ADCs, but you have to look at that Kaiser and think, well, in terms of scaling, in terms of strength, the ball is in Chiefs Academy's court, right?
I mean, the Muramasa actually came online halfway through that fight, so just added that extra bit of power needed.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, added that extra bit of power needed to actually find that edge to get that win. My point was actually going to be that Zerenis at the end hit that 4-man all-ult and then actually flashed forward for the brittle auto attack, but died as he did that. So he's going to be spewing about that one, because that could have been the turning point. That would have bought enough time that, yes, you say, Sion comes out, but Ezreal could have kited from afar.
I mean, guys, I'm trying to be very optimistic for the side of Diacubs, right? But then Kaiser goes back and picks up a BF sword as well. So,
when you go back on a base like this and pick up this much in one big shot, look, it's probably not in a discount bargain bin. It's probably just your wrench.
Yep. Shockwave goes through, and it's a good pick.
That was clean. The link up between the AD carry and the mid laner right there proves to pay off big time. Shockwave into true shot.
Oh, no, Ezreal.
Right now. Oh, can he come in with the corner of full shots? Can he get a knock-up? 2-man knock-up goes across. He gets the delete. The execution there. Volibear is gone. That's a shutdown. Cupcake coming up huge so far. Now Elo left on his own between 4 members hanging around the Baron pit. He's going to fall to the floor as well. 20 kills to 15. It favored the Chiefs. The economy was their way as well. But they're going to die at a critical moment in the game at 26 minutes in. The Baron will be started.
Well, the Diacubs are just playing team fights much better. They're really just executing extremely well, and Syndra's just going to go down for free. Yep, for free. And the one cute thing I noticed in that little skirmish there was that Zerenis landed a multi-man knock-up off the back of a Trundle pillar. So if Zerenis has no terrain, if his Q's on cooldown, if the Ornn's Q's on cooldown, he can just use Wynot's Trundle pillar to knock up multiple members. It's just a bit of a contest from the Nautilus, but not much going to happen. I was just trying to stall for the teleport. Okay, teleport comes on through, hook misses.
Sling.
Yep.
Elo's looking for it right now. Cupcake is very, very low. Has to disengage away. Diacubs do not want to lose any of their Baron buffs. Kanade continues to land these hooks, but they can't deny much. And 27 minutes in, the Die Cub stabilize at a critical moment.
And so they just don't have everyone here. Syndra's not here. It's 2 people getting caught. Obviously, Trundle Ultimate does make them extremely squishy, and they're just fighting at a loss. Like, it's just all disengage coming out of Chiefs Academy, and Kim Jun gets one shot from the Ornn combined with the Orianna, probably a little bit overzealous in killing the Ezreal, and once Kim Jun goes down, they lose the majority of their damage. Cub's really nice team fight, identifying the window that they had to pull the trigger there, pulling the trigger and getting themselves back into the game, and Ocean Soul is spawning.
It's a really good call about the pillar.
Yep.
And then facilitated, because you can see there. That was a big turning point and actually ultimately net them the win in that fight.
Again, we're just going to see, it's just going to be 5v5s and skill checks here. Subjugate goes down, they need to kite this out. Chiefs Academy need to disengage.
2-man knockup once again. The front line of the Chiefs are getting battered. One of the Forge Gold comes out, Karok finds one, Ornn finds a second, True Shot Barrage has their health bar, Shockwave brings back the mid laner. You're not allowed to leave this one. That's going to be a quadra kill. Back-to-back team fights around the neutrals pay off big time. And the Die Cubs say there is no Ocean Soul for you here today. Can Kim Jun pull off the miracle? The 1v5. He flashes into the pit. He tries to do it, but that's a delayed ace, and Karok picks up the kill. Oh no.
I don't know if I've ever seen that in a competitive game before. I think Kim Jun has literally just...
What's that?
Has just given me a memory. A valuable memory.
If we tilted you, are you broken?
Nah, like, I'm not tilted. It's just... I'm just gonna watch this replay, okay? And for me, this is what we see. When I see this, I think of Team Comp Gap. Well, it's actually not even Team Comp Gap. It's just they're playing Chiefs Academy are just second, right? Elo gets caught coming into River. And then Die Cubs, whilst they're out of position, take this as an opportunity to really run at the Chiefs Academy comp. And so what it is, it's just that Chiefs Academy are never set up. They never have their tanks in front of their carries. And when they do, or when they think they do, it's just, you know, a few paces too late. And Chiefs Academy carries can never hit. And whilst they're kiting and whilst they're disengaging... Oh my goodness, I have to stop and just look at that again.
I don't know, is there any world in which that's worth as an AD carry? Because flashes are so vital to ensure you can win a fight.
Okay, if he flashes there and gets Ocean Soul, it's worth. But if you have to run the numbers, and because, you know, my mum and my dad are accountants, they're not really, but it's just a joke in terms of running numbers. But if you ran the numbers, okay, statistically speaking, what is the probability that he gets that?
A very low percentage. Going to 5.
If a Kaiser Flash Q ever stole an Ocean Soul from my jungler, I would literally bench my jungler on the spot. I would pause game and say to the ref, he's getting benched, and you know what? We could put Urisoft in for that game, for there. But it was such a... I'm gonna stop talking about it. It was such a zero value play.
Yeah, I don't know. High risk, high reward. You either what is the Batman quote? Either live to be the hero or die, become a villain, something along those lines. It definitely felt to be the case there. How much is that going to hurt him now? Because he is the one with the lion's share of their gold, sitting at 9-3 right now. We talked only moments prior as to how much money this guy had. The fact that he can buy a Runans into a BF in one shot. Yeah,
I mean, look at the level disparities now, right? You see Orianna 16, Syndra 15. Kalrok's a higher level than was a higher level than Syndra, and seen engaged.
Charge goes out. Stormbringer once again, they got one target in the mine, and it is the lead dish Orianna, but he goes gold and he survives. Redemption comes out, tops the boys up. Zernes soaks up as much damage as they can, but the turret survives.
You know what's crazy?
A bit longer.
They did that whilst tanking a turret, and it wasn't really even that close. And so at this point in the game, it's a 6,000 gold deficit, and the turret acting as another, another player, if you will, really couldn't assist them, man. It's looking very sad days for Chiefs Academy right now. They played the game so well in the early game, and Dire Cubs showing us why they're the best team in the league at the moment. Just being ever so resilient and just punishing those little mistakes from the side of Chiefs Academy.
Very scary early game start, wasn't it? But they've definitely found those moments where they've been able to turn things around. 2 critical moments between the Dragon and the Baron. Fights that netted themselves 4 kills in their favor, and from that point onwards, they have shown once again, as you say, the reason why they are your current first place team. Start to wonder if they've left it too little too late. You mentioned before that the Ornn would become that scaling factor. The gold lead was against them for such a long time, but now up by 6k, and you're starting to look at a whole host of upgrades that have been dished out here from the Orn himself. Most notably has to be the Trinity Force. The rest of the items at this stage actually aren't compatible except for the Redemption.
Yeah, and you know what's kind of sad if you're a fan of the Chiefs Academy? It's that you look at it, right, and you think, okay, it's 6k gold lead, we can come back, boys. You know, I've come back from worse, we all have. But it just doesn't take into account the ornaments, the Trinity Force now, the Zhonya's on Oriana, and you know, I'm soon to be another item as well. And it's just, it doesn't paint the full picture. They're just
This is
getting
going to be the full picture.
brute force.
This is the Die Cubs looking for the third inhibitor. They want to get all the minions flooding this space as they start to swarm in from mid and top lane. They're looking for one
Ezreal.
final team fight to end this game. Stormbringer goes out. They're trying to combine up the depth charge to try and lock places. Ezreal has so much movement speed. He has so much mobility. Out goes the Righteous Glory, but it's just not enough to lock this man in place. He has so much CDR that he can dash himself all over the fight. Happy Feet number 3. The sequel's coming out in movies tonight because he is nimble and ever so present to try and make these plays happen in their favor, and that is going to be the Chiefs' hopes and dreams falling on down ever so swiftly. As 2 members survive to try and crack this base defense, but it's just not going to be enough. The Scion will fall, as will the Syndra. That's going to be a 5-man flawless ace. And the Die Cubs, they got pushed once again, 33 minutes in. But like always, they retain their status as the Dire Dubs.
Yep, and that does look like GG and well played coming out of the Dire Cubs. And, you know, it was a good game from them in the sense that, yes, it wasn't their best performance. Yes, there was a lot to be desired. But, you know, for me, I'm very happy when I'm on a team where we can come back from, you know, a pretty decent deficit. Because that says a lot. I think it says a lot about a team. Sure, you can go on a win streak and you can go uncontested and you can look good and this and that, but what do you look like from behind? And I think a team that looks good from behind or can come back is a very scary team.
I mean, how many times are we saying that, you know, this is such a good frame of mind, right, to have, especially the best of one. You know, you're looking at a lot of teams that say, look, okay, wipe the slate clean, we go next, best of 3, best of 5. Very tough to try and do that in a series, in a best of 1 scenario where the game has been so up against you. But like you said, you know, if you give this team any bit of room to work with, they will punish you, and those objectives had to be the major turning point.
Yeah, well, it was just that the Die Cubs were, you know, they knew how to contest objectives, they knew how to be there, how to get in and when to be there. And Chiefs Academy were just like one pace off. Their tank was just one step off, wasn't in front of their carries. And it was just come down to, you know, and probably the experience from Cupcake was, how do we contest this objective? Sure, this is how we do it. And they got a pick off it and they punished. How do we get to this dragon? Okay, this is how we do it. And then they punish them. So it was, for me, it's just actually experience.
Experience comes out to be the difference maker here in game number 2 of 5 on offer here for you guys at home tonight. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it is Legacy Genesis taking on Gravitas' Academy. And welcome back for game number 3 as we get ready for Legacy Genesis to take on Gravitas' Academy. But to highlight what we just saw on our screens before, that is right, the Dire Cubs still remain undefeated. The Dire Dubs, as they've now been known, but Chiefs Academy definitely pushed them. They had some impeccable timing when it came to forcing fights around Rift Heralds, around man advantages. But as we saw, when we're talking about Soul Point contests, as to sort of these big swings, these big turnarounds that mid-game really sort of proves your mental discipline. Diacubs, as you said, they showcase that experience.
Yeah, and that's really what I think it came down to, was the fact that they had a leader who could really just say, this is how we can test objectives and this is when we can test them. And ultimately, that's what got them back into the game and into the lead, was the fact that they were able to approach these objectives with really minimal risk, or, as a 5-man unit, and punish Chiefs Academy just being that one step, behind. And I think it's definitely a game Chiefs Academy should take a lot of, be proud in, because they haven't had the best form in recent weeks. And if they do play like that, they'll beat a majority of the league. It's just the fact that, they played like that and they came up against the Dire Cubs.
The best team is when you sort of rediscover that best form. A bit of unfortunate timing for them.
Yep.
But regardless, they can obviously take so many positives away from that one to work for their run into playoffs. Let's get ourselves ready for this next matchup. Legacy Genesis have been one of these new teams really to watch. They've had that sort of ability to innovate. We've seen the middle sticks come out from them. We've seen them showcase that they can flex their jungler and mid laner around based on matchups that favor each other. It's a team that continues to excite me, but on that same sort of notion, we've got Gravitas superstars that come in here. They've now got the addition of Quaker as their new top laner
Yeah.
for the meantime. Obviously, he brings in a whole host of experience in his own right as well. And Bambi, one funny thing I actually found out about Bambi when I was doing a little bit of research on these two teams, Bambi's actually got the highest CS per minute out of any of the mid laners in this region
really?
right now. On average, about 10 CS per minute.
There you
It's pretty
go.
impressive
Yeah.
with the amount of games we played so far.
Well, he's a very stable part of this team, right? Like, you can always look to him to be farming well and to be doing his job in a sense. You know, to be the point in which, you know, Gravitas Academy think, can we win? And then they look to mid lane, you press tab, and you're like, yeah, we can win. My mid's 10 CS per minute, hasn't died yet, and can definitely scale into this game. And important to note that he does kind of play those 10 CS per minute champions, right? Like, he played the Lucian mid, I believe. He played the Corki mid as well, and so these champions all really need to be like farming on the timer, and that's what he does. So, you know, putting a lot of emphasis on their mid laner, Gravitas Academy, and you know, they did take the game to a very late game stage last week, and coming up against Legacy Genesis, who are a team who have found some form recently too. So it's going to be a good clash.
Get to see exactly what these teams decide to go for here. Bear in mind, this is a new patch, so Karthus has been buffed, and Jinx V is one of those players that especially likes the AP junglers, big proficiency towards the Gragas and Fiddlesticks. Perhaps a pick that he has been practicing, but it's not going to change the outcome here, despite all things looked at here. They actually go for a first pick in the Philios, which is a little bit interesting for me, but we'll touch on that in a little bit of time. Response from Gravitas Academy right out the gates is Ashe, Karma, Destruction in the bottom lane.
Man, I see these first picks, and I don't know if it's a product of the meta or a product of what teams are comfortable on, but if there's any OPL teams in chat, I'd love to watch scrims. Let me just watch some scrims so I can see why we're getting first pick certain things, because it's unlike most other regions. Like, we're seeing very early first picks in like Ashe and Karma. Yes, Ashe is an okay pick for sure, but Ashe, Karma, just showing your bot lane. Yes, I don't think it's going on Bambi. And they respond with they have the Aphelios and the Thresh, which could be a decent lane. Again, with hook champions, you lose lane until you hit the hook, right? Like, you're just like having a miserable time unless the hook lands, and so potentially the first hook lands out of Nausicaa and swings this lane around. But
I am curious though about this Aphelios. You know, the fact that he continues to be targeted. Yes, he's insanely strong, but just to reveal off the bat,
he has been nerfed. And to be honest, I feel like a lot of players actually didn't know how to play against Aphelios. But now that we've kind of got his OP gun highlighted, in the sense that, yeah, don't fight when he has those guns, I think he's pretty balanced. You know, he doesn't really have an oppressive laning phase. Yes, scales well, but scales well in particular with those guns highlighted, and there's definitely some very obvious counterplay to Aphelios now. But like, in saying that, he's still strong.
Well, I was going to say, it now feels like Ashe is that go-to first pick, right? It's a hybrid between Varus and Ezreal. You've got the insane harassment from afar, and you've got the slowing component as well. So it's like, you know, the best of two worlds. You've got a ultimate for engage. It's absurd, is essentially what we're looking at here. So Gravitas Academy have already got themselves a very strong opening. The Renekton from Quaku is one of his most played in the OPL this year, so going to be very, very comfortable on that.
Yeah,
next to the Poppy.
I feel like I say this every week. I don't know why Quaku has such a Renekton priority.
It's his go-to.
but like, you know, okay, let's call it what it is, right? Okay, we know Quaku. Quaku knows us. You know, this isn't a bad mouth by any means, but I think I've seen some very miserable Renekton games, and not that he's particularly played poorly, but in the sense that it just looks miserable playing that champion. Like, he does not look like he's having fun. He has not influenced this game whatsoever. And so I don't understand the emphasis that he has for this champion, or why he wants it so much.
I'm going to have to see if he can try and bite the bullet and sort of bite back from what has been that little bit of rough dip in form. We're going to see Gravitas Academy actually opt in for the Talia, which is a change of tempo here, given the fact that the Nocturne and Graves have been denied from them this time. So looking to try and remove away what was a Bambi mid lane Nocturne. Maybe trying to add a little bit more spice into the mix when we talk about CS per minute. It's definitely something that could be added into the case, but can see it in the jungle as well. So we're not going to fully lock our sights and sets of dreams into that just yet. Here as Legacy Genesis go for the Jarvan. One final pick to round out the composition. They need a solo laner. Need a bruiser of some sort.
Yeah, and Talia is an interesting pick because so Jinx V has been playing a bunch of Talia jungle in solo queue. So it would not surprise me at all if it's a Talia jungle that we see, and potentially maybe the first Talia jungle in the OCS this year. I don't think it's not really been a popular pick, and it's not really a popular pick in this meta, but nevertheless, that's what we could be seeing.
If there was ever a jungler to go for it, it would be him. Given his,
he plays a bunch of
junglers.
it. Yeah.
He likes them.
Yep.
Final pick was that Bruce that we mentioned. They needed some form of frontline to, make
Ezreal
this disgusting bot lane or mid lane carries sort of like function on the side of Legacy Genesis. Yeah, final pick is going to be the Ezreal, and we've seen this already. But they actually went for an AD Ezreal, didn't they?
Well, this is better. This is better from Gravitas Academy. So the thing that we were hypercritical of last week was that Gravitas Academy drafted an all AD team composition into, like, I think there was an Ornn, or there was some frontline. I think it was Ornn.
It was into Ornn, Yasuo, Alistar. It was,
Yeah, and so they had an all AD comp into those champions, and you're just never going to get far into those champs. Mind you, they made a very good game of it, right? Like, they took it to extremely late, and Bambi had a very good performance on this Ezreal. And now they've actually supplemented this composition with a source of magic damage, so they're not going to have as bad of a time late game.
Let's see if we can try and find those levels of success again, because, you sort of throw your mind back to last week with that matchup, and Bambi once again was looking for those sort of highlight reel plays of finding fights underneath towers, landing every single skill shot, popping off and saying, look, I'm so far ahead. Yes, we get outscaled, but please, I can do so much right now, and definitely one of those plays to keep your eyes on. But for me, it has to be the Renekton.
And one thing
I just really want to see pop off.
Well, no, and we should, right? Because a lot of the times when Talia was really OP in 2018, which, that was when Talia really got changed into the jungler that she is, there was a lot of Renekton Talia picks. An enemy top laner could never play the game versus that combo, because the stun, just slice and dice into a stun, into a knockback, you're dead. And so I want to see this from Gravitas Academy. I want to see, okay, let's get Quaco ahead. He's playing the Renekton, needs to get ahead, right? And let's have the Talia path towards that lane, because not much is going to be happening in the bot side of the map, in the sense of you really have no setup until level 6. So I really want to see this Maokai punish a few times before level 6 ticks around.
I start to wonder, Jeeves, and let me know if you agree or not, but whether or not Gravitas Academy sack their bot lane and say, you've already got yourself something that is so strong. Yes, kind of like what we just saw in the game prior to this. You're ahead until you get hooked, but we believe that you've got such a strong matchup that you should just be able to hold your own. I'm going to focus topside. I want to get this Renekton ahead. I want to make sure that he can look to find that first teleport in, have this major advantage, and be that that dominus. Well,
it's quite hard for Ash Karma to die in this lane unless Jarvan comes down very early. But in saying that, they should be able to get themselves enough prio that they get good vision control down, and then the gank really isn't possible. And so, the onus really is on Gravitas Academy to stay safe, specifically the two bot lane, the pair of the bot lane. They should be able to keep themselves safe until level 6. At level 6, probably a bit of a different ball game, because Jarvan Cataclysm does come into the equation then. But until then, I think they're very free to farm, very free to poke, really should be able to secure some deep vision whilst this Maokai gets punished. And yes, it's only a Maokai that's getting punished, but the important thing is that Renekton gets ahead. I don't really care about Maokai, because Maokai is just going to do Maokai things. But what I want to see is Renekton ahead, Talia ahead, and then at 6, once they're ahead, they can transition that lead that Talia has into the bot lane.
And it feels to me as if they need to build up this lead. They need to have this very strong start, because once again, you're running this double carry setup. You're running a comp that is going to be very fragile. So if these fights aren't explosive, if you don't have such a convincing start to them, a sustained fight is going to go truly against you. I mean, I look at those bruises on the side of Jarvan and Maokai that can engage in. They can lock you down for such a long time.
They can, but I'm a big fan of Blade of the Ruin King, and both Ash and Ezreal were probably building it. So, front to back team fights, yes, not ideal if one of your carries do get locked up. But the way that, the draft that Gravitas Academy have is they really can kite back. Talia puts the ground down. Jarvan then takes damage trying to engage. Maokai really shouldn't be in root range unless it's like a flash root. And then the Blade of the Ruin King users really just tee off onto the front line. So, I see a world in where Gravitas Academy's composition does work, and it actually is a comp that suits them. He's very comfortable on Talia, right? Double 80 carries, sure, it's what Bambi was before he transitioned into mid lane, but then you look at the Legacy's composition, right? They have hard engage. They have force into a comp that doesn't have a one true tank. So if any of the CC lands from Legacy, that person on the Gravitas Academy side is going to be one shot, is going to get exploded.
This feels very much Gravitas-esque, right? Where they look to try and jam as many carries into their comp as possible, where Trashley actually prefers the enchanters as opposed to the tanks, and Quaker would tend to opt into the bruisers instead as well. So it feels very much like a case of squishy but explosive team fights from them. Legacy Genesis looking for the rounded package, if you will, the whole sort of connection of we've got a very strong source of AP, AD damage, we've got engage tools, we've got ability to try and lock down. That's my major concern, is if we're going to look at a very similar maybe narrative as we saw in the previous game, where fights maybe are working for you, but the ability to set up and lead the line with those tanks could be the major turning point.
Yeah, for sure. But if you look at it, if it's like an even game, right? If say gold's even or 1,000 apiece, then Legacy's team composition would be hard to argue about winning a 5v5. But the thing that Gravitas Academy's composition has is that it can play side lanes, it can 1-3-1, it can have clear just ulti to the side lane, and really they're going to win this game through side lanes more than they do team fights, in my opinion.
Well, let's see. We're going to jump into game number 3 of the night here in week 9 of the OCS, with Legacy Genesis on the blue side and Gravitas Academy on the reds. Battle of the Carries up against the well-rounded composition. Who is going to find a victory here today? It's a game that actually, I want to say, a bit of a mismatch in terms of the standing. Legacy Genesis come into this one at 4 and 3, whereas Gravitas Academy come in sitting at 2 and 5. Both currently on a loss after last week's performance, as the QT Tigers took down the Gravitas Academy with back-to-back performances on the Shaker. They'll get a bye round this week, so they get a week off to relax. But that is a pick that is caused teams issues so far. And for Legacy Genesis, they went up against the Die Cubs last week. They definitely pushed them as well, but were unable to find the victory on that occasion.
Yeah, for sure. And what does this game mean, Skimmy? You're the numbers man. You have the I don't want to throw you on the bus here, but because I know the ladder is a little bit congested, but what's happening in terms of stand? I know Legacy is sitting around that middle of the table pack, and Gravitas Academy probably just lurking that little bit more.
Yeah, no, so, I mean, Legacy at the moment are tied 3rd. A win here today would put Daylight between themselves and Pentanet.GG Rise. For Gravitas Academy, a win here today wouldn't actually really do much for the standings to start with. They would need a few more results to really try and make a last-ditch run for the playoffs. Let's see if it's possible. Haven't run the 15 simulations, as we mentioned before. We'll get close to that, no doubt, in week 10.
Our observers actually just smurfed really hard because they actually moved Renekton into the mid lane, because Renekton is in fact laning mid into the LeBlanc. So they managed to pick that one up for us.
What do you think of that? Do you prefer this?
For Renekton? I think it's really weird because Renekton actually beat Maokai, and then Ezreal, I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't see LeBlanc laning against Ezreal every day of the week, but this is what it looks like to me is going to happen to Renekton. Just get chained, get kited, and yes, it's going to be a free Ezreal lane for sure, but I don't imagine LeBlanc has that much kill threat onto Ezreal, right? Ezreal can just farm with autos, farm with Q, and every time LeBlanc comes in, then Ezreal can trade back. So, interesting decision-making from the side of Gravitas Academy for me.
And I agree, because I think it's interesting now, because how does it actually change the game plan?
Well, because
in that we mentioned we want to try and get this Quaku online, we want to get this Renekton online, I should say. Being mid lane, not going to be as easy as it was once before.
No, but you're also forcing Renekton into like a volatile state, right? In the sense that LeBlanc actually has damage. Jarvan is a good ganker. If a chain lands, I'm fairly certain Renekton dies. And okay, as I just gone through saying all that, Quaku just says why I'm wrong.
Yeah,
it's alright, my bad.
He just gets the
my bad.
solo kill. That's
talking.
the first blood for Gravitas. Yep. They get themselves online.
Yep.
And here we were thinking, maybe hyper reading into the situation. He says, look, shut up, guys. Just watch the action.
But just because that happened doesn't mean Buggy didn't turbo run that down, okay? He still has flash. He's playing LeBlanc into a Renekton. There's no world or universe he should die here. So let's see. Chain lands. Distorts away. Yeah, okay. So he will... Yeah. And he probably just Q flashes here. No? Still stays.
Ooh, the tension's building.
Well, he's just going to get flash stunned. That's what I'm calling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, look.
There it is.
Look, really well played from Quaku, right? And this is what I said I wanted to see from him. I want to see him just have that big pop-off performance on Renekton, because we haven't really seen it yet. And What a way to start, getting first blood, solo killing your lane opponent. But the reason I don't agree with these lane assignments is because Maokai root actually follows Ezreal. And so even if Ezreal Arcane shifts away, still going to get rooted, going to get punched back, then going to flash. But if Jarvan's there, Ezreal still dies. And so you're creating like volatile lane states for no absolute reason. Whereas Renekton fares extremely well into the Maokai, should win that lane. Ezreal should really not die to the LB. And, we just flipped the script on the head though, because Renekton has picked up the solo kill.
It'd be awesome if we could get one of the Gravitas Academy boys in Twitch chat afterwards and sort of had their word as to what sort of the thoughts behind the switch were.
I mean, that would be their thoughts, right? The thoughts would be that Quaku City is going to win lane against the LeBlanc really hard. I mean, that would explain everything. And Bambi's like, yeah, you know what? This is a free lane for me into Maokai too in terms of the 1v1, and Jarvan really hasn't dipped his head into any lane, so they're really happy with the game state at the moment. But I'm thinking just as in a holistic sense, where Jarvan is playing the game and Jarvan is communicating with his lanes, trying to set things up.
He definitely hasn't been shut down as hard as we saw in game number 1. He is a very real and relevant factor. Has gone for the Conqueror this time. He's going to have some very relevant and sticking damage if he can stack it up to 12. Get to see where he decides to path right now as both junglers are in the area. Bot side of the map as the Scuttles get ready to come around for another time. But it's going to be the first dragon of the game, which is an Ocean Dragon.
This lane's probably really hard for LB now. Wave's not in a great spot for LeBlanc. Renekton has a null magic as well as a longsword, and I don't think, especially now that Renekton seeks, I don't think they have really much agency in the mid 2v2, but might see Jinx V get caught here. This is a terrible dragon to get caught on because you can't kite it away.
Very, very low.
You can't do it.
He's going to have to try and find something right now, but the bot lane get collapsed upon. He flashes away, but the Ashe auto connects and follows him. As a clutch shield comes in here from Trashly to ensure that they will get this dragon. Quaku returns. That is a win on 2 separate fronts. So really, really strong start here in the first 6 minutes of Gravitas.
Yeah, and they're winning a lane that they, drafted in 1 and 2. So very good and confident performance from Gravitas Academy right now. And, especially because this is the bot lane of Styled and Nausicaa, and one we praise so heavily. And the fact that Heki and Trashly can actually, get some confidence now from the fact that they've beaten one of our best laning bot lane OCS bot lanes, then they're in good stead for this game.
Let's see if they can try and transition this as a result. We'll get to see once again another desirable trading pattern take place here from Quaku, but Nausicaa is in the area, and this is what he tends to do when he's playing these champions that have the mobility factor online. Only going to get worse if Swifties or Mobies come to complement it. He has a big tendency to run mid lane and look to try and find those picks.
Yeah. Looking for a 3-man on mid, maybe. The flash route.
Flash, twisted advance, he's locked in place. He's just going to dash out of the ultimate and say, see you later. And, well.
It's just misexecuted, like the right idea, but not calling for it, or LeBlanc not being able to follow up in time, I don't think it's a bad gank by any means. It's
Does
just
LB not have enough mana? I'm looking at Buggy's mana at the moment. It looked like it was quite low.
I think Buggy had mana, but just 1 or 2 steps too far back. But now, if mid lane was killable, now it's not. Okay, with the Hex Drinker, LeBlanc. So the one item that really makes LeBlanc suffer is a Hex Drinker, and the fact that Quaku's got it so early is really doomed for this LeBlanc. I'm actually surprised they don't try and flip the lanes and put Maokai into the Renekton, because the fact that Renekton went Hex Drinker, it doesn't do much in terms of laning against Maokai, because Maokai was never going to solo kill you anyway.
It's interesting regardless, depending on what they decide to do here, because the flash is now up and available. Wasn't for that previous gank attempt, but he managed to slice and dice himself to safety. And that will be Gravitas now picking up the first Herald of the game as well. And that question starts to raise, will we see lane flips to really complement this Herald drop? I start to wonder who the pressure is on to, be the proactive or the reactive team in this situation, whether or not is Legacy saying we're on the back foot, we need to force our hands.
Yeah. Look at the vision control top side of the map for Gravitas Academy too. They have 3 pink wards in a triangle.
The Bermuda Triangle of top lane.
Yeah, right? You can't go anywhere there or you disappear.
Yep, you will get lost. Basically saying, do not gank. It's like one of those do not disturb signs at a hotel. Bambi just wants to be left on an island, and so far it's paying off. Up by 20 CS.
bit of a bush camp coming out here, looking for the Jinx V on that Talia, and surprised yeah, this Talia has been able to get away with a relatively free early game, picking up the Runic Echoes, and massive Empowered Karma Q lands there. You know what that was, dude? I know what it was. Jinx V said, hey Ezreal, go lane top lane, it's a really good lane for you, okay? And then he's like, oh, okay, thanks, man. And now Talia gets the blue buff because Renekton's mid. That's what it was.
It's sort of an inside job, do you reckon?
Yep. Flash burnt mid, good roam from Sally, putting out some pressure onto this map.
Yep, deja vu happens mid lane, as you say. Exact same angle, exact same play. This time we'll flash away from that. So, continues to be pressured, but continues to be protected and safe. As we're going to see, the damage patterns will come out, but as you see, the Hex Drinker will do a whole lot to mitigate.
It would have been
trading pattern.
I would have liked to have seen a bit of a limit test there coming out of Quaku. Just take the stun and see if you can 1v2 with the Hex Drinker, because I actually think he probably could if he pops the Dominus. 1v2 the LeBlanc and the Maokai. He wouldn't kill the Maokai by any means, but he would definitely force the LeBlanc back to base. Bit of a lane gank here, and very slow early game from both junglers. Picks the Jarvan, one of the earliest game ganking junglers you can probably pick. Hasn't really done much. Hasn't really burned a summoner, I don't think, in any lane. And Talia as well, known as a very early game cheese jungler. You know, when I say early game, yes, she scales pretty well and she does need some items to ramp up. But you know, the Talia shove and the Talia knockback can net you a few kills in the early game.
Has been a bit bizarre. 11 minutes in, only 2 kills have been seen so far.
Turret goes down though.
Both have been solo kills, but that is going to be the Herald that will get dropped, and that will break the first turret. So the gold lead is well and truly in the favour of Gravitas right now. Once again, timing is impeccable. As the second Drake spawns, and it is a Mountain 1 at just that. A 3k gold lead buffer is what favours them so far. Got the numbers in the area, and they will be able to connect and collapse upon this one. And okay, we have broken the curse well and truly. I was wondering
if we
would get another Cloud Dragon Soul, but today we've got early game power. It's infernal.
Yeah, and what we're seeing now is just some really good laning phase out of Gravitas Academy, and it's not something we've necessarily come to expect. They have struggled sometimes in terms of laning, especially in the bot side of the map, and you know, sometimes in the top side, but you know, Ezreal's up 30 CS, Renekton's up 20, solo kills across the board as well, so looking like a very different Gravitas Academy roster.
But we wonder what Lexi Genesis would do, would try and sort of reclaim some kind of control of this match. They're going to invest with 3 members looking to push bot side here, whilst the turret plates still remain, and that's going to put some money into the pockets of this man on your screen right now. Make sure that Aphelios can try and keep up tempo with the Ashe that has just completed a Bladed Rune King.
Cool.
And mid lane is where the action's at. That time, the Cataclysm connects, and that time Faulkner is successful, as he will give Buggy a kill. The power spike we were talking about for the Ashe, both summoners burnt. Wasn't enough.
Yeah, I didn't see how that started or how it really happened, but it's a good pick up from Faulkner. Nice engage. LeBlanc getting a kill there, much needed. So, yeah, unfortunate for Heki there. Obviously didn't see that, but you know, never want to be burning double sums on Ashe into a Jarvan, that's for sure.
Certainly don't. It's pretty rough, that's to say the least. You're going to be a very key target to now lock in place. You don't have any mobility to start off with, and you know, Bambi's going to be thinking, I've got to try and make up with my mobility to try and patch out as much as you can do before you fall on down.
I'd love to see a little bit more proactivity around this Ashe arrow. I feel like it's just been up for far too long. Obviously, he used it to try and survive there, but hold that thought. Ezreal caught. Flash burn.
Flash straight away. That's going to be the flay. That's going to be the exhaust as well. But he's still going to get caught by the death sentence, and death will connect.
Yeah, Ezreal's.
Both the carries fall in the span of a minute, and you know, that's disaster.
Yeah, this Thresh is just everywhere. Yeah, at the moment, has the Swifties, not necessarily the Mobies, but just controlling bot side of the river. Made a play in the mid lane, got the kill. Makes a play in the side lane, now kills the Ezreal as well, and this is something...
It's classic Norska, isn't it?
Yeah, but when you draft double AD comp Skimmy, your composition becomes volatile, in the sense that you can't really fall behind because your composition doesn't function from behind. But what double AD carries or AD carries in solo lane do is they actually win lane, right? And you just run with that and you never let go. And so each death or each kind of little stumble is another hurdle that you have to get over, and you know they can't afford too many of those picks because yes, it's 2,000 gold or 1,000 and a bit, but you can't afford to be playing the game on even terms come mid game because that's not how you drafted and that's not what you drafted for.
Let's see, because that was one of my concerns, is the fact that Legacy Genesis would have all this engage, be a little bit easier to land, and Nausicaa just continues to make things happen right now.
That's turbo trolling from Nausicaa, because if Ash arrows there, the arrow just lands. He has no flash, Talia does the knockback, and he's just dead. But instead, they're the ones getting like, the trigger pulled on them, right? Like, you have this Ash arrow, it should just be fired off cooldown. It's so disrespectful to let Nausicaa get away with throwing a hook there. He absolutely gets one shot. Anytime,
no, that's been odd. We've
anytime
really
here,
the Ash arrow used.
Anytime he's on the mid wave here. Obviously out of vision now, but yeah, need to be doing a little bit more here, Gravitas Academy.
Feels very much the case of picking the Ash for the investment in the winning bot lane matchup. It's the priority to go in the first two picks.
And
Let's see what the game plan is going on from here, though, because first two Dragons have gone their way, first two Heralds have as well. That is the early game strength that you want to see from them.
And it's also interesting that they do wall off. Oh wow!
Well, they tried to lock them in that mid lane there. The enchanted arrow will not connect, but that's the first real signs of life here.
Yeah, but. You can also, that's the thing, right? You can use the Talia wall as a form of engage as well, in the sense that you can wall them off and force them into a corridor you want them to go. So, you know, although that missed, that's what I like to see from Gravitas Academy. When you have those tools, use them.
The idea was clear as to finding a pick, getting some kills, and then having the numbers advantage then to summon the Heralds and, you know, assert yourself a little bit more control of this map as it stands. Bambi going to be very content, much as is his tradition of just farming away. And the Herald will be summoned just in time for the third dragon off the game. Hence why the numbers continue to be so present here in the mid lane, but that will force Buggy to respond with his own teleport to come back into this matchup. Now sitting on a Luden's Echo and 4 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. Will be hungry for more carnage.
Is that
true power.
Is that the worst Herald of 2020, or has it been worse?
I mean, it said hello, and then it went back home.
Yep. And, you know, this is third dragon for Gravitas Academy. Potentially we see a team fight break out for this, but maybe they're just content giving that one away.
Well, it seems to be that case, because Quaker is stubbornly pushing topside right now. Has to teleport if he wants to come in now, but he's trying to commit for the second. They're going to look to bleed a lot here right now, because the Herald is going to go across, sorry, the Dragon's going to go across, and they lose 2 members as well, as Jinx searches for a smite steal, and, well, Norse can stop it. This guy is a smurf. It's the definition. I said it was 2 kills. Make it a triple. Make it a quad. Nausicaa, the team, it's clean. It's perfect. Flashes, find, kills.
Yeah, and that's the problem we see with Gravitas Academy's composition, right? Yes, there was a lot to be desired in terms of setup. Renekton was not there. Karma was off on the side doing God knows what, but you know, it was, the point still stands, right? Put 5 Legacy Genesis members in the river and the fight is almost always going to go their way. And Nausicaa, again, showing his proficiency on the hook champions, right? I think any champion with a skill shot Q in support, Nausicaa is really good at, right? Blitzcrank, Thresh, Bard, and he has these really good games on them.
Any playmaking support, basically.
Yeah.
Anything that can land a stun, that can turn the tide of a fight, that has a very real ability to roam with ease.
And, you know,
it seems like the strongest.
Gold lead, only 300. So, only 300. Still able to... Oh, not even 300 now. Now it's even because the minion waves that they fought. Yep. So, not all doom and gloom for the Gravitas Academy side. Renekton was picking up a lot of EXP. And if you look at the differential between Maokai and Renekton, then potentially there's an avenue to play through, right? 300 gold lead. Probably the richest man in the game. Yes, he is. So, Quaku going to have a big Renekton performance.
They've definitely invested in the Crocodile Hunter.
Yep.
Going to see if he can pay it off with some juicy team fight performances right now. He's got a a trinity of items at the stage, and that will be the base that completes the Black Cleaver to make the lives of both the Ezreal and the Ashe just that much easier to shred through their kill target. But that is all Buggy needed to say thank you very much. I am now going to convert this Dark Seal into a Magi's, now at 8 stacks. And these invitations that present Legacy with a very real opportunity to come back into this game, they continue to take and they claw back at.
And I think Ezreal might be caught here again, Skimmy. No flash. Oh, he has flash, sorry, so he's okay. But, you know, being forced off the wave here, 1 level down, it's not a position you want your Ezreal to be in any role. If this is your ADC Ezreal, not a good time. Mid lane Ezreal, even worse time. And their bot lane support.
Jinx is there to protect him, but the action then suddenly turns from top to mid, and Gravitas Academy get completely dumbfounded by that play. They thought, hang on a minute, we were so well safe and protected. What on earth just happened? Their bot Joey just gets evaporated, and once again, Ashe uses the flash away, but you can't run from death itself, and that is what Jarvan is. And Nausicaa, stop landing these hooks! He just can't!
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say besides it was just a really good hook. It curved around the minion there, but Sally's playing this game pretty well in the sense that, yes, he's down a significant amount of CS, but, you know, he's identified his job, he knows what his role is in this game, and all he's doing is leaving minion waves and walking to mid, finding a play, and, you know, the alternate universe is Gravitas Academy. If their bot lane doesn't die there, then Sally loses out on a bunch, but the fact that he's rewarded makes this such a good play for Legacy Genesis.
Major tempo swing comes out at the 20-minute mark. A second arrow, and Style, true to his name, styles on his opponents. A quick sidestep, says nope.
I mean, if he gets hit by it, he just uses cleanse, right, and walks away.
Well, I mean, he could have, but he hangs on to it a little bit longer. The guy is clean. 20 minutes in is the point I was getting at, is that now it is Legacy in the driving seat, up by 2k. Nausicaa once again, the playmaker, the lander of the CC, the connection with the bruisers, the execution continues to be flawless. Mid-game is all things Legacy.
Yeah, and that you've just hit the nail on the head, right? It's all things Legacy. Legacy are just the ones moving around the map. They're the ones trying to make the plays, and they are the ones making the plays, and it just feels like Gravitas Academy just don't have an answer, right? They're kind of, if you will, I think they're just a little bit shell-shocked. They're not sure what to do. I think they may have surprised themselves coming out of lane with a lead, and they just sat on it. Sometimes that's what happens. You're like, oh, okay, we've just won lane. This game's going really well, and you end up just doing not much of anything.
You have to hope for something at this stage here, Juice, because the game is definitely slipping out of their control quicker and quicker as the time goes by. In the middle of their draft for Legacy, everyone's got 3 kills to their name. That's between the Aphelios, the LeBlanc, as well as the Jarvan that is opting for the more tanky support variation with the Clear Cinder Hulk and the Stone Plate as well.
Look at the
Very
TP.
easy for them to find those EQs into Cataclysms to find real success. Not going to be an easy target to take on down. As Sally finds a very deep wall that created a flank and initiation. That means that is 180 carry taking out the fight straight away. There goes Bambi. And that might be enough to force the mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane inhibitor might go down here.
Yeah, sure.
But actually, only 3 minions, potentially... Oh! The flash twisted advance. Oh, they're stuck!
Out goes the wall. They're locked in this space. If you're committing to a team fight now, it is happening. They might just walk on out. They may do. They're just going to pop the shredders and walk out of it. They just don't care. Sally takes the lantern. He falls on down eventually. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. The hook gets landed onto Quaker, who pops the Dominus and is building up that Fury. Just doesn't have a window to try and jump into this fight. He goes for the empowered Q. He tried to land that stun, but Buggy jukes him as LeBlanc. It's a disaster.
It's going to be so extended. There's no arrow. There's nothing coming on through. Maybe Gravitas Academy should look for a Baron play here. LB has TP. Probably not the smartest idea. But, you know, they got their 3rd dragon, so...
This has to be the focal point now. It has to be the win condition of... We're not winning these fights right now. We're getting pushed in. We're unable to catch these side waves as easily as we'd like. Our vision has been outmatched. But we have an Infernal Soul to play for. And that could be enough, given that we have a very damage-focused composition.
Yeah, you have to play for Soul now. This is the win condition Gravitas Academy have. And Legacy Genesis need to be on point, and they need to be careful. Because if they let that one go, you do not want to be playing against a double ADC Infernal Soul competition.
Question is though, will Legacy Genesis afford them that kind of rest and reprieve, or will they say, Let's get the vision down once again. And let's start up the Baron dance.
Yeah, well, Baron Dance is the way to go. They got 4 minutes until the Infernal Soul spawns, and if you look at the roster of Gravitas Academy, there's really no one that can face check the Baron. And they do have the Ashhawk, you know, every so often, which will help them, but ultimately they will have to end up face checking if Legacy Genesis play towards that Nash.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Bambi.
Oh, no. And that's not even the most optimal LeBlanc combo, which is what's scary, because he nearly just got one shot from an LB combo that left a lot to be desired.
Ash with no magic resistance, no time to even consider, should I press barrier?
Did he? No, he didn't. He actually held his nerve. Yeah.
He's just like, you know what? Nah. He just full on said nah.
You know, Buggy could have probably played for the kill there, right? The chain landed, and all he had to do was make sure that the chain stuck, but opted out. The face check is coming on through now from Gravitas Academy, and they get the steal. Oh,
Arrow
onto the
connects,
tank.
hits the Maokai. Not going to be too phased about that one.
Yeah.
Maokai still very protected. This time Buggy finds it. Deletes Jinx. You've got no smite now. You definitely can't contest this Baron. We aren't going to give you those 3 minutes that you need to get that soul point. The hook again. He lands it. This time Hickey flashes on out, and Oscar will fall on down. This time the man lives to tell the tale, but out comes Faulkner. He's empowered. He's enraged. He's got the stone plate active. But the soft CC will prevent him from finding that one true Cataclysm target.
And it's a really good Baron call there from Legacy Genesis. They knew Renekton was in bot lane. They just chunked Ashe out for all of Ashe's health. And they said, you know what, let's start it. Aphelios had good guns for the Nash too, so why not just roll the dice and give it a go? And, you know, Renekton teleport so late. By the time Renekton even got there, Jinx was well all but dead. And Baron goes over a 5,000 gold lead.
5 gold leads. This is everything Legacy right now. And I struggle to see a world in which they can look to really contest anything other than this Infernal Drake itself. And even then, it's going to be very, very messy. I mean, I'm looking at avenues of which they can try to play around. I feel like we're still banking on the success rate of them getting to the Dragon Pit first, buying time with the Talia wall and looking to try and utilize their CC from afar to prevent the all-in collapse. But as you can see, the likes of a LeBlanc and a Jarvan can look to just try and evade all of that.
I don't necessarily like saying this, but I really do feel like the one win condition that Gravitas Academy have left is they just flip a fight at the Dragon. And it's not even a fight they necessarily need to win, but if they manage to get the Infernal Soul, then potentially they can win the fight after. You know, the fight on respawns, but it's going to be so hard to contest that objective versus a Baron buff and losing all of your outer turrets. You know, this is all their outer turrets down, and the only thing that stands is inhibitor turrets now.
That's what they have their eyes firmly set on right now. As Buggy asserts himself in the 1-4 split, looking to try and crash waves at the same time. We'll have that teleport, so he can assist his team. But quite honestly, there is no one in this match right now that can contest him. He's got a Rabadon's Cap, 14 stacks, and a Luden's Echo. He's got a ton of CDR. Can one-shot anybody.
But if you consider Ezreal the lane opponent of LeBlanc, in which like they're both the mid laners of the team, right? They're both the designated mid laners. Then there's a 3-level gap.
It's not a
Yeah, it's a solo lane 3-level gap, which is quite insane.
Definitely has been a case of investing into the Renekton. The highest level on this team right now, and that is going to be the actual character that goes to match it. Enchanted Arrow goes across again. Will not land. First inhibitor falls on down, and a second seems to be soon to follow.
But what's crazy to me is we never really saw the Talia Renekton combo. We never saw Talia go to that lane. It just felt both junglers this game, if I'm being really critical, were just sort of content with doing nothing and just farming, which, you know, these aren't the champions you pick if that's what you want to be doing.
Here comes the wall, they're locked in place. Even then, they're struggling to find that window in which they can try and jump into the spike right now. They have the flashes, but that's going to be the hook, that's going to be a two-man play, that's going to be the box that locks them in place. They're going to get evaporated as a result of that one. Ignite goes onto the Crocodile, he walks away, but the mid inhibitor will fall on down to add further insult to injury. It's a 1-for-2 trade, it actually favors Gravitas, but their base is still getting crippled.
They have to go to Dragon here, somehow. They have to just manage to get their face check and go. Who cares if you lose 3 inhibitors, but just contest it. You know, but I think they're not going to contest. I think they're going to say, okay, we do it next time. We go again next time. Maybe Talia will have Death Cap by then. That's a very big power spike as well. So Renekton might have his Blade of the Ruin King. So, you know, holding on to the hopes of wait till these items come through and we'll fight the next objective. But Legacy Genesis probably just overstayed a little bit too much, if I'm being honest. Getting the 2 inhibitors and was just a little bit of an overreach, but nevertheless, styled up a significant amount.
Look at his items. Look what he's just got himself now. He's sitting on a GA, got 2...
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, man.
I don't even want to talk about LeBlanc. LeBlanc's got the Death Cap, almost, he's sitting on the... I think he's going to go for a Void Staff next, and has 18 stacks on the Magi's. But if there's one champion that you want to lose 3 inhibitors on, it's probably Ashe, because Ashe does go Rune Arms and has the attack speed steroid as well, so maybe they can farm it up.
I'm just terrified because I don't see a world in which you can try and take down this Maokai between his own passive, the Frozen Heart and Sunfire. He can probably solo you. Falconer's a major CC bot that has, you know, a 6,000 health bar.
Oh, this is, by the way, this is legitimately AP Ezreal. Like, I didn't think he'd be going this route.
Yeah, it's a late dip into it.
Well, I know it's not late in the sense that, you know, if you're playing Ezreal, you go Manamune for sure. But then, I like the Frozen Fist, you know, do you need it? If you're going to go AP Ezreal, maybe you just opt in for Triforce or then Ludens or something. But here we are, 3 inhibitors down now.
That's the trifecta. Now, Gravitas locked in their base once again. He continues to land these hooks. What is the response here from Gravitas Academy? Time is running out. Their next turrets are the next focus.
Yep.
As his empowered minions look to fully take down a turret on its own. Is the Enchanted Arrow going to come on out? Do they find a target that they want to connect with right now? They're going to once again just let them walk away outside of the Talia wall.
Well, you know... Yep, flash burn. I was going to say, not that bad from Gravitas Academy, right? I think that they were going to lose the Baron buff anyway, and they were going to lose that top lane inhibitor. But this is all time that stalls for their 2 inhibitors to spawn, which is the mid inhibitor and the bot inhibitor. So, yes, they're just getting to eat minion waves, which is good EXP, but I don't think they're going to give away this Baron. They want to contest.
And this looks like they're committing. This is the last team fight for sure right now. Buggy's just going to go for the one
I think he messed up the combo there.
Option. Doesn't find it. No, does not find it.
But look at their base. They've got bot lane inhibitor being flooded, top lane's being flooded. Jinx is probably dead here. Ooh,
but this is what I mean. This is the rough situation for them to be in. Not only are they having to play the dance right now, but if they don't actually engage and allow the likes of the Bruisers to jump in, Buggy can literally 1v5 this
he just
game.
did. He just killed. Yeah, just killed the jungler coming out and teleport coming in on. Ashe actually can't clear the minions, and it's only 2 waves of supers. Look at the base.
This is rough.
Yeah.
Genesis going to find that final kill, going to take out Quaker. There's a shutdown as if Diathelios needed any more money in his back pocket right now. 22 stacks on Buggy. The guy is a monster. He gets exhausted and still you're terrified as you're locked in your fountain. The minions swarm the base. 32 minutes in here, Legacy Genesis are looking to end this game. Let's end it with a montage reel of what Aphelios can do as Falconer jumps in, goes for a Cataclysm and says, end the game quickly. He keeps his life intact. Where Legacy Genesis continue to be the team locked in at 3rd spot.
Yep, and it was a good game from them. It was honestly a bit of a slight hiccup in terms of laning phase. Gravitas Academy getting away to a very early lead. I think like the lead that Gravitas Academy accrued was, yes, down to some good laning, but also a byproduct of draft. And once you know, laning phase sort of ended and Nausicaa could free himself up, it was really just clinical in the way that Legacy Genesis found picks, managed to win their lanes, managed to just farm up a storm really and just win every ensuing teamfight or skirmish.
Yep, they showcase why they're in the position they are right now, and despite what appeared to be a strong draft or a creative draft that suited the style of Gravitas, they didn't build themselves up a big enough lead to be able to try and set themselves up in that successful passage of play that we kind of really wanted to see this. So unfortunate for them, regardless, Legacy Genesis will take that victory and continue building up the momentum coming into playoffs. We're going to jump to a quick break and get ourselves geared up for game number 4. Which is going to be Order Academy taking on Mammoth Academy, who are locked in at 2nd. welcome back once more as we get ourselves ready for game number 4. But just before the break, we had Legacy Genesis taking the victory up against Gravitas Academy. One that I suppose really sparked a bit of controversy at the start of that match with the lane swaps that we thought maybe this is a little bit of griefing. What's the reasoning behind it? Renekton gets the solo kill. They had this composition that had these avenues of connection. I want to talk about it, you know, like the CC elements from the enchanted arrows and so forth. They just weren't able to really find those moments in which they could truly shine. And Legacy, in the end, took control of the game, took over.
Yeah, I mean, the onus was on Legacy, on Gravitas Academy to really just start pulling the trigger once their bot lane rotated into the mid lane. And to be honest, they set themselves up for success quite well. Like, I thought the game was really in Gravitas Academy's favor, but Legacy Genesis just managing to find pick after pick were the ones that were being proactive, the ones that were being the aggressors, and just able to, turn what was a 3,000 gold lead very early on into the game to absolutely nothing and get the LeBlanc really going again and find picks in the side lane. And a big part of that was the Nausicaa. I say the Nausicaa. It was Nausicaa on the Thresh.
He's basically a god from above at this stand. The guy was roaming before boots were even online. Once he got those boots, they just continued to be even more annoying. The guy has got precision fingers when it comes to landing those hooks. I'm sure he doesn't have his mouse acceleration turned on, but that's another discussion for another time. Let's get ourselves ready.
You seen that tweet,
for the next game.
Why didn't you like my tweet?
Oh, did you tweet? I need to have a look at this one. We'll check that one after this.
Oh, you didn't know I tweeted it? Oh,
I didn't even know.
Okay. I thought you were talking about my tweet. Okay.
No,
never mind.
I'm just laughing at what we discussed. Literally 10 seconds before we went live, you're like, I have mouse acceleration on. Like, should I turn this off? Oh, that's why I keep missing all my skill shots. So I had to laugh about that.
I didn't say that. I missed all my skill shots.
No, all your skill shots, mate.
Let's
paraphrase it.
I'm a 600 LP. I'm a 600 LP player with mouse acceleration turned off.
You're going to be 1K after this weekend, mate.
Yep.
Let's see what happens as we get ourselves ready for game number 4. Order Academy taking on Mammoth Academy. A new look for Mammoth Academy, as we've been made aware that is a new roster. A few changes on their lineup to get itself ready for this game. Obviously sitting in second spot at the moment. Bit of a daylight between them and third, sitting at 6-2 so far. So a couple of games in the bag for them to play around with. But this is what we get to see. Nagoya is their new jungler, as GDX is their new mid laner.
GDX for me is a player that I believe I know who it is. Obviously his solo queue name wasn't GDX, if my sources are correct. And he was a bit of a Echo and Corki player, if my memory serves me correct. And he was definitely high elo in solo queue. And for me, there was a lot of talks about him potentially being the starting mid laner for Mammoth Academy. Mammoth, the OPL team, right? Like that's the whispers I was hearing at the start of the season, was that potentially like he was going to be their main mid laner. Obviously didn't come to fruition, but getting his run in the OCS now, as well as Nagoya is another one who's been subbed in. Obviously for Vengeance. Now for me, Vengeance was a really good player for Mammoth Academy. I think he had some very good performances. So Nagoya's got some shoes to fill, but again, another high elo solo queue player. I think sitting at around Grandmaster, so has the mechanics. Just whether or not he can put it all together in his first competitive game.
Quite curious to see sort of if there is a identity shift for Mammoth as a whole. For a lot of the times, we've always been very much a maximized fanboy, if you will, given the fact that if you allow the guy his Fiora or his Camille, he will take over the game.
I will say, I did tell him I was going to say this on broadcast. I was playing Ornn top lane versus him. I absolutely clapped him 1v1. He played Wukong. I solo killed him. I put question mark in all chat and everything. and then he played Fiora into my Ornn and he just destroyed me. He was up like 100 CS and killed me multiple times. So yes, there is no doubt that the man can play Fiora.
Angry Gaming, you heard it here first. The analyst got destroyed, and those are the credentials you need to understand if he's good or not. We're going to get to see if the identity changes too much. Touching on your point before about the previous jungler in Vengeance LX, he was very well known for the likes of the Graves as well as the Trundle. So I start to wonder, will Nagoya change it up? Will he bring something new to the table? Obviously, we're going to see a few pocket bans taken away here, the likes of Set, which is a Tikal special, more than anybody in this league so far. So yeah, really curious to see really what Mammoth come out and sort of showcase us in week 9.
Yeah, I mean, they got options, right? I mean, we don't know how much this changes up the dynamic of the team. It definitely opens up a different champion pool in the mid lane, right? Like, from all reports, too, he's a bit of a rumble player, so maybe we see that. But early Camille pick, I mean, is that a surprise?
I mean, he doesn't care any matchup, really, does he? He'll pick it blind. He basically says to teams, if you don't ban it in the first 3, I'm just going to pick it any time of the day. So, no surprise.
Someone in chat said they had hardware acceleration on us. Sorry, mouse acceleration on us.
See, there we go. So it was a beautiful
We're saving
segue
lives,
to open up this
man. We're
match.
saving
Look, you're not the
lives.
only one. You're not the only one.
Yeah.
We were laughing, right? We're saying that, when you're usually playing, shooter games, that's when you're most like, hang on a minute, my mouse feels really, really weird. And it's like, you're learning to use it all over again. Hopefully that gives you enough to land those skill shots or click those heads. We'll get to see. Hopefully keep us up to date.
But Kalista for me is an interesting pick for Mammoth Academy, Skimmy, because they're not necessarily a bot lane who plays towards bot side. And yes, they have been doing it more and more week after week. But I'm a firm believer in picking, not picking 3 volatile lanes. And for me, Camille is a bit of a volatile lane, depending on what she can be laned up against. Right, and then you have your mid lane that you're yet to pick, and now you've picked Kalista, which is a volatile lane as well. And so you make your jungler's life very hard picking 3 volatile lanes, because where does he disperse his time? Does he put it topside? Oh, he put it topside, your bot lane died, or your bot lane's trading. And so all 3 parts of the map want to trade, and now you make your jungler's life very hard because he can only dictate or dedicate a little bit of time to each lane. And so this draft for me so far is interesting from Mammoth Academy.
What I will say is they've drafted a comp similar to this if they carried on going down that avenue, where they had the Camille, they had the Kalista, and they added to that the Taric, which obviously once upon a time was the go-to, but they had a mid lane Orianna with a Trundle in the jungle. So it was a composition very much around getting in your face, locking him down, using Cosmic Radiance, and within 2.5 seconds, the enemy being clapped. Not going to be the case here today because they're going to go for the Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus pick, Nautilus Kalista, a very strong lane. Kai'Sa there, so... potentially we see Mammoth Academy ban away some supports, right? Take away the options that Order Academy have to protect this Kai'Sa or to have a relevant and strong lane.
Yeah, and I can see exactly what they decide to remove away. First pick is the Diana, so perhaps a favourite here for GDX in terms of wanting to be aggressive, get in your face, and be the hyper carrier, as we know a few of these mid laners in the OCS tend to showcase that they can do. As for Order Academy, this is a team that, in the first few weeks we've said, look, they love set, they'll pick it anytime they can get it, but afterwards it tended to be a team that were proficient and profound for these let's press R and win the game comps.
And there's the Corki ban. That's what I expected. But you know what I hate, Skimmy, too, is when you have a solo queue player who climbs the ladder, who gets like somewhat of a reputation, and then goes into competitive and changes his name. Because then it's like, well, who was this dude before this?
Look, I've logged on to League, and I see yourself and Carbon changing your name every other day of the week, mate. I've actually had to put a note under your guys' names so I know who you are.
No, but we're long gone. We're done and dusted. We're literally dust. That's how old we are.
Like, I don't know what goes through your mind. You like wake up one day, you're like, look, today, new name.
Yeah, but I think my name now is funny, so that's why I did that.
I mean, it is the CEO of OS. It's a joke that nobody understands outside of this region. That's the best one of all.
But also, when I name change,
yeah,
I still get turbo flamed the next game because people know it's me. So
it's unlucky then.
Once you make your bed, it's alright to sleep in it, even if you don't make it. I don't know where I was going with that, but
I don't know where you were with that one, but I was.
It doesn't matter.
Listening.
Anyway, the draft is finished. Let's look at the draft.
I was keen. What I will touch on is the fact that Mammoth didn't get their second rotation of bans. Unfortunately for them, a bit of late account processing on our end as to what this would be for their roster coming in for this week. So
Jax,
into the sacrifice there too. Well, we'll get to see the fact of Order getting what they want.
Yeah, and I mean, so now. I actually like Order Academy's composition a lot, right? They have priority jungle matchup. They have a good top lane matchup in terms of Jax into Camille in the 1v1. They have they can't get a bad mid matchup when you pick the Orianna. And they have, it's Galio that's gone to support. Okay, yes. Need to start paying attention. I'm not sure how this lane goes, honestly. I think the Kalista definitely wins these lanes if Kalista opts in for the cleanse, because Galio is a lane where you potentially do need the cleanse. You can cleanse, hop out, and start raining damage down onto the Kai'Sa. But both drafts work. And I was reading Twitch chat before pick ban started, and they were saying that GDX did make his name playing Rumble in solo queue. So
Well, there we have it.
He's got his
What a debut to make.
He's got his best champion from all reports, and I'm reporting straight from Twitch chat.
Yeah, Twitch chat, always the reliable source.
Yep.
You know, this is what happens when we do it in the Oceanic region, right? We get everybody involved. We get to hear the thoughts and feelings of thousands as they get themselves ready for the game itself. What's interesting for me is that Jax pick, because we haven't really seen Jax in the meta as a whole for such a long time. I believe there's only one player that comes to mind was Zeus, who constantly gets it banned away. But that's obviously not going to be the matchup here today. So quite keen to see what Jax can do. Obviously going to be very much in the same kind of category as the Camille. Once a couple of items comes online and can be an absolute menace to deal with. But for me, I want to see, one, the Galio support, if that can find the true value in its flex appeal, much like the Karma. But the GX Rumble, it's been hyped up. I want to see it happen.
I mean, I wouldn't have mind seeing the Galio go to mid lane and then picking, a better support matchup. But we're going to have to see how this one plays out. This bot, like every matchup seems extremely volatile, probably except mid lane, because Rumble doesn't really play lane mid in the sense that, level 6, he's not looking to solo kill his lane. If the lane offers itself, then sure, Rumble will take it. But Rumble really wants to be moving in river, fighting neutral objectives and influencing side lanes. And so the Rumble is a good kind of neutral lane in what Mammoth Academy picked volatile sides. So Rumble is obviously going to leave lane, assist this Camille when needed, assist this bot lane when needed, obviously have the Trundle to follow too. So it actually makes a lot of sense having this composition now. But whereas Order Academy have probably, top side of the map, you would argue they have probably the stronger 2v2, but you can never take Rumble out of the equation. And this is why Rumble was, such a strong pick for a long time, was because that Rumble just managed to find his way into most skirmishes.
And, I mean, to follow up your point, I start to wonder, you talk about it being very explosive across all these different matchups, apart really from that mid lane, but I start to wonder, what happens when they start to go for, Riverbush contests.
You can't versus
contests.
Rumble.
Like, how do you face check that? It's going to be a disaster.
It's hard. Like, Mammoth Academy have a pretty good, well-rounded composition, right? And Order have a composition that requires, Jax to really win lane. But even then, still won't be as useful as the Camille in a skirmish, right? Yes, support Galio will be fine, but then you have the Kaiser who just needs time to get online. Like, their ADC and their mid laner both need time. And time is not what Mammoth Academy's composition offers, right? They have Rumble, they have Kalista, they have Trundle. They really just want to be pushing the pace, forcing as much fights and as many skirmishes as possible. So, we're going to see really pedal to the metal from Mammoth Academy in the early game. And it may not necessarily happen at level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, right? You don't need to have just consistent fighting, but the first play that they make needs to stick. It needs to be a big one. And I have a feeling it will be, because the composition that they have, the tools that they have, it's really not easy to execute, but they have a clear identity to execute.
Well, you start to think, every single time you get a Kalista in your game, you're thinking this has to be the lane that pops off to get an early lead, much like we talk about, BS swords into tier item builds and the differences between those. So I look at that with obviously a great deal of intent. I'm just so excited for the swing matchup in that top lane, because as you say,
volatile. Yeah.
One kill could completely upset the balance of that one. And that teleport that then comes in from either Bruiser, that could be the catalyst for triples, quads, or, objectives that just snowball the game into big, big leads.
The thing about this matchup top is that if Jax gets a kill and it's bad enough for Camille, there's just no recovering that lane. But Jax can die and recover, because it is just I personally think it's a Jax favored lane, but there's a lot of Camille players that would say that they're comfortable playing into the Jax. But for me, if the Jax player is good, you should never really get any agency, right? Like, the Jax should just be able to win the 1v1 at most times. Yes, obviously you got to take skill into account, but I think even skill, the Jax is just going to have a really good time in isolation. Now, the thing that Camille offers that Jax doesn't is Camille can actually play mate. Camille can leave lane. Camille can pressure the mid laner. Camille can team fight to a certain extent. So Camille has more options, but for me, Jax has a better lane.
I'm going to be quite curious to see what the game plan is then coming into this one, whether or not we're going to see any jungle pressure looking to try and assist the volatile nature in that top side of the map, or if it will all be around this bottom lane to make sure their win condition there gets off to a flying start. We're going to get to find out, getting into game number 4, what the game plan is here for a new Mammoth roster going up against an Order Academy side still looking for the victories to make a playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, Graves in this game feels a little bit bad, because you're not going to have Prio mid and you're not going to have Prio bot, and then you play Graves with no Prio, and it just feels real real monkey-esque sometimes. So I want to see what YCK does with this Graves, what he decides to do, because I don't think invading for him is an option, but farming on Graves is fine too. But if you're going to just tick level 6 and have nothing happen, then Trundle's also extremely happy, right? So
Get to see. Big debut performance for the boys could not come at a better time, really. At the tail end of a season when the pressure is high.
And sometimes you get that little honeymoon period, right, where new players into the roster have some real pop-off performances and it freshens things up for the team. And maybe that's what we saw from Mammoth Academy. They just got a little bit too content, a little bit too comfortable, and now they've decided to just shake things up and potentially just explode again.
What I'm curious is, so let's speak hypothetically here. If Mammoth buy themselves the lead, they find themselves in a very comfortable situation pre-15 minutes, how do Order Academy look to stabilize? Because from what we've seen, for the most part, yes, they have been this team that are very, very keen to fight, but it's always been at a loss when it comes to gold as a whole. It's very much an all-in. If we win big. If we lose, well, we continue to fall further and further behind. And against a team like Mammoth Academy, as their win-loss shows, you give them any kind of small opportunity, and they will scale and they will punish.
I think with the draft that they have, stabilizing doesn't exist. It's you have to play well from the start. The Jax has to have a solid lane. Graves has to have a really good early jungle part. Oriana for me is probably the one stable point in this game, in the sense that it's going to be quite hard for her to fall behind. I don't think there's much kill threat, and she should be able to just remain relevant for the most part. And this bot lane's extremely volatile too. It's that you fall behind on Kai'Sa, you fall behind on Galio, you're just going to die on repeat. So they did tick two first, but this is just a product of having Galio Q. Galio Q is extremely good for lane push. But what's dangerous here is their lane's just outside a turret, and Trundle's here.
Trundle is here, level 3. Here comes the gank. He's got both his buffs online, waiting for that moment to land that pillar. Takao can sidestep that one and will flash away as well, so the hook will not connect. And let's just touch on that skin there for a second. That's a nice looking Nautilus skin.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Clovis has done in this lane to be two pots down, half health. I think the big problem that I saw was that he gave Camille the push level 1. Hang on a minute, Some Graves coming. Hookshot burn. This actually might be a kill.
Now out comes the smoke screen. Can he turn things around? Rocks the passive, goes for the flash, goes for the Q, needs one more, gets outraged. Oh, straight disrespect there from Clovis on 10 health, jumps back in.
I mean, if I'm being honest, that's just like really turbo griefing from Maximize, and I'm sure he would watch the VOD back and put his hand up and say, yeah, you're right. I think it was actually just a little bit of a lack of respect coming out of Maximize there. He should know that he's getting ganked on that window, and ends up just getting ganked, dying, and what was such a good lane for him, kind of threw it away a little bit.
Well, what can Mammoth look to try and find a Ross
Trundle's still bot, though.
Map right now. They're going to land the hook once again. Pillar comes out. The Saga is Seaway. Can they take him down? They're going to look to put as many Ren stacks into him as possible, and he gets dropped down very low. Doesn't have any potions. Going to lose a lot of minions if he's unable to CS these under the tower.
Again? Nah, minion wave saves Camille there. Oh, TP from Rumble.
Out comes GDX. He's rocking up, says, don't bully my solo laner. He wants to get this kill. He goes and overheats. He hits him with the auto attack and he turns that one around. Unfortunately for Maximize, does not pick up an assist. Flash hook! That's on the Seaway. He's in so much trouble. Yeah. Falls down to the ignite. This is going to be a successful tower dive as Nagoya tanks 1, tanks 2, tanks 3 turret shots. And grants Exodus a second kill. The punishment there as Seaway stuck around is a little bit too long. They're going to lose so much minions and some plates.
Yeah, and this is a disaster in all parts of the map for Order Academy. And we're seeing GDX play. Like, you can tell he's a Rumble player. When he teleports to a play like that with no hesitation and no questions asked, he's just he knows his role. He really knows the limitations of his champion, and he kind of bails Maximize out of that situation there, because if you look at top wave now, it's frozen just outside Maximize's tower. It's already a 15 CS lead, and it's almost going to double from this. So GDX has made a huge play, and then in the meantime, Nagoya's just dove the bot lane of Order Academy, and Framer just kept his teleport for lane, and you have to wonder, is that the correct decision? Because he could have instantly TP'd top and countered that, or he could have offered his bot lane hand and TP'd there, but instead he's TP'd back to lane in the mid lane.
What a statement, Juice. You know, we wondered what would Mammoth look like coming in here with those roster changes, and then both of them in the first 5 minutes have already made huge plays to get the ball running.
Yeah, I mean, safe to say that so far the Mammoth Academy roster is looking the goods. You know, you could hold that thought. Equalizer goes down.
Right now, out comes the Equalizer. Framer completely zoned away from this one, but he's got the ultimate. Actually, no, he does not. He's only level 5. He's got the flash, though, but just walks through all the fire and says, okay, that's not going to be enough for us to go for this one. Mammoth looked to be caught, given the fact that the Dragon had been taken, but the Equalizer is a major turning point.
Yeah, and we'll potentially see some more action here, Skimmy, but this is what I'm talking about. Playing Graves with no priority just feels so doomed. Look at this. Oh, Shockwave lands here.
Shockwave connects. GDX in trouble, forced to walk away because he doesn't have a flash. Framer gonna flash forward onto one shield. It comes out, denies the critical auto. And Framer's got to be spewing at that one, but GDX continues to impress. Welcome to the OCS.
Yeah, I mean, just limitations, right? It's just knowing your champion's limitations. And if you look at the CS in the top side of the map, that's going downhill, and bot lane's going to, it's just, honestly, like I said to you, the only stable point is this Orianna, right? Orianna is even in CS, but everywhere else is bleeding and fast.
Certainly is. This is rough, given the fact that Voiceover had shown face to try and get Clovis ahead as well. And, you know, GDX did the exact same, acted as a jungler, whilst Nagoya was doing action on the bottom side of the map, and has been influential enough to buy up such a big lead like this. This was going to be my concern if Clovis got ahead, if he could like try and TP into a fight to shut down Kalista early. Doesn't seem to be the case right now, though.
Yeah, he's just getting W poked out of lane. He's down one level, and we see the all-in in the bot lane, and again, this just doesn't look like a fun lane, but, you know, Mammoth Academy just laning extremely well as well, so you've got to pass compliments on to them. Making 2 roster changes in arguably the 2 most influential positions midway through the season, and so far looking extremely good. Nagoya's looked extremely comfortable, had some really good paths towards bot lane, and ultimately won his bot lane to lane, right? You know, if it wasn't one already from them, and GDX bailing maximize out of what could have been potentially game ending for him. So the 2 kind of rookies, if you will, having some very good performances so far.
Definitely don't look like they're in your roster. Definitely coming into this one with a clear game plan and having the cohesion, the understanding, as well as the communication to say, this is what I want to do, let's make it happen. And you mentioned in the drafting phase that it would be volatile, that we would see fighting. There's been plenty of it.
Yeah, you have to.
The first 8 minutes.
The way the draft was dictated is there will be fighting, and there's no questions asked. You look at these drafts, you're like, okay, there's going to be some deaths, and there's going to be some lanes won and some lanes lost. And you know, if you're an Order Academy fan, then the lanes have been lost where you don't want them lost, and there's one stable lane is just not enough. Like, Orianna's just even CS versus a Rumble, and everywhere else is just bleeding.
Yeah, Framer's going to be really upset he wasn't able to get that final kill there for Lee. For 1 shield was enough. Just off cooldown there for GDX's Rumble to ensure that he did not fall on down in that exchange, and he's banking on that one right now because he's starting to put out some serious damage, having now picked up those Sorcerer boots. Nagoya going to go into the enemy jungle, go from Rift Herald into stealing away a blue buff, just to make Framer's life that much harder, even more, as if it wasn't rough already.
I can't see top lane turret plates, but, you know, potentially we just see the Herald drop, feed the Camille that little bit more, but honestly, this Jax can just get dove 100 to 0, but Orianna and Graves are hovering right now, so he might be safe.
Yeah, going to use the passive and then hook shot out to negate as much of that as possible.
This is going to
Nagoya's actually in a whole bunch of trouble right now. There's no blast going for him to get out, but he's going to force that flash away regardless. They're going to get drawn all into the Equalizer choke spot. He's locked in place,
nice
top try. That's a shockwave onto 2. He's going to flash on forward and hit them with the flame spitter.
Yeah.
GDX just does not care. A man on a mission. He knew he was so deep and behind enemy lines that he just full on committed.
That was a huge shockwave coming out of Framer there. Really like skirmish changing. Lands on multiple members, drags back the Camille, and then they're able to get the kill onto GDX. And important to note that Orianna picked up the kill. So again, the one stable part of the game for Order Academy just gets that little lead now, and can they piggyback off this Orianna and try to influence some side lanes?
And you had to hope. that is the game plan right now here for Order Academy. The first dragon, next one's coming up in 15 seconds. YCK's in the area.
Uh-oh.
Frame is looking for it. Out goes Fate's Call. Combine that with the depth charge as well.
Might be in trouble.
And that's a Graves.
Galio's in there
Fate's
too.
Rush or not is very vulnerable.
Yep. You know, good roam up river, and this is what priority does, and this is why we talk about priority being so important. YCK was having a decent game up until that death, right? He was up a level on the Trundle. You know, it's something that you need to be in this jungle matchup because you never want to be even as a Graves. And, you know, that kill really just lets Nagoya put the Herald down, break the turret, and get some jungle camp EXP.
There you have it. And
now maybe they get the kill.
Oh no, Seaway's in so much trouble. Going to use the ultimate to dash
Subject.
away. Sidesteps out the hook. Still going to take a whole host of damage. Pops the heal. Flashes away as well, please.
Oh
Fruit
my
take like the auto.
goodness.
How has he done this? How has he survived? Seaway is a man,
Does he
and
just
he's
die?
alone. He's going to get the turnaround. How has that happened?
Oh, wow. I mean, what is there to say, really? Just mis-execution and mixed communication, and then GDX comes down with the assassinate.
GDX is like, alright boys, enough screwing around.
Yep.
This is how you kill somebody and takes him down eventually. Oh my gosh.
And
That was a little bit Monkeres for a second there. The Herald will be used. It will take down the first turret of the game. So overall, a win there for Mammoth Academy. But boy, did it keep us on the edge of our seats there for a few moments.
the Callista actually had a Vamp Scepter and went base and picked up a Blade of the Ruined King. So that's how she's doing in terms of gold. And so now you're going to have a 3-0 Callista who was up 30 CS and a turret come out of base and run down whoever she pleases, really.
Yes, the dream start for a Callista. Be ahead of the clock and be shown all this pressure and actually be able to utilize it as well. Can't wait to see them go for a full-blown team fight here. But the question still surrounds this Jax. What can he do? Because right now down by double in CS, down by 60. It's I want to say rough, but I'm not sure if that's a word that is, you know, truly telling of the situation.
I'll hold that thought because the hook land. Look, I don't think it should be rough because there was enough jungle attention top side of the map for the lane to not be in this state. But in Clovis's his defense, but when he did die, his lane was in a far worse state than when Maximize died. And now
this is a chance to try and recover. GDX going to get jumped upon right now. He was overheated. He couldn't use any of his abilities. That was going to be a TP coming in there from Maximize. Once again, YCK showing preference towards the top lane. And he's going to need to continue to do this to try and you know, put Jax back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, YCK is actually having a very good game. Because it's not easy to play when all your lanes are losing. And I shouldn't say all of your lanes, right? But, you know, with Maximize, I think it's fair to say has just clearly outlaned Clovis, right? In terms of the matchup, because, like I said, it is a Jax-favored matchup. And even if you want to give the matchup to Camille, it's nowhere near a 40 to 60 CS matchup, okay? And so he's also had that happen, and he's had his bot lane have a bit of a rough time, and he's still remaining relevant ahead and able to find picks in the side lane. And so Order Academy need to keep doing this, and YCK needs to keep finding picks into the side lane.
Feels like the narrative has almost changed into the battle of the mid lane as the Value Town train of equalizers versus shockwaves. You can see already only on one item that Frame is starting to hit with a lot of strength. It's starting to hurt. Those shockwaves could be critical in turning around how the fights work in their favor. Talk about that being the matchup that is going toe-to-toe so far, and it's going to need to continue that. This Clovis is going to get jumped upon. They say, look, enough ganks from your side. Let's gank you instead. Hextech Ultimatum, you're locked in place. There is nowhere to run away. And Maximize says, thank you very much.
Yeah, just from that little cheeky interaction that I saw there, it just looks like Clovis is actually trading wrong. I'm not necessarily sure if he's that comfortable in the matchup, but took a full Camille combo, or took a lot of damage from Camille before even proccing or pressing Counter-Strike. Remember, you can keep Counter-Strike on to negate a lot of Camille's damage, but you know, taking the damage and then counter-striking doesn't make a lot of sense.
What is the game plan here for Order Academy right now? Mid lane pro is where the action's at, whilst the Mammoth Academy keep themselves occupied in the side lanes, catching all that. Next Herald has spawned, and that is where Nagoya is at the moment. 45 seconds on the third dragon of the game, so mid lane is still very much a place of hot contention.
Now, if you're Mammoth, if you're Order Academy, the one way you can actually keep yourself in this game and, just keep this gold deficit because, 3,000 gold, yes, at 15 minutes is substantial, but, let's say you ride this out to 30 minutes and you're still 3,000 gold down, then all of a sudden it's less relevant, right? But one way they can do this is if they can keep this mid turret alive. If they manage to keep mid turret up and just trade farm and Kai'Sa just, eat some jungle camps, eat some farm, then potentially we see a game where Orianna hits 2 items, Kai'Sa hits 2 items, and then it just comes down to like a bit of a mechanics max team fight. But at the moment, Mammoth Academy are doing all the right things, right? They're pressuring the objectives, they're taking the Herald, they're taking the Dragons, and they're even finding the picks, it looks like.
Pillar, Hook, that's going to be the grand entrance coming in there to buy themselves a little bit of time. Can they find the taunt? No, they can't. Fate's Call goes out. GDX is safe, and Exton is clean and cut as well. As they get Fruitcake out of the front line.
Trundle goes in.
Shockwave!
Jack!
Subjugate! 2-man Shockwave into a 3-man knock-up stun! Can they find a kill to follow things up with here? Mammoth are the ones in the driving seat as they remove Jax from the equation. GDX is going to go with the flames, but it actually gets taunted to take out the Galio to add insult to injury. Nagoya's going to run down the jungler and says, it doesn't matter if you've got a clinic over me, I can still take you out. Take that Blast Cone me into your jungle after you fall on down. Framer finds a lifeline, but it's going to get hookshot on tools and going to get locked in place with the Hex Tech once again. That's the ace. And, well, 5 for 2.
It looked so good for Order Academy until it didn't, but I think the game changer there was the Rumble Ultimate. The Equalizer, just putting down the carpet, slowed the members of Order Academy, but also just
cut the fight in half.
Yeah, cut the fight in half, right? And it looked like, honestly, it was a very good shockwave from Framer, and I think it was the right play to make, but GDX was just there, dropped the carpet, and they aren't able to follow up and get any damage off onto the Camille. Yeah, so we see the replay here. It's a little bit of a disengage, and you think nothing's going to come through this, right? I was like, okay, we're just disengaging, nothing's going to happen. But the shockwave lands, very nice pull of the trigger from Clovis, but look at the equalizer. Graves can't auto-attack, Skyway can't auto-attack, Framer can't use any abilities, and it's just zones 3 members of Order Academy, and GDX just on the back line, he's just cooking up a storm. He's just got the snags on the Barbie, and they're nearly about ready to eat.
Certainly are. They're having a feast. They're playing with the food right now because that was clinical. That was strong in its execution. And Framer was gifted the pick of a lifetime with a triple shockwave like that. Unfortunately for Clovis, unable to really offer the best follow-up to lock them all in place for an easy off-the-bat triple. But regardless, Mammoth Academy will take those. GDX, as I highlighted, finding the equalizer that split the fight in half, which probably adds that disruption, as you saw. But now doubling kills, 18 minutes into this one. And the gold lead continues to grow. Now, close to 4K.
Yeah, 4K, it's definitely not where you want to be, especially because I think, yep, Trundle's still sitting on that Rift Herald.
Fruitcake's clean. Hooks himself to a minion, just to land the ultimate. Out goes to Cal there with the preemptive taunt to ensure that there was not going to be the all-in, but I like that. It was a cute little play.
Yeah, so this probably goes out to 4.5 to 5K now. This Rift Herald is going to break this mid lane turret, and the most important turret of Summoner's Rift is about to go down. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
You could probably cough on that turret and people would run away from it and fall down.
I mean, it's it'd be a bit insensitive to cough on turrets nowadays, Skimmy, so...
Yeah, it certainly would be.
No,
can't be doing that in this day and age.
No coughing allowed.
Get to see what happens. The turret will fall on down eventually. Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, Juves, it's a game state that doesn't look like it's in any real denial that Mammoth are ahead, but we continue to follow the narrative of, if Framer can continue to find these shockwaves, they're in with a chance, but you can see that Mammoth are desperately hunting to find where he is and lock him down so he can't continue to, eclipse that power level.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't be able to hold this turret either, right? The Nautilus and the Trundle should be enough. Kalista can go mid, but Nautilus and Trundle should be enough to force him off this turret, but it looks like Order Academy are trying to defend, and they're a team who don't like giving objectives, do they? There's not much they like to give away, even from a deficit. Other things will say, here, have it, but Shockwave.
They want to take it all. Two-man Shockwave into a knock-up to follow-up from the Galio as well. Equalizer goes out and says, you shall not pass. That's the red carpet, but it's not the Oscars, so they're not invited, and they won't walk across it. And both teams will just disengage. Ultimate's used, but no lives lost.
If Kai'Sa's there's a world where that gets real dicey for Mammoth Academy, because he can really just ulti in there, probably pick up the kill onto Trundle, who had the Ignite ticking down, but it was just a few paces off, and I feel like I've said that a lot tonight, but really, that's what the story is. Just a few seconds too late to the play sometimes.
Mammoth Academy sitting themselves only a minute 30 away from a potential soul point. We're starting to look at those bruiser items coming online. Clovis has opted for the Blade of the Rune King for some tank shredding capacity. Whereas Maximize here on the Camille has gone for the Trinity Force, as is a staple.
Yep, of course.
They're now starting to come online with the power spikes these bruisers are known for.
Just been minion wave trading for a little bit until the next neutral objective spawns. Maybe LS would ask for a freeze somewhere, Skimmy. Maybe Jax should just freeze this wave, right? This is a Jax freeze. You freeze until we need to do something.
Freeze until the dragon. You're in the area right now. You can walk across. Don't have to burn your teleport.
Yeah, you freeze your way back into this game, Jax. But you know he's created well, he's actually committed a sin against the Church of LS.
So he has. Just looking at avenues to which they can look to try and claw themselves back into the swamp, because you know you've got the level 11s already online. You will and truly working your way towards level 16. 60 CS up is the Graves, despite what was a rough phase of the game for him to look to try and play around. He's a monster, sitting on a Black Cleaver himself. But the two AD influences aren't in the best spot at this stage.
No. Looks like they won't be influencing much. Is that safe to say, Skimmy?
Yeah, it certainly is. As the next dragon spawns, Mammoth are ready and waiting on the door.
When you play these Rumble comps, you really... Oh, the carpet just gets put down on top of a few members.
Gosh. He just went for a 4-man Rumble ult. Said, look, this fight will happen now. Forget it. Pan the camera to me. Mum, grab the camera. Mum, show me the montage, because that's what I'm looking for right now. Use the flame spitter. Everybody's low. Everybody's 20% right now. They're running away. There's a field drain. 3-man shockwave. It means nothing. Frame are always hoping and hoping, but his team are already dead by the time he rocks up to the fight. You can see Exeter had blood in his eyes as he saw members so low, ready to execute there with the Rend. And Maximize isn't done here. He actually looks for the hook shot and gets empowered to jump on in. Hits us with the thumbs up and says, okay, maybe a little bit too much there.
You know, there's probably a universe where Framer wins this game. In an alternate universe, Framer wins this game off the back of his shockwaves. He's landed multi-man shockwaves every single team fight, but his ADC, his top lane, and you know his jungler to a certain extent aren't strong enough to follow it up and pick up any kills. And I mean, Framer's not strong enough either because he still needs items to come on through. But it just feels so miserable seeing the Orianna land such good shockwaves to really no success.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure there's no worse feeling as a mid laner to make these plays that could be game changing, skirmish deciding, and your team like saying no, just use that ultimate for us to disengage.
Yeah. I mean, to Mammoth Academy's credit though, they're the ones that pulling the trigger, and it's honestly just a soul engage out of a Rumble, right? It's not often that you see the Rumble pulling the trigger. And what I mean by that is that you have a Camille, right? You have a Nautilus. Normally what happens is that they go on a target, they lock that target up, you drop the carpet, and they're dead. But in that instance, it was just, GDX was like, okay, there's 4 members walking through a choke, I'm really just going to drop the carpet. And the carpet gets dropped and they got to walk over it, and it's just, it's too hot to handle at this point.
It was pretty disgusting, the fact that he got aggressed, or he got jumped upon, drops the ultimate, and as you say, 4 members are like, well, we can't do much about this one. And they turn around, and as soon as they see that, Callista's like, this is looking good for me. And they look to turn up to the fight with some source of conviction. They're looking for more, because that is what this matchup is all about. Action upon action.
Rumble again.
Sitting now close to 20 kills. Out goes the equalizer once again. Takada's going to walk all across it. He might just fall on down to the Bernie. Yeah, it certainly is. He can't taunt much of your deads. And they're going to flash onto the backline and take out the Orianna. No time for a shockwave this time. Fate's call goes out. Look for the headbutt. Look to lock these members in place. Flame Spitter working overtime as he secures the double kill and the flawless ace.
Very flawless. And, do they go for the Baron? Yeah, they go for the Baron instead. So I like this play from Mammoth Academy because it's kind of, in my mind, in this game, it's kind of unnecessary to take the inhibitor here, right? You're in such control of the game. You're almost up 10k gold. When the Baron goes down, you probably will be up 10k. You can take the inhibitors whenever you want, and there's really no risk of throwing this game, okay? If you play this game out just normally, just like how you should play it out. And so it's unnecessary to take inhib and give them gold for no reason. So yeah, getting the Baron basing and then taking the inhibitors, I think is far better.
There you have it, Juves. We're going to check it with this replay to see if this
Yeah, watch
fight
the
actually
cow.
started off.
The Graves ulti goes down. Kaiser's getting cooked on the Barbie on the back end of that fight. Can't get in, and Takel's like, oh wait a minute, I'm also getting cooked like a shrimp on the Barbie. So that shrimp's been cooked, and now we got the snag on the left hand side there. Framer goes down the Orianna, and it's just chaos. This is just a gold lead, but also a really well executed team fight.
The carries can literally do whatever they want. As you saw there, the ultimate went out, the shockwave, went out onto the Rumble. It was a one-man ultimate. And then decided, well, I'm in so much trouble, forced to flash away into the wolf pit.
And that's when you know you're doing.
And pouncing, they took him down as quickly as possible.
When you're flashing into a wolf pit for survivability, it's that's when you know it's a next one.
It's doomed,
Yep.
as you say.
Yep.
Well, Exton's going to be a tough cookie to crack right now. He's sitting on a Bloodthirster to complement the Blade of the Rune King as well. So he's got tank shredding, but he's also got absurd lifesteal shields as well to add insult to the injury, because we're playing for a Mountain Soul. So watch that shield bar just grow exponentially at this stage of the game.
That's a good drop wave, but it's no damage.
Yeah, two-man shockwave once again. Agon to the equalizer. Galio gets the knock-up. Can they get a trade onto Fruitcake? Yes, they can. It's going to be a support trade. However, Takao is low. He's down to half. He's got plenty of Ren stacks inside him, but that will expire. This changes much of the outcome of looking to force this siege. They have two Baron-inspired Canyon minions, but they will prevent them eventually. I think they're just going to wait for the next minion wave to come on in.
I'll tell you right now what would be happening after this game if I was Fruitcake. And again, you know, it could be down to the milliseconds or the second, but from as far as I'm aware, Kalista had ultimate for Fruitcake there and didn't pull him out. Gave him the death there, so he would be getting a fat report from me after the game next time.
Sounds like our ARAM when we played, right?
Wait, who
What
was
were you?
Were
You were
Kalista?
Shyvana and I was Glista.
Yeah, you kept ulting me out at the wrong times. That was annoying me.
I was looking at the situations and I was like, that's when I want to ult. And you know what? Different pages, different ideas. Definitely report myself.
You know, you used to be able to trundle pillar. I don't know if you still can actually, but I know you used to be able to trundle pillar your teammates out of going base.
Oh really?
Yeah, and anyway, hold that
That sounds
thought.
ridiculous. Kind of just like this play, because that's ridiculous as he
Yep.
gets exploded upon two ultimates dropped on his head. Not really much that you can do about that one. And yeah, power spikes online for the Bruisers. They got the Baron buff. They got the power.
They got the
They
mountain.
might just have a
Soul.
Mountain Soul.
Yeah, but what I was saying was, right, you used to be able to... I'm going to stop because there's pings in the spots. The Trundle and the Nautilus are looking in the jungle there. I'm pretty sure the carpet goes down from GDX. This
Fight's
Mountain
happening
Drake's
whilst we're
going
looking at
down,
this
yes.
Mountain Drake. There it is.
Hey, I
You
actually
guys
got it
would
right.
have been used. The fight actually happens. It's done by the time the camera pans across to it. 6-1-2 is maximized. It's his best champion for a reason. And he is putting on a clinic here with this new roster. Do they look like a new roster? They certainly don't. 3 Mountain Dragons to their name. They're beefy. They're unkillable. But they will kill you.
The hook hit a minion that just spawned. Like it came out of nowhere, like a ZZ rock. Just popped up and shockwave onto one man. That's probably his worst shockwave of the game, but I think he's had quite a decent game as Framer.
He certainly has. Shockwave onto Nagoya. He's got a Spirit Visage that doesn't take any damage at this point in the game. A 3-man counter-strike, but out comes the stopwatch and a Triumph proc makes sure that the Trundle is nice and safe. There's the Fate's Call this time. Nautilus will not die. There's the ultimate, there's the stopwatch, and there's the GG conditions as the flares come on out. Mammoth Academy keep control of their second spot here in the league, and in convincing fashion with these new members.
Yeah, and it's a really good game, and honestly, it's a good game to get the nerves out the way, right? I'm sure Nagoya's probably feeling the nerves a little bit as well as DDX, and you know, very good game from both of them as their debuts, and probably a lot of confidence going into the next week.
I mean, GDX, the fact that, you know, the camera was, I want to say, like 60% of the time panned on him. He was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. He was doing so much on the map. And as you say, you know, Frame is going to be really, I'd say, hard done by. I feel quite a bit of upset emotions about that matchup, because I feel like maybe into any other mid laner would have been a little bit easier there. But, you know, GDX, what a debut performance. Yeah,
he had a really good game, and you know, there's a reason that Twitch chat was spamming that he's got his hands on the Rumble, because Twitch chat is never wrong and they are always right when they talk about players in chat, and they did say that Rumble was his one of his better champs. So there you go.
Twitch chat analysts, they know what they're talking about, Jubes. There we go. Going to
Yep.
put us out of jobs. We're going to find out what happens as we get ourselves ready for the final game of the night. It's going to be between Pentanet.gg Rise, and they'll be taking on UTS Esports.
ask not the sun.
And welcome back for the final time tonight here in week number 9 of the OCS as we get ourselves ready for that final game. Let's just quickly touch on the game that we just saw beforehand. Autumn Academy up against Mammoth Academy. Mammoth do continue to be the team locked in at second space, which continues the theme really of what this league is right now, with the first two teams having a very clear divide between them and the rest of the pack, which is still within touching distance, only a single game for the most part separating them. We were wondering if this week was going to be one that could look to try and disrupt it. You mentioned I don't think so, and it seems like as results are going so far, that is the narrative. So we start to wonder what will change, and for Mammoth it was a new roster, but it didn't change the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't sure, right? I mean, you can't, a roster changes two key players of a team. You can't be sure if they are still that second place team that you knew from the start of the season. And I still think it's early days, right? With all due respect to Order Academy, they're not the team that are setting the league alight at the top of the ladder, are they? So it was a good test for Mammoth Academy, and it was good to see them, answer the question, if you will. But I think I want to see a few more games from them before we say, yes, this is the Mammoth Academy that we knew at the start of the split. Potentially this one's better, right? Who knows? But definitely different champion pools.
Yeah, definitely different champion pools, and from an identity standpoint, it felt very much the same of, Maximize gets ahead, the team play around a bot lane and it can try and accrue themselves a strong lead, but for the most part, same old with the victory screen being presented to them. All right, well, let's get ourselves ready for this next matchup. Pentanet.gg Rise, they'll be taking on UTS. Pentanet right now came into this one tied at third. They'll be looking for another victory to keep themselves locked in at the same spot as Legacy in third. Whereas we have for UTS, despite being at the bottom of the leaderboard so far, they've actually picked up a few wins in recent times and have upset the balance. So we start to wonder, can they cause another big upset here today?
Well, the answer would have to be yes, right? I mean, they've looked very good in when now that they've got their stability in their roster. And they've managed to upset a few teams. I think every time they went into a game, we've said that they're definitely not the favorites, but at a certain point, we have to look at them as not contenders, but as a team that really means business, right? Because it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And at the moment, they're looking pretty good.
They had a week which looked a little bit creative when they ran the Vel'Koz mid, which got people quite excited in chat. Last week was a little bit more standard, with likes of jungle, top, bruiser, and then clear cut between a mid and bot lane carry. We start to wonder really what the game plan is coming into here, because obviously they took the victory up against RMIT's Redbacks. They then took down University of Queensland's Union. This is going to be a real big test of their skill. Because I think for me, we look at this mid lane matchup in particular. Luch is just, he's a monster. He's smashing all stats across the scoreboard. And, this is what you kind of expected. This is what you wanted to see. And that's what we're starting to see come out of this roster that have years and years of experience collectively. Yeah,
and it's fair to say that, like you said, that Luch is just a monster in the mid lane, right? And it's kind of what we expected. It's not like we're surprised that Luch is doing the things that he's doing in the mid lane, but the one thing that I'm surprised about is that Pentanet aren't able to transition a lot of their leads that they've had into wins. And so I definitely want to see this team kind of clean up their act, if you will, start to close out games they have leads in, or start to win games that they have that they should win. Because I think we've seen too many times now games where either Pentanet have come back from or have been in, the driver's seat. They've just managed to, throw the game, like simple as that, right? They haven't been able to close out games convincingly, and it's what we want to see from a roster of that caliber.
Yeah, I mean, their early game is really, really strong. Their ability to understand the laning matchups, to control the tempo of rotations, objectives, timing summoners, as we've seen them do to great effect. Summoners being up in 10 seconds and then finding a second repeat gank to really punish them as a result. It is that mid-game, as you highlight, where the weakness really starts to come on. And you start to wonder, okay, well, how are we looking to try and patch this up right now? Because as it stands, from a gold standpoint, at the 15-minute mark, they will have a significant advantage over UTS that tend to be behind by around 2k gold at the 15-minute mark. So statistically speaking, they're a team that have been pushed back on multiple occasions.
Yeah, but the thing about statistics is it doesn't take into account rosters, right? I'm sure if we looked at the statistics of this roster versus the earlier week rosters, I'm sure they would look pretty different as well. So
yeah.
If
one of the teams that have been changed so many times.
Yeah.
The roster that has been changed, I want to say like 3 times the split.
and it sounds weird to say too, right? Because we're so deep into the season now, and we're like, well, we've only seen a few weeks of this roster, and it's because they've just managed to change it up yet again. So, yeah, we'll have to see how they go. Again, I'm still not that I'm not sold, right? Like Jesus for me has been a very solid, part of this roster. He's been a very good player, and it's someone that this team can rely on to always have kind of a solid laning phase. So, the question isn't for him, but I still have a question for some other players on the roster.
See exactly what the game plan is coming into this matchup here as they ban away the Wukong and the Trundle, whereas UTS respond with the Corki, which is a pocket pick that Luch will pick up every single time as long as it's up and available. So they've done their homework here and won't allow him to have that.
Yep.
Going to ban away the Volibear as well, which has also been another pick they've liked, especially Seb has picked it ever since it came with the rework. So quite curious to see now what the game plan here is from Pentanet.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we just see Luch go back to his patented Karma, but maybe we see him play something completely different, right? He has picked the Cassiopeia as well, but, if there's one thing we know about Luch, is he's definitely a very big control mage player, and if you let him get his hands on one of these comfort picks, right, then he will definitely take that. It's interesting that they banned Orianna, though, because Luch, for me, is one of the, founding Orianna players of Ost. Before Luch became the mid laner that we know him as, he was definitely a Orianna, a quote-unquote one-trick. And teams were very scared of it.
Well, now what is left that we've seen so far from his champion pool is the Zoe, is the Karma, is the Cassiopeia. So what we're going to see here today is going to be interesting as to where they decide to pick it, if it's going to be one of those late last pick rotations to make sure he gets a desirable matchup. As it stands though, Pentanet are going to continue their trend of locking in the set. And any time a team on red side says if you're not going to lock it in, they always go for the Ashe as a response.
I definitely like the set pick because it's so flexible. You want to play top lane, you can, but it's probably the least played in top lane and mid lane, to be fair. But there's no rule that you can't put a top lane. And then sure, you don't want to put a top lane, put jungle. And then if it doesn't suit in the jungle in that game, you can always put it in support. So set is just so versatile right now. But Ashe Karma, we're seeing again for the second time tonight, picked in 1 and 2. Definitely a power bot lane and something that we're seeing picked more and more nowadays. And it's so funny how just 1 week I queued up for solo queue and all the OPL ADCs were just playing Ashe. Every OPL AD you got into a game with would just be picking Ashe. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess Ashe is what they're playing in scrims nowadays. And it's just so funny how the meta works, because it's not like Ashe got a significant buff or, something else got a significant nerf. It's probably just some dude tried Ashe in solo queue, turns out to be quite good, and now it's flavor of the month in competitive.
It's funny how, the meta as a whole can shift, with targeted ADCs getting slight nerfs and then another champion being like, oh, let's just try this. Let's see what this is like. And going, hang on a minute, this is actually quite good. And that seems to be the sort of the treatment here for an Ashe, as we mentioned before, kind of fills the role of a Varus with his harassment from afar. And his flexibility to go either the Arcane Comet for poke or the on-hit with lethal tempo to function much the same as a Varus can as well. But they're going to go for the Karma, they're going to go for the Twisted Fate as well, so they've got some protection to make sure that if they do find Prio, Twisted Fate can assist them from the lane, because that is going to be the Zoe pick coming out here from Luch. And before the second rotation, they're going to pick themselves up the Ezreal.
Yeah, I like what Pentanet are putting together right now. I think Ezreal and Zoe really complement each other in the sense that they both kind of want to do the same thing, and they can both play off each other in certain scenarios. But also UTS opting in for the the full push bot lane, double poke bot lane, but having TF in the mid lane. So I also understand what they're doing, and I think drafting as the weeks go on are getting better and better in the OCS. I think when we started, it was people just playing comforts and nothing really making sense. But now we have actual teams drafting team compositions or drafting things that make sense. Yes, let's attack the side lane with the TF. Let's play the 1-4, the 1-3-1, or let's pick Zoe. Let's take Ezreal. So it's good to see.
Certainly is. There was such a long period of time as well where Zenk was really well known really for the Aphelios, despite all these other champions starting to come into the fold of things. And I guess today is the day where they say, look, Aphelios is no longer as high priority as he once was. We're going to look to try and lock in other champions at this stage. And the Rakan is also one that really springs to mind for me, because Crazy, on 2 separate occasions, showcased it on 10-12 and 10-13 and said, look, this is a pick that I like. And suddenly, as a result, we start to see other teams follow in quick pursuit. Yeah,
for sure. And what are we going to see Zenk play? What are we going to see Zenk pick here? Because now they have to take something blind, right? They have to show, is the set a flex or is it going bot lane? And with the Lee Sin lock-in, it looks like that set is going in the bot side of the map.
Looking much more like that case. Lee Sin going to come online here now. Going to have the ability to find a target, stick to them, and try and take them down. Very squishy members so far here from UTS, especially the top three. The Jarvan only going to add extra into what you mentioned before in Karma and Ash wanting to find priority. A very strong jungler that can assist to complement the Twist of Fate. Final pick here is going to be the Ornn. Got themselves some engage. They've got themselves a Bruiser. And they're going to match that with the Maokai.
Yeah, and I mean, I swear, OCS top laners just all pick on Maokai, right? And then you have the one that picks like Camille Fiora, but for the most part, it's just on Maokai. And then it's like they just facilitate, like they just fit into any comp. You can never pick on Maokai and think, oh man, that comp looks so bad now, right? Like, how do you look at any of these comps and think, oh yeah, damn, I wish we swapped Ornn or Maokai out here for something else, but OCS top lane has got it on lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they flip a die and go, okay, what am I playing today? You know, am I playing Maokai? Am I playing Ornn? Am I playing Sion? You know, what tank, basically, am I playing in this top lane? How am I allowing the rest of my team to play carries?
I would sign all of these top laners in the EPL on 6-year deals.
We talked about this last week, didn't we? We were like, these are the best players to coach, because they say, yeah, I'll play a tank.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, yes and no, okay? And hear me out. Someone like me, as an example, right? I play solo queue, and when I play top lane, I play Ornn and Maokai, and my Ornn win rate is like 60% because I know I'm not good mechanically. So I'm very realistic with me, and so sometimes you can get to a certain high elo because you're just playing tanks and you can have good tank play. But if the meta ever shifts to carries, then you better hope your tank player has hands and can play the carries, if you will. So it can be sometimes a double-edged sword where you get too comfortable on tanks and you lose the clicking ability of your fingers.
The flavor of the month working against you. I always find it interesting, right? Because tanks, as you say, there is the ebb and flow of how metas go. Where you've once upon a time got just full on stack as many tanks as possible, just have explosive team fights after team fight. And then you've had the meta where you've got bruises, and it's all about slow, controlled macro. Split pushing antics, which I'm not a big fan of. You said you're not a big fan of, and even if the meta shifts that way, I'm sure they're thinking, look, I'll pick a tank. We're not going to fall down to that level.
Yeah, but the one thing that I think UTS could have done differently in this draft is that when you draft the Twisted Fate, it's kind of the stable mid laner in the sense that it's not volatile, right? In ETF matchups, not really going to be a volatile one. But
Sure.
but you can have a volatile sideline because you're the one that has the global ultimate, right? So maybe we could have seen the UTS top laner take something far more damage orientated, far more side laney, or just like something that sounds a lot better. Like maybe even the Wukong was banned in the first three, but maybe the Camille, maybe the Aatrox, maybe something where TF can play towards that side. Yes, he still has the Ashe and the Karma, but their draft doesn't really scream volatile to me. And it's not necessarily an obligation that your requirement that you do so, but it is nice when you have a TF because you can just start funneling resources into one player.
Yeah, and this is what I was touching on before, right? Where we saw the Jax, this is the player. Zeus is that Jax player.
Yeah.
And they do ban it away in that second rotation. So, looking to deny as many of these options for him.
Yeah, but playing Jax into Ornn isn't the greatest because you kind of lose the lane until you don't. It is a very easy lane for Ornn to play, especially early on. It obviously gets worse and worse, and then once the Jax hits the Blade of the Ruin King, then potentially Jax starts taking over that matchup. But I guess the hope is you're right that TF does influence that lane and get you to the Blade of the Ruin King a lot earlier. But nevertheless, we have the tank v tank, and we got the kind of season 3 jungle matchup or season 4 jungle matchup of Lee Sin and Jarvan, and I probably got my seasons mixed up, but these are two staple champions that have been in the jungle for such a long time that it can go either way. It's kind of a skill matchup, right? Jarvan can beat Lee Sin can beat Jarvan. It is what it is, and for me, my eye's going to be on this bot lane because the set should be looking to make something happen in this lane, and Lee Sin should be looking to pressure it. Man, it's just going to be an interesting game. There's so many, I want to tell you, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen.
But it feels a little bit like Game 4, right? Where you've got this Ashe, this Karma. Once again, you're looking for this permanent prior. But you're saying, I want to see a lot of resources shown this way to get themselves online. It's going to be pushed in half the time. So, the Twisted Fate of Jarvan seems like that connection. It just makes so much sense to facilitate that.
But ultimately, we could see nothing happen, right? We could see Ornn and Maokai just farm it out. Lee Sin, Jarvan, sure, they're probably going to be sniffing for some stuff to happen, but Zoe TF could be a bit of a neutral lane, not much happening as well. And yeah, Ash Karma, sure, they're going to be looking to harass and poke the Ezreal set, but there's also a world where nothing happens there as well, and we just play for like neutral objectives. So, yeah, like you could theory craft and analyze these drafts all day, but
Yep.
it's just going to come down to players, play styles, and who's feeling aggressive. Because the one thing for me is Luch going to take cleanse. If Luch takes cleanse, then nothing's going to happen around mid lane, in my opinion. But Luch doesn't take cleanse. I think that's where we'll see Jarvan attack first.
That's that was going to be my next point, right? The fact that you got a Zoe, you got a TF, so it's going to mean that both AD carries have to lock in their cleanse. Before we went into this holding screen here, I do see that he's actually holding the cleanse in mid. So whether or not he went for a last-minute change because Arpia went for the teleport as well, so going to have tons of mobility to get around the map. We're going to get to see as it looks like we're getting ready to jump into the Rift now for what is game number 5 of the night here in week 9 of the OCS. It's a best of 1. And there are your answers. It is going to be the stick. He is going to stick with the cleanse itself. And, yeah, going to dissuade so much pressure going this way.
Yeah. You might see a lot of this game actually unfold around jungle matchup, right? Because, like, Jarvan with red buff early on actually does beat Lee Sin in terms of, like, level 2, level 3. But then you got to take into account mid laners, and skirmishing around a Zoe is never a fun idea because the summoners that you drop can be used against you. So, yeah, just going to be a thing that we'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
Let's get ready for this matchup with Pentanet.GG Rise on the left in the blue, UTS on the right in the red. My eyes instantly drawn to Crazy, what he can do here, knowing he's going for the phase rush. No doubt, I'm sure, running the Hex Flash as well. And looking to burn as many resources as possible to prevent UTS getting the dream start here. And then calling down the likes of Seb to assist in capitalizing on that, as they've tended to do.
Does Luch know he's there? I feel like Luch might know he's there and just go for the Q. But sometimes, yeah, now playing for the push is actually better. So, a lot of like mid laners who don't yet necessarily have that experience would probably play for the poke, right? Like, playing for harass, playing for winning lane, it's like it's the best thing to do. But sometimes playing for level 2, playing for level 3, or just playing for the push is far better than playing for the health advantage. Because you will get the health advantage of getting level 2 first.
Yeah, the natural pushing power. It's a big turning point, a big spin in how the early game can favour you. As we're going to see, this is why the Ashe and Karma are so annoying to go up against. The amount of harassment they can do at such safety and such distance.
Yep, and Zinc must have taken an empowered Q at level 1, so slipping up that little bit too far, and has the Doran shield to sustain this lane, but it's not going to get better from here. They're just going to be playing Skill Shot Simulator in the bot lane, seeing what Karma Q they can dodge, and Ashe volley, if they can get behind minions, they won't take the volley damage, but it's just not going to be a fun time for them until Lee Sin visits the bot side of the map. And the one thing that you love to do on set is burn flash. I say this every week, but if set can just trade flashes with Karma and Lee Sin just hover, then they're in a really good spot. And we're seeing Lee Sin pass towards the bot side of the map now.
Yeah, that has to be the focus for Pentanet, is surviving this, not taking too much harassment, but forcing UTS in situations where they're getting a little bit too eager to try and land it. If their opponents are playing a little bit passive here, but we can see that both junglers right now are parving bot side. Jarvan actually going to go for a full commit, it seems, as he gets himself ready for that Scuttle spawn. Going to go through bottom try. Sitting on 2 buffs right now. Will Lee Sin come around? No, he's actually going to parv mid side, it seems. Now the gank attempt is really on. Crazy's locked in place, exhausted, tethered, and EQ'd, locked up in the air. First blood goes to UTS.
I mean, they even misplayed that UTS, and they still got the kill. So really good parting from UTS, and so the reason that gank was successful is the fact that they have Ashe and Karma. So what they did is they hard pushed the wave early. Level 1, they made the wave bounce, hit turret. So that means that Pentanet's bot lane, bot wave, is going to be always pushing back to them, right? And that's why you go for the push early, level 1, is so that you control the lane state, right? You push that lane and it hits the bot lane turret of Pentanet, then the wave's going to be coming back, and you can decide if you keep pushing or let the wave bounce back and get your jungler to come for a gank. And that's what UTS did, so very well played from them.
Good start for them, and this is what they're going to be banking on if they can try and make it 3 wins from 3 games. And this will be a true test of, where they rank themselves in the league right now.
I mean, if they win this game, they have to be, playoff contenders, right?
Oh, for sure.
In terms of where we rate them in terms of skill.
Who we have, because right now we have 4 teams, or we did have 4 teams locked in at 2 and 6. Obviously, that's changed a little bit now, but it just adds further confusion as to where these teams truly are.
Both junglers have a little bit of information on each other now. Lee Sin throwing the Q, missing the Krugs. We know where he is, and they also know where each other are, so kind of cancelling each other out there.
Certainly are, and you mentioned this could be a very much a jungle matchup, given that both bruisers topside here. Just going to be looking to stack up their grasp.
Yeah, they're just don't even look at top lane.
Yeah, they have the ability to outplay, as we've said before, but chances are there's probably not going to be much action happening here.
The only time you'll see deaths in this lane is in solo queue. But, Shaw's doing a pretty good job so far, right? He has a majority of the minions that he's going to pick up to neutralize this CS deficit. But more importantly, he's got a freeze and Azus is out of mana, so, he may just force the teleport. And the one really strong thing about Ornn's lane phase is he actually doesn't have to base. So what you'll see Ornn do here when he gets enough CS is he'll build the catalyst, then just be really self-sufficient and self-sustaining. And so he'll almost just have that teleport advantage until he really needs to use it to get back to lane. As you see Maokai basing now and UTS using their priority to get this dragon.
Yeah, Maokai really struggles with that mana in his pushing power.
Yeah, look, eventually it doesn't become a problem, but just very, very early on, it's very hard to match Ornn in terms of mana usage and just trading. Like, Maokai needs to use so much mana to keep up. Whereas Ornn's, this is why Ornn's been so strong for so long. It's just so easy to trade in lane. Doesn't cost much mana, and you really just build items before you want, so you don't have to base.
Yeah, it feels like nerf after nerf. Patch note that we read doesn't really change much in the grand scheme of things. Despite Varus and Aphelios and others that have been so prominent for such a long time falling out of favour, that one has always remained consistent. Now, first dragon goes away of UTS.
Ooh.
This is when action starts to show up. Crazy.
Jarvan's still here.
Face breaker. The tether is going to connect again. Flash, EQ. They're going to run it back once more because it worked last time. It's going to work here again. He's actually going to pick up a kill from the grave.
And so I think...
that's actually Ashe that gets another kill too.
Yeah, I think that was a very big micro misplay from Crazy. So what you're meant to do on set is take the full brunt of their damage before using your... help me out, give me the W. What's it called?
The face breaker.
Yeah, before using
the haymaker.
Haymaker. Yeah, before using your haymaker, right? And what Crazy did there was he haymakered on pretty much no damage. And I'm almost certain he would live. He would probably live if he actually utilized the shield, but didn't use it there.
Was able to find it, and ultimately cost him his life. He did pick up a kill for himself, and no doubt Zenk would have been keen to have picked up the lion's share of that money. But regardless, it's going to be kind of handy here for Crazy to give himself some early Swifties.
Luch doing it again, finding himself a CS lead.
Starting to wonder. So, it's kind of what we expected from their bot lane finding a lot of strength.
Yep.
And that we saw that the Java would come on down. Hasn't really been a need as of yet for RP to join into things. I start to wonder if they're only going to really force that knee-jerk reaction if they can bait at a like an Ornn teleport, for instance.
I mean, Abi has just been stuck in lane for a while. Like, he cheated a base and managed to save his TP, but looking at his mana, he's just not going to influence any play in any side. But, now that he's going to get a reset off the eye, he's probably going to pick up the catalyst. Yes, he does. Now he'll probably start looking to influence the side lane, especially because Crazy still has no flash, right? He can't really focus the Ezreal's clean's got flash, but he can kill this set.
If anything, he has been a source of consistency in the mid lane to keep Zoe locked in place. And that has meant that UTS finding priority with their duo have been able to get the first two objectives on the map.
Yeah, UTS looking really good so far. Ripper goes down. Maybe we see a fight break out here though.
Certainly will. Come to teleport. This is Shaw wanting to get into the fold of things, and that is going to be baited out because he can just literally disengage across the pits.
That's really bad for Pentanet.
So thank you for burning that crucial teleport.
Yeah, really bad for Pentanet because now they have all the freedom in the world to make a five-man play top side of the map if they want to, right? You see that ward there near blue buff wall, the red one for the side of UTS. Maokai can TP to that and just straight turret dive this bot lane.
Yeah, Shaw's had to run all the way down to the bottom lane. I don't think he misses anything because the cannon holds the aggro, but still.
No, he lost a lot of farm. He lost a lot of farm. That's what we see by the 20 CS lead as well as the turret plates.
Oh, well, there you go then.
Yep.
I thought it was looking so good for a second. I was thinking, hang on, he's got off scot-free here.
And look how rough this bot lane's getting too. The fact that Ashe picked up 2 kills, has the cutlass, like they're just in a really bad state because... Ooh. sure firing back in this lane, but Ace is just going to base, spend a lot of gold.
Yeah, I can imagine he's sitting on a fair chunk of money, getting closer and closer to that Sunfire Cape, no doubt. The harassment is... it's not slowing down anytime soon, essentially, is what UTS are saying. They go for the 1-2 pick in the bottom lane, and they say, we're going to make it work. We're going to invest resources into it by showing faces, and that certainly has been the case with Akano being quite active.
Looks like they're
being rewarded.
staying. So it looks like the UTS bot lane staying here, but they really missed a window to reset and have tempo on the Pentanet bot lane. So they stayed for Herald. They stayed for Crap, which in my opinion is not worth it, because they could have been in bot lane here already, playing for the wave. Yes, dangerous of course, but you know, I don't think they're dying to this, and have tempo for this dragon. Now instead, Pentanet have tempo, walking into river, getting vision, and you know, it's always dangerous trying to get vision back.
Yeah, you can see that Seb was kind of expecting him to show up.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they're not going to be here, so I'm just going to show face, and we're going to collapse in the river right now. First to the objective, first to clear out all the vision.
And so now they have no tempo and no control over against the Zoe.
It's disaster.
But in saying that, I don't think Pentanet made the correct decision here, so we're going to see a fight.
Let's see what happens. Oh, Akano's really clean and acid
stopwatch.
rich. It completely cancels out the ultimate.
Yep.
He's going to go for a 3-man Cataclysm. They connect on one. Ornn goes for the Jarvan. 1-for-1 so far. Now can Luch and Zenk find the harassment from afar. Their skill shot champion.
Oh, he got it.
He steals away. There he is. Big Seb comes in clutch when it matters. Crazy goes in there with a suplex and finds 4 for a slow. But the skill shot carries just cannot connect with it. There's a gold card. And there's a cleanse to good effect. But the volley's going to go on through. Flashes are being burnt like you would not believe it. As Zeus has one target of mine is, I need to get this Zoe. He's going to fall asleep underneath the turret. Cleanses the twisted advance and says, what on earth are you doing? Don't ever tower dive me again. The rest of us team are saying, we can't help you. And that is, well, that's just chaos.
Look, Skimmy, there's some things that aren't worth it, okay? And does that get... I wasn't sure if that got cancelled because they changed Rift Herald, right? So pretty much spawns instantly, but he did get slept, and I thought maybe that was, you know, the perfect timing from Luch there, but didn't get cancelled. And what I wanted to say was some things just aren't worth it, Skimmy. And, you know, playing for the smite steal here was just not worth it. But yeah, you thought Akano entered, right? But perfect stopwatch coming on through. Azus is a little bit late to the play. You would love to see him go in first and not necessarily the Jarvan, or at least at the same time. But, you know, UTS do the right thing here. They get back to the dragon and they say, okay, let's just secure it. And if Pentanet want to die to secure the first dragon of the game for themselves, then sure, so be it. And they end up trading so many kills and so many summoner spells just for the cloud. And you have to wonder, was it really worth it to me? Because, you know, if you ask me, I don't think it really was. And until Azus obviously did a little bit of an int to trade it back, but Zenk still dies on the back end here.
Certainly does. The fight definitely overstayed its welcome. Luch would be quite happy to pick up a free kill when offered the opportunity. I was quite curious as well if the sleep that landed on Jarvan was going to be enough to cancel that. I've seen that before the Herald got changed, where you could actually cancel it and completely bait yourself, but not to be the case here today. More kills go the way of UTS. They continue to fund this Ashe, which, let's just check with the scoreline. That's correct. 4-0-2. That's 13 minutes in.
Desire's played really well, yeah.
He's not leaving much left to be desired. He's a monster.
Well, he's played well most weeks, right? I mean, that's what I'm referencing. I think he's played well in majority of the weeks that he's been on the roster now. And arrow goes in, and ooh, nice step. Nice step coming out of Seb.
He did make sure he didn't get hit here. Would have been pretty unfortunate timing with the next Rift Herald spawning in under a minute. Would have been available for that one, but would have lost a lot of control. That would have been the vision. UTS now, sitting pretty in the mid lane. And why wouldn't you? Up by 3k at this stage of the game. A Fiends is now completed to buff up this lethal tempo Ashe even more.
Yeah, they're shilling. They don't need to really make much happen. They just put their duo mid and just play for turret plates and just chip away as the turret plates go down, but just chip away at this turret.
Yeah, keep these bases locked in place. Shaw is going to have his teleport up in just about 5 seconds. He's locked at the meantime down by the bot tier 2. So Zeus will have his teleport as well to join in. So the tanks could be quite influential here if they look to try and force a fight once more. Akano continues to land these EQs, goes for the Cataclysm, locks in place Luch. Luch jumps in, jumps out, gets collapsed upon, gets exhausted, and will be taken down. More gold going the way of the boys. They're going to find that one, and that can transition once again so nicely into another objective.
Yeah, UTS looking really good, right? I mean, this is a statement game if you ask me. Of course, it's not over, but they're playing against the Pentanet roster who we, tout very highly, and they're really making it look easy almost at this point.
That was our go-to talking point about this one. Where do UTS find themselves if they can find a victory here today? Azu's going to get collapsed upon 1v3. Going to fall down eventually there. Tanked up a storm, but just unable to live through all that harassment. Yep. Especially at this stage of the game. Now the turret will fall on down, and a Herald is going to guarantee a second to add to that.
Gosh, our producer's smurfing really hard right now.
Certainly is.
Yep.
He's giving us the goods. He's giving us the numbers. The numbers that you asked for at the start of the day.
Yeah, he's a real-time smurfer. He's real-time 600 LP challenger player.
Yep. Unfortunately, the viewers at home can't hear him, but we hear a giggle from him. No doubt, no doubt we'll laugh along with you.
I don't hear him though, so that's maybe you have to pass on the giggles.
He's a silent min-maxer at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
He's giggling with a muted mic. Well, regardless, there is no chill in this game there, Jupes. It's back-to-back objectives, back-to-back fights, back-to-back catches. It's all been about things happening in sequential fashion.
The one thing Pentanet are actually doing a lot better than UTS right now is that they're resetting at the same time, and they're resetting to have tempo on the map and get to these objectives first. And I think this is what's really helping Pentanet, remain relevant in this game. But UTS just brute force their way in, and just such a big force there. Like, double cleanse on the side of Pentanet, but they're still pulling the trigger. Oh my goodness! What just hit Luch? A truck?
Luch, he's bleeding. He's hurting. He needs a medic. Zenk has no cleanse. Luch still does. You know what Zoe can do? They can be very, very nimble, and these teams are playing as if this is a soul point.
I mean, Ash really has Runans and Blade of the Rune King, whereas Ezreal has a Manamune. When you see the Manamune upgraded, before you see any other components come on through, so generally the Manamune gets upgraded at 2 items, right? That's when we see an Ezreal really tick over to the Muramana. But Ezreal is really struggling in this game and only has the Muramana upgrade with a Sheen.
It is an early evolution, even still, but yeah, relative power. Night and day. Eventually we'll be bullied off this one, as UTS will look to leech it out of its pits. A 4-5 main collapse coming across. True Shot Barrage will reveal it, but it's not going to prevent it. It's not going to steal it. We're going to be playing for another Mountain Soul.
Now, I'd love to see UTS just go back to 1-3-1ing almost, right? Like, Maokai can push the wave, come to the group, but I really want to see TF just sit in this side lane and just keep pushing and utilizing that ultimate whenever it's up and looking to influence a play, because UTS's comp, while it can sort of front to back, they really function best if they're porting in and have TF on a flank and have Maokai with the group, right? And so, UTS really have all the tools right now in this game to really play any which way they want. If they want to just force with Jarvan, they can. If they want to force with an Ashe arrow, they can. But, to play this game out correctly, it should just be TF sitting in the side like he is right now. And any time Zenk or Crazy push too far up on that mid-wave to contest, TF should just be looking to port.
It's quite easy for them to do so right now, isn't it, Juice? Given the fact that 3 tops have been taken so far, all the others are gone. The ability to find creative pathing, the ability to lay down some deep vision is definitely there for them. And this is going to complement Azus more than anybody, really, to find some great angles to jump in and target that backline and force those panics when it comes to likes of cleanses being used.
I mean, this Maokai is like 1k up. If you just saw the gold there from the tab, from the observers, 1k up on a Maokai, that's just insane. I mean, I don't even want to know how much Ash is up, but at least Ezreal's just managed to pick up his 2 items now, and the siege coming down in the mid lane. Might see an arrow come on through here. Oh, that's a force.
He's going to look for the kick. He gets exhausted. He gets Cataclysm. He gets deleted.
He lives.
It's a bouncy castle. Everybody's going up and down. He safeguards out and he survives. Nobody falls on down except the mid turret.
Where did he go?
Flash. Dash.
Oh.
And he got slam dunked down.
That's
This is
huge.
a wrestling match right now. That is just like that. That's a triple kill. Akano might just be able to live. He burnt the flash. Does he have the EQ up? It doesn't matter.
Okay,
He's not falling down.
I think that Pentanet should be commended for their aggression, and that's aggression is the key word there. What I think UTS are really trolling if they have teleport up, TF ultimate up, and they don't collapse to help their team being dove in between two turrets at a certain point. So for me, that's very questionable decision making from UTS. And you know, we talk about Azus being on the Maokai, right? And you know, we see him play the Jax to good proficiency, but it feels like at the moment he's playing the Maokai like he's a Jax. You know what I mean? He doesn't need to just sit on this wave. Yes, okay, his bot lane, his team shouldn't get caught here. But the moment this happens, surely you're calling for a TP to come in here. Right? Surely the TP is coming on in. You know, surely the TF's hovering coming in, because in between two turrets like that, you probably just end up cleaning up. But the aggression from Pentanet is rewarded.
Certainly is. And look how much was burnt to actually make that happen. I believe it's about 8 summoners, at least like 5 flashes on both sides to try and you know, come out ahead.
Sometimes, Gimme, you don't need to make the right play, you just need to make the play. And everyone needs to be making the same play. And all too many times, people try and make the perfect play, but sometimes the perfect play doesn't exist. You need a little bit of rough and tumble to go your way sometimes, and that's what Pentanet did there.
Yeah, I think it can be a little bit jarring at times when you see all these montage moments, all these highlight plays that get thrown around, and you think, this is what I've got to do. Not always to be the case there, but Pentanet show aggression at the right time to try and keep this gold within touching distance. It's been all things UTS, but what was a 4k gold lead has now been shrunk down to just about 2k. They've managed to bridge the gap now and bought enough time for Zenk to hit that core 40% CDR moment, and he is definitely packing a punch as his skill shots combined with that of Zoe.
Yeah, was that Ezreal damage or Zoe? I didn't see who did the damage to the Karma. I mean, it was maybe a collective?
I shot a true shot barrage, and I think that's about as much as we both saw.
That is the truth, my man.
So there you have it. The mystery will continue to go unanswered.
Yeah, we're going to see another massive team fight breakout shortly for this neutral objective. 40 seconds till the Mountain Drake spawns, and uh-oh, these Zoe bubbles are just a problem. Oh, you know, yeah, well, no, what's interesting to me is they use the Orn Horn, and so now they're fighting a dragon without it. And this could be crucial, because 2 Mountain Drakes, when you're versing the likes of a Maokai, are not something you really want to give away, but they're actually just getting really poked out here at UTS. Orn is such a big cooldown, and Lee Sin is, uh-oh.
There it is. Kicks him into his team.
Yep.
That's a 3-man cataclysm.
There's always 1v9 in here.
They're literally so terrified of the fact that if we stand up, we just get skill shot and we're all going to die. Now, you say the Orn ultimate's gone. They find a pick like that, it doesn't even matter anymore. Yeah,
it's really good from Seb, you know, sitting on no vision and being very patient, waiting for someone to misplay, and that's what ended up happening. But look at Lucia, just with the blue buff, he's just keeping 4 people at bay. No one wants to get hit by the Sleepy Trouble, and no one really wants to be the one to pull the trigger either. So, you know, Luch has no flash. Potentially, Jarvan should just be pulling the trigger on him each time Luch looks for the harass. But, you know, good zone control from Pentanet, and they pick up a dragon.
Certainly is. Definitely them understanding and respecting what their win cons were, and not letting UTS get themselves into the river itself, but playing around what their strengths were.
And it's crazy because it feels like Luch. It feels like Luch has been sitting mid for 10 minutes, just flinging skill shots. Yet he's up, he's up 20 CS or thereabouts.
He feels like he's been shooting hoops, playing basketball down at the arcades. Been practicing, trying to get a higher score. Has been interesting though. I don't believe we've actually seen a Destiny used here by the Twisted Fate to set up a gank or to force a numbers mismatch. It's been used, I believe, once for the Herald just to understand where Pentanet were, but it hasn't really found the degrees of success or cohesion that I was kind of expecting from this draft.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, right? I thought, you know, with the lead that they were able to get in laning phase and thereabouts, I thought we'd definitely be seeing more aggressive plays coming out of this Twisted Fate, or at least utilizing this this global ultimate far better than they actually have been.
Let's see what they try and do now. 4 minutes, both teams sitting on 2 dragons apiece. Things could not be closer right now, and I feel like we're going to have ourselves strapped in here for a long game. Like Baron is going to be one of many when it comes to the classic age-old dance. shows the resilience to start things off. Who can actually force the fight, or who can get poked out?
Yeah, and at the moment, you have to say that UTS are the ones that are going to be getting poked out because that's all Lucha's been doing, and Zenk's just been eating forward like an absolute madman on these minion waves, unpunished, and this is how much value the cleanse has in this game. TF, gold card, cleansed. Ash arrow, cleansed. Only thing you can't cleanse is a Jarvan engage, and at the moment, he's just getting poked out. This might be the one.
Jumping onto Zenk. This time out comes
Yep.
Fate, looking for a flank on the side. They get stun into stun into stun. They're going to look to block and place Crazy, who looks to try and take back the Maokai into the team. Short on a flank. No ultimate. And now he's surrounded by 4 members. Make that 5. He's unable to do much in this situation. Will flash into the enemy blue buff, but Chicken Frog will connect and chase him down. Out goes to Tibber. The Blooming Breath will interrupt that one. Not going to change the outcome, however. That is going to be a convincing fight for them. They take down 2, take down 3, actually. And now, we talk about poke versus engage. They found their engage moment. Now they can go to Baron.
Yeah, and it feels like UTS really figured out midway through the game what they needed to do, right? What their composition really excelled at, and it's really Akano's job to just keep doing that. Should be a lot easier now. All summoners have been birthed, and really good team fight coming out of UTS, just pulling the trigger. But
How
can they stop
Luch
Seb?
be on the side here? That's the question. As you say, Seb low. He's going to get zoned away. 3 members actually taking their attention
Might be too
off
slow.
the Baron.
Oh,
True shot barrage comes out. Baron is down. He's stolen away here today.
can they get out? Orn's teleported in. Maokai burnt flash.
Maokai running away. Nearly gets himself a solo kill
He's
onto
sleepy.
the Lee Sin. He's going to fall on down eventually. He's going to take a while. He's going to run around with the passive. Use the ultimate as
Run!
well and lock them all in place. They can't kill him.
Wait.
Passive is working overtime right now.
Oh!
He's still living. He's still buying time.
Oh.
It would have been the great chase. He bought so much time there for Design Me to come in here and maybe clean house in some similar
The arrow.
fashion. Out goes one. Now the arrow. There's
Ooh.
the volley. A double kill. He flashes.
Ooh.
He falls on down.
Oh.
Seb. He gets the shield. The Karma shield is huge. That's a triple kill. That's a quadra kill. What was that passage of play?
That was just, I don't even know where to say, because normally tanks don't get credit, but you have to give credit to Azus where credit is, give credit where credit's due. He just stalls for so long. He just runs down mid, uses the passive for healing off cooldown, and seeing a 1v1 here from the TF, but, Desire Me just plays that extremely well, and he flashes back to Chicken Frog, gets the shield as well, so, I mean, just an absolute mechanics match, Max, and maybe they end the game here.
They're going for the end. They're gearing for the end of this game. Respawn time is starting to come online. 10 seconds is the Zoe. Sib is up very shortly. There's the teleport. Zeus is going to come on in the first next turret. Falls on down. Now going for a second. That's going to be Crazy jumping into the backline. Looking to lock as many people in place as possible. He goes golden, but he's going to fall on down as soon as that grit expires. Zeus falls on down. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Can these
Kick.
carries do the damage? They get the kick. The Zyme locked in place. Can he receive one more Karma shield? He's living. He's so low. He got dropped at 10 health.
Did
but
they
he
get
lives.
chased? Did they get
He
chased down here?
lives. Will they chase? Oh my gosh. This game, what a banger to finish out the night.
Now, potentially a little bit of, not trivia here, but potentially a little bit of a memory refresher for you, and I don't know if this is correct, so I could just be saying the wrong thing.
Sure.
But I believe Desire Me might be Zay.
Good question.
No, well, that's what our sources are saying.
I would
And
love to know because I was always so upset when we didn't get to see Zayi transition from OUC to this.
Yeah, and because we saw him for the university competition, and we're like, damn, this guy's good.
Yeah.
And we're like, I guess he's just not playing OCS, but potentially we have Desire Me as Zay.
I don't think your sources have ever been wrong, Jibs.
No, never. I've
Told
always
us a
got
lot
them.
of good things, a lot of
Yeah.
good trivia on this show, and they've
Yeah.
always been on the money.
Yep, so, there we go. We do have him in the league.
Well, Zayi, I've decided your performances so far, and
It all makes sense now.
here today.
It all makes sense. Having the standout performances that he's been having, and it's what we saw from him in the University League as well.
Yeah, and the guy was smurfing. We were looking for every compliment under the sun to really describe his performances in that matchup here. So it makes sense, fitting for a performance which justifies a quadra kill, which nearly ended the game.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like they still might end it, to be honest, Jimmy.
Certainly are. As one next turret remains, I believe it's on very, very low health.
Look at the Karma Shields. It's just so scary seeing a team with a tank running at you with Karma Shields. Let's see how much damage this does. Oh, it's a little bit. Definitely probably
10%.
one shots a Squishy champion, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly does. Such crazy passage of play there for
Yeah.
to buy so much time. We're like, look, yeah, his passage is going to work. He's going to buy a lot of time. It's going to fall him down eventually. He nearly got out, but he did so much to ensure that the Zyme gets that quadruple. They all line up so nicely in such a funnel.
It felt like we were in for a very long game. Even though Baron just went down, it felt like, we're still kind of in the lull state where it's not really going to be blown open. And all of a sudden, right, like the game gets blown open by chasing a Maokai who's just outplaying you, Wing into minions, queuing, autoing, and really just kiting it to his team. And then, the Zyme just pops it off with a little bit of kiting and a little bit of outplay as well. And all of a sudden, the game state is almost 10,000 gold lead to UTS.
UTS are causing a whole host of problems right now. They're setting themselves up with the 1-4. The Baron buff has expired, but RPA uses his ultimate to ensure that he wasn't going to get collapsed upon.
So the first
potential for UTS to maybe force a fight bot side, but they don't decide to.
The first ornament came on through as well, so the Frozen Fist has been upgraded on the Ezreal. Probably picked up the Blade of the Ruin King a little bit too late and just wanted the Frozen Fist upgrade ASAP.
Sure. You can see there though, that is pretty much telling of what this game has been like, especially bot sides. Up by 3k for the last 25 minutes.
Man, I just want to see this Ashe hit someone. I love when I see an AD carry with like a Bork, an IE, a Runans. I just want to see them hit someone. I love watching late game AD carries. And sometimes we hear ADCs, need a bit of a buff, but let's be honest, when your ADC gets 6 items or 5.5, then there's nothing better than watching them play a team fight out.
It's a situation where you feel like you'd actually play your character. And you've got yourself a healthy amount of attack speed. Some insane damage to complement it. Still a very real possibility for Luch just to delete him. Doesn't have any magic resistance.
No, yeah, for sure. Luch lands a bubble, and if Luch not even lands a bubble, if Luch just lands a max range Q, there's a few members on the UTS team that are going to sleep, and I don't mean by the bubble.
That was clever. I like that.
You can use that one if you cast when you cast OPL. I'll let you have it.
Mate, you know what? I might take that one for OT3. I just have to quote Jeeves after I've said it.
Yep. Oh my goodness, he's literally 1v2, by the way, on mid-wave. Once Ashe gets the attack speed steroid, there's not much that can really just stand there and bang with Ashe, that's for sure.
Certainly can't. Certainly can't, as the ARAM is the focus right now. Baron is up, and minutes, and Pentanet can play for a soul point. But that's Zeus going on in. The battle of the tanks, who can find the better engage so far? Crazy is locked in. 3 members inside of Cataclysm right now. He tries to take him out of the pit. It's not going to be enough. 2 kills so far. The carries of UTS find their targets. Now he's going to jump into the backline and look to snipe away the Zoe. You can run, but you can't hide. As Seb is saying, but team, there were 30 seconds on the soul. Why did we go for that fight? As Zeus bit the bullet, he went for the end. And he says, enough is enough. We want to battle with the best.
Yeah, Asus just knew his job there. He had to get the fight started because they learned from earlier. If they just stood there and traded poke, they were never going to win. And UTS have picked up another win in a row, Skimmy.
They have 3 weeks, 3 wins up against some fantastic opponents. Are they the latecomer for a playoff situation? That's what we've now got our eyes firmly set on, because they've had a rough start to this season. Multiple roster changes, but this one looks the goods.
Well, now that UTS have won, Skimmy, right? They go up to 3 wins. They're 8th on the ladder. And playoffs is just 1 win away from them now. So yes, they are, right? Like, Pentanet are 4 wins. QUT are 4 wins. And UTS are on 3, and Order Academy are on 3. So all of a sudden, UTS have to be favourites, really, to make it into the playoffs. If any of the teams outside of playoffs are going to make it.
You have to imagine the teams above them right now looking at this team with, I don't want to say joy, maybe thinking what would have been a matchup they would have been looking forward to is now suddenly being flipped on its head. And it's like, hang on a minute, this is a team, they are a dark horse, they're a team that we've got to take maybe a lot more seriously than we had prepped beforehand. Yeah,
I mean, definitely, I'm a fan of a team that can come back from such a early, stumble, if you will, right? Like, they didn't have the best start to the season. They couldn't find a consistent roster. They found their consistent roster, and now they're making a late surge. I'm a really big fan of this team.
Well, let's check in with the results for today, week 9. What does it look like? Let's see the teams that play. As always, 5 best of ones that started off there with the University of Queensland Union, bringing the heat to the RMIT's Redbacks. It was all thing Die Cubs as they remain undefeated at the top of the table, but that wasn't without some serious pressure from the Chiefs Academy as Legacy Genesis came in with a well-rounded composition to take down the double carry assault that Gravitas Academy had thrown their way. A new roster, but the same outcome. Mammoth Academy showcasing that a new mid and jungle doesn't mean they still can't battle with the best. They took down Order Academy. And as you saw there, UTS Esports, yes, that's right, they got another victory, 3 in a row. They took down the Pentanet boys.
Yep. And what a game that was, right? And we finally figured out who this magician ADC was, right? You know, now we know who designed
it. Makes
is.
sense now.
Yep.
We were so hyped for such a long time, and I was thinking, man, this guy's not too bad. You even said it halfway through the car. I was like, this guy's really playing well.
Yeah, I said this guy's good. I mean, I've seen him for a few weeks, and he's definitely been one to keep eyes on.
Maybe when life's all said and done, between you becoming, being a caster, a player, a coach, maybe you should become, an OS League consultant. There's people online that just know everything about the region. You just look. I've got my sources. I can't reveal my sources, but I know stuff.
Yeah, maybe I should become the. There's those dudes on Twitter that they're like the esports news person, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But then I'm a snitch because people might tell me things out of in good faith, and then I'm because there's some stuff I've said on broadcast, and I don't necessarily think I've been allowed to say it in the sense that that person probably didn't want me to, but I did just because I'm in the moment. You know what I mean? So I give some advice. If you don't want me to say something on broadcast about the league, then don't tell me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, no, just don't say it at all.
Or just disclaimer. Yeah, disclaimer.
Leave a disclaimer. Please don't say. Well, there we go. Let's check in with the standings. Let's see exactly how the teams look coming into week 9, at the end of week 9, I should say. As you can see there, the Dire Cubs remain, the Dire Dubs, as they remain at 8 wins and 0 losses. Mammoth Academy sitting in second. And then there is daylight between them and the rest of the pack. 2 teams tied at 3rd, 2 teams tied at 5th, despite there being a head-to-head that Pentanet will have, which puts them slightly ahead. But now you start to wonder, the last run, the last effort for these teams at the bottom of the pack, can they try and disrupt the likes of QUT that are the gatekeepers for a playoff contention?
Yeah, and UTS, important to look at there that they don't have the game in hand. So whilst I said yes, it's only 1 game, it's technically 2 then, right? Because the other team's got to, on top of them, have to play 2 games.
Yep.
So nevertheless, there's still a bit of a mountain to climb for them, but they're definitely hitting some form, and I'd rather be hitting form now than losing form, if you will. So bringing up next week's schedule, I believe, Skimmy.
Look, do my job for me. Off you go. Do it.
No, all right. We got Mammoth versus the University of Queensland, which is going to be an absolute blinder and potentially just a one-boy combo team fight gig, if you will. Mm-hmm. Then we have Gravitas Academy versus Pentanet, which for me is going to be a good game, just based off what we've seen tonight from both these teams.
Yep.
Right, and we have the Dire Dubs or the Dire Cubs versus Order Academy, and for me this is a must-win for Order because they are treading that line of being caught up, if you will, by UTS. And we have RMIT versus QUT. Going to be another good one because, again, QUT need those wins. Likewise with RMIT, and we're seeing both from both of them now. And Chiefs Academy versus Legacy, Skimmy. So that's going to be the El Clasico of the OTS, if you will.
Yeah, slightly different one, but much the same when it comes to these organizations, as you say.
Doesn't matter if it's OTS, OPL, or Fortnite. They definitely want to contest and beat each other.
Whenever there's blue and green, basically, whenever these colors are shown, it's the Classico. Let's be quite honest there. Must win, obviously, for Legacy Genesis to keep themselves in with a fantastic spot going into these playoffs. For Chiefs, I'm not sure. I'd need to run the numbers, but I want to say that mathematically, there's not possible for them to make it into the playoffs. So I had to double check that one. But regardless, that is going to do it for us here in the OCS for week number 9. Only one more remains. One more week. one more best of 5. It's kind of crazy to think about that before we get ourselves ready for playoffs and to secure the final standings to understand which 6 teams will be battling it out for the title as the best team in the region. That's going to do it for us here tonight. A big thank you to everyone that tuned in as always. Always a ton of League of Legends action on at this time. I know LCK, LPL can always be on, so if you want to check out what we do in the Oceanic region, it's always a good time. Be sure to check in with us tomorrow. OPL begins both Friday and Saturday. That starts on this channel at 4 p.m. Sydney. And then obviously a big shout out to everybody behind the scenes, the producers, the casters, from myself and from Jubes as well. A big thank you for tuning in, and a big thank you to our sponsors, both Neosurf, EPOS, and McDonald's. But until then, we'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
And that's a beautiful Hemo play, gone to multiple members, a shutdown all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. These some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,